Buddy, we are back from closed session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Gran.
Here.
Councilmember MD. I don't see her there. And Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you. Are there any items or announcements from closed session, Joe?
No reportable action.
No reportable. That's what I meant to say. Thank you. With that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn from closed session.
So moved. Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Lowenstein, seconded by Councilmember Nierenheim. Roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD. Okay, with that, I will call to order a regular meeting of the Redondo Beach City Council here August 18th, 6 p.m. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Gran.
Here.
Councilmember MD. And Mayor Brand.
Here. Okay, let's all rise. We've got our flag up and salute the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. First item on the agenda, presentations, announcements. Let's do announcements. Councilmember Nierenheim, you have any announcements?
Yeah, I had my community meeting 2 weekends ago, actually, at Alta Vista Park. It was a socially distant meeting. Everyone was 10, 15 feet apart, brought their own lawn chairs. We had an easy up, bottles of water given out. It went fantastic. People were really, really happy to openly come down and express their feelings and thoughts about what was going on. It's a much different environment than an online meeting, and I definitely want to ensure that people have that ability to come down and express their opinions, because on an online environment, they're afraid everything's being recorded and they don't feel comfortable. So we had a great meeting down in the park, went over a lot of issues. We had a community garden speaker come and speak for some ideas that they had. South Bay Parklands had a representative there. We had Holly Osborne come down and talk about the housing bills that are being proposed in the state, and I'm sure Mayor Brand's going to go over those. So it was a fantastic community meeting. Also want to bring up the Riviera Village. Business has been great down there. People have really been biking down to that village, and I want to thank Public Works for getting bike racks down there. So now people don't need to tie up their bikes to the parking meters and the trees. We've got a lot of bike racks down there. So we're making huge progress. A lot of new garden patio dining is happening there, and it's a great vibe down there. So if you haven't checked it out, come on down. And we're going to be discussing that more later on today. So other than that, I'm going to have one more community meeting online in about a week from now. I'll announce the date just so people can take advantage of the online forum as well. And that's it. That's all I got. Thank you. Stay cool.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, the next District 2 community meeting will be next Wednesday, August the 26th, 6:30 to 8 o'clock on Zoom. If you've not received an email invitation from me yet, please email me, todd.lowenstein, that's LOEWENSTEIN @redondo.org. And we look forward to you being there. And then also got a notice from the COG today that Redondo has done pretty well in terms of the census, especially compared to some of the other South Bay cities. But we ask that everybody out there who has the ability to complete the census do so, because it's very important for us when it comes to representation and it comes to federal funding going forward. So please, if you receive the census, please do so. Also, I just completed a business census today as well. So please do that. Make sure you are a participant with the 2020 census. Thank you. That's it.
Great. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, let me just piggyback on what Councilmember Lowenstein just said. Census takers are out knocking on doors now. So I know the cops have been called on a few of them, but they have badges and they can prove that they are census takers. So if they come to your door, they will continue to come to your door until you fill it out. So I highly recommend, per what Todd was saying, just go online or use the phone number. It's super easy. You can do it in about 5 to 7 minutes. That's what I did for a family of 6. So, and if you fill it out online, they will not knock on your door. And then just want to remind everybody that the Planning Commission on Thursday night is going to be doing the Artesia Aviation Corridor area plan. That starts at 7 p.m. You can watch on YouTube or on the city channel. So I highly recommend that anybody in North Redondo or in the city, if they're interested in that, please tune in and engage. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Grant.
Thank you very much. Yeah, 2 things. First, I want to just say big thank you to our Public Works Department. Lots of stuff going on in North Redondo. They are trimming all the trees on Grant, which just are very well needed, and that's wonderful. We're also doing a lot of the ADA cuts or curb cuts there on all of the corners, and it looks like just, I would say almost every other corner is being redone at this point. So there's a lot of concrete being poured. They're doing a fantastic job. And last but not least, the marina contractor Marina has done a fantastic job in the North Redondo Beach bike path. It's looking great. The landscaping is finally coming in, and we're looking at having a grand opening here pretty soon. But very excited with that. And then last but not least, I will say, yes, Thursday's Planning Commission meeting needs to really have a lot of folks take a look at what's going on. We are talking about the master plan for Artesia Boulevard. This is their last time as far as the commission before it comes back to us as a city council. And we need as many people seeing that. Just read the executive summary if you don't want to read through all 112 pages of it. But it's a really good thing, and it really gives North Redondo and Artesia Boulevard the attention it deserves. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Grant. Councilmember Empty.
Today is the 100th year anniversary of when women were allowed to vote. And so it was the signing of the 19th Amendment is today, and the official, it passed today, and then the official day of equality is August 26th. So I joined my women's club members of Redondo Beach in celebrating that. And I just never take these rights for granted. Make sure that you register to vote and that you vote. There will be some, there's a lot of concern about the mail and about getting the ballots in, but I want to assure everybody there are going to be drop boxes around for everybody to do. And please make sure you register to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you have lots of time to register, but don't wait till the last second. You can register right now online. So lavote.org, lavote.org. Thank you, Councilmember Empty, for that reminder. I have a few announcements, you guys. First, I want to talk about the blackouts. It's the first time we've had blackouts in 19 years. There's been a lot of discussion about what's caused them, and it's complicated. So you've got state agencies pointing fingers at each other. And this was not, I mean, we've all had hot summers, right? All of a sudden the lights are going out. And in fact, demand is down. We had bigger demand in 2017, bigger demand in 2008, I think it was. And then all of a sudden here we are in 2020. So you've got, and I've been involved in this and talking to a lot of people, you've got the California Independent System Operator. Really, they're the ones calling for the rolling blackouts, kind of blaming it on the Public Utilities Commission for not what they call procuring more energy when they had the chance. And then the Public Utilities Commission is pointing at CAISO saying, why'd you start the rolling blackouts with 9% reserve sitting there? Last time you did a rolling blackout, you had 3% reserve. So it's all to be determined. It's not necessarily a capacity problem. Everybody jumps on, oh, well, you know, you don't have enough power plants. Well, frankly, we have. And so, but it's complicated. And there is no simple answer, and we're getting to the bottom of it. Redondo Beach has been on the list. It's more moved up more closer to the top of the list. to suffer some of these blackouts, but it's looking good for tonight, and we'll just see how it goes. So with that, I spoke at the water board today. So there's the mayor of Redondo Beach speaking at the water board today under public forum that they need to retire the AES Redondo Beach power plant 2 days after a blackout, rolling blackouts. But in reality, and I just, told them they need to get these questions answered before they start extending power plants. And then, in fact, the water board can do a lot to extend the retirement dates of the power plants in this area so that there's more capacity online. But they need to answer a lot of questions before they just do that. So I continue to argue for them to retire Redondo Beach on time. Date was decided on 10 years ago. And I think you're seeing a lot of people in the industry scratching their heads about, why all of a sudden are we having these rolling blackouts when we've been planning this for many, many, many years. So this shouldn't have happened. So that hearing is September 1st. It's going to be a big deal, big hearing. And hopefully the more people that can show up and be live online for that, the better. So we continue to argue for retiring that plant on time, and the water board can do their part with capacity by extending 3 big power plants beyond their retirement dates for 3 years. So that's kind of going to be our stump speech. And again, the housing bills, many of you are familiar with them. Some of them you not so much. But Sacramento is up there voting on the housing bills this week. Have been since they got back in session. And what are housing bills? Well, they're legislation at the state level that are a combination or singularly either taking away our ability to control development in our town as it pertains to residential development, or circumventing proper environmental and other analyses. So we're none too fond of them. It's really just tying our hands. It's not giving us the flexibility to properly manage growth. Our schools are full. You guys know traffic's gridlocked headed north in the morning and gridlocked headed south in the afternoon. We got a lot of issues to consider. And at the same time, we are approving projects. So we don't need the state with this broad brush all around the state dictating what happens in communities. So with that, I know I'll stop this. I keep harping about this, but it's going on right now, folks. And the legislature is voting right now, and they're going to be done the end of this month. And in fact, the Assembly could be voting tomorrow, or the Senate, on what to pass on to the other house. So I would encourage everyone to write our state representatives, our State Senator Ben Allen, and our other state rep is Assembly Member Almer Tsuchi. And they voted for some of these, no votes recorded. I would just encourage everybody to write their state legislators and encourage them to vote no on any of these bills that circumvent what we call CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, or strip our local control for how we manage development in our own town. It's extremely important. So anyway, the email addresses for Senator Allen is senator.allen, ALLEN, at senate.ca.gov. And the email for Assembly Member Miritsuchi is a lot longer, but it's Assembly Member, one word, .Miritsuchi, MURATSUCHI, at assembly.ca.gov. So you didn't get all that. You're obviously online. You can go online, just Google our reps, and just shoot them a quick email and say, we do not support these bills that are taking away local control and circumventing proper environmental analysis. So if you got any questions, and feel free to email me at bill.brand@redondo.org. Happy to answer your questions, and I'm sure any of your fellow council members in your district will help you with that as well. So we passed a letter on to Sacramento unanimously opposing certain bills, and it's about 10 of them. So hopefully people will re-register their opposition to these bills. They've been amended, but they haven't changed that much. 2 bills in particular, SB 902 and SB 1120, are extremely difficult for us to deal with. So with that, I'll encourage everybody to write their state legislator.
And Mayor, to register to vote, it's lavote.net.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not .org. It's
No.
.net. Okay. Didn't it used to be lavote.org? Was it always .net? Huh.
It was
Okay,
well, since I've been here, it's always been .net.
Okay, well, you've been here longer than me, so screwed up.
Wait.
LAvote.net, folks. LAvote.net. And I wanted to thank our city clerk's office and our IT department for getting us up to speed on being able to do these virtual meetings. It's much better than when we first got started. And I want to thank those two departments, City Clerk Eleanor Manzano and our IT department, Christopher Benson, for managing to work this out. So it's going much smoother.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move on to approval of the order of agenda. I will say this, I was supposed to appoint the commissioners tonight, folks, but some things have been changing. The commissioner resigned. We've got another item before that to determine how I can appoint a harbor commissioner from this certain organization. Plus, I really haven't had the time to put the time into it that I wanted to, so I'm going to ask to pull that item off the agenda, and we'll do it first meeting in September 1st. So, but with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the order of agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, blue folder items. I know we've got several blue folder items. Could I get a motion to admit those? You want to read them off?
Yeah, we have J1, we have some public comments. L1, public comments. N1, 2 blue folders, public comments, and also replacement for attachment 1. And then N2, also public comments and a replacement for attachment 1. And then some more public comments for N5. There you go.
Okay, is there a motion to admit those to the record?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember MD, seconded by Councilmember Horvath. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, great. So moving on to the consent calendar. Tonight, we have 11 items on the consent calendar. Anyone is welcome to comment on any of these consent calendar items. And council members are welcome to pull any of these for further discussion. I'll start with Councilmember Narenheim. Is there any consent calendar items you'd like to pull?
Yeah, I'd like to pull items H8 and H9 concurrently. I'm sure that's right.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Gran.
No, thank you.
And Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Okay. Are there any comments other than on H8 or H9, Eleanor, on the blue
Any
folder?
comments? And then I don't know if anyone, as attendees or anybody from the public in Zoom, I don't know if anybody would like to speak on any of these items. I know they're going to speak on another item, but just wanted to double check. Yeah, I don't see any hand raises, so, and if you're on the phone, it's *6 if you would like to speak on any of these items. Okay, I don't see any.
A second.
No, and no e-comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar other than items H8 and H9.
Motion to, so moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Narenheim, seconded by Councilmember MD. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Member Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, Eleanor, do you need to read?
Yeah, I have H11, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-208-059, a resolution of the City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a contract to Mike Perlich and Sons, Inc., a California corporation, in the amount of $673,870 for construction on sanitary sewer rehab 2020 upgrades to PCH/Vista Del Mar, job number 50150. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. Okay, moving on to item H8. Councilmember Narenheim, you pulled this item.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Brandt. I pulled this item because during these times, trying times, financial times, it's good to get a review of our portfolio investments. And, at my community meeting this last weekend, we went over the budget. And, something I've been saying for a while, if people have been asking is, if we run out of money in our general fund, what are we going to do? We have assets. So if we can get, a quick overview here. Nilesh, I see that you're on, and Steve Deals is on as well, of this. And I want to go over some questions that I've been getting from the public regarding our assets. And, yeah.
Or just a brief summary rundown on how it works.
Yeah, and then we'll have a follow-up questions for you.
The treasurer deals or Nilesh, either one of you, feel free to chime in over whichever you'd like.
Well, so I think the question is, if we run out of money, what do we do? Or do you have more specific questions?
Yeah, I got some more specific questions to that as well. For instance, can we sell some of these assets, some of these bonds, to get the money that we need moving forward? And how do we? All right,
so we are. Let me just give you a basic explanation. Generally, we're a buy and hold fixed income portfolio investment style. Okay. We review this every quarter and during the review of the investment policy. So generally, we buy and hold very safe investments, those that are compliant with our policy and those that are compliant with state law. We earn a fixed income on these investments, say 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, depends on the interest rate environment. So we get regular payments on those if we hold them to maturity, which we normally do. If we do a poor job of cash flow planning, which we have not done, or if there are surprises in cash flow where we have large expenditures, say maybe for an unplanned lawsuit payout or something like that, we might have to sell our sell our instruments early, potentially at a loss. So it depends on the market rate at the time we make the sale, whether or not we get our full investment back. So we have a portfolio in excess generally of $80 million. Now, that doesn't make it a reserve fund. That's just the amount of money that we have invested. And we design those investments to mature at the time that we generally have our spending requirements. Okay. So running out of money means that we would be dipping into reserves. And those reserve funds, the size of those reserves are decided not by me, but by you. I think the reserve, might have to have the city manager correct me, but it's a few months worth of monies that we have available to spend. And if we do that, we probably would, what we would do is just stop investing and keep our money liquid and then have it available to spend. But generally speaking, running out of money means I think we've got about 3 months of spending power.
The general fund contingency is 1 month, but then we have the PERS reserve. If you add all of the available reserves together, it puts it in the kind of the 2 to 3 month time period.
What's the total amount of money? Do we know offhand in reserves for that 3 months?
I've got that. Just Steve.
Does that include the LAIF account, the $6 million in the LAIF account?
Yeah, it includes all of our funds. I mean, so the reserve fund is a fund, so we do fund accounting. We're going to provide you a more specific answer going forward and give you an idea of what the city's cash flows look like. We just presented our first draft of that to the Budget and Finance Commission, and it'll give you a very clear picture on what our spending is like seasonally. But it depends on which months you're talking about, because some months we spend more money than others. Some months we deficit spend because we've got money available to spend when we have revenues that are below our spending for that particular month. But I don't know. What was the question again? I'm sorry.
The total amount of reserves and that we have and monies in which, if they include the LAIF account, the $6 million, I think we have $6 million.
Oh, it does include the LAIF.
Yeah.
Yeah, it includes, that's what I was getting at. So we're fund accounting. Yeah, it includes money in all kinds of our bank accounts and funds. Depends on what account it's in. If it's available to spend and it's not dedicated for something that requires spending. I mean, if we have large expenditures in our capital improvement fund that are due, then those we have to spend money on. So it just depends. It depends on what bills are coming due at the time.
Okay. Have we, you said before we haven't, have we sold anything early then? Because I think you mentioned that sometimes we do sell things early.
We can sell things early if our cash flow requirements require that to happen. So remember, it's safety. We don't want to lose principal. It's liquidity, meaning we have our money available when we need to spend it, and then it's yield. So if it's necessary to sell something early in order to meet our spending requirements, yes, we can do so. We rarely do that. It happened once, I think, last quarter. We had a policy requirement we needed to meet, and we had I think it was Honda commercial paper whose credit rating declined, and we decided we wanted to get rid of that early in order to protect the principal, and we did, but it wasn't to meet liquidity requirements. It was to protect the principal.
Okay. You know, I was going through this this document, the second document provided by FHN Financial. It was nice and detailed. I appreciated that, and I was able to see some of the companies that we have in here. And I see some of the companies like Philip Morris in here, and I was wondering, what is the conversation like as to how do you determine what company that you invest in or you buy bonds from, excuse me, and how do you choose those companies? And what if the city were to say we don't want to buy bonds from a particular company anymore?
That's your policy. That you're welcome to do that. Some people have policies like that. Again, we're safety, liquidity, yield, so we check their credit ratings first, and then we want to make sure that if we buy something, it's going to mature at a time that if we need the money to spend, and then we want to make sure it delivers the highest yield possible.
Okay. So if the council looked at this and said that they didn't want to invest in certain types of companies, or it's too risky for them, or the community said that would be a community choice. It wouldn't necessarily be an investment choice, and you guys would react as such. And yeah,
it would be a policy that you would want to set. You're the board that can help set that policy. I wouldn't make that recommendation to you because I'm strictly making financial recommendations. But if you have a moral standard, for example, and you don't think you should invest in smoking or marijuana or some other oil or who knows what, then we can not purchase those. Currently, that's not a policy, and it's not in our policy. There would be a cost to that because you would be taking some of the higher yield commercial investments off the table potentially, and you would have to deal with the lower revenues as a result.
Okay. And when it comes to us running out of money, we'd be able to dip in the reserves. We wouldn't have to sell any of our investments, and so therefore we would be able to react at a city level as well in time to cut whatever we need to cut, whether it's positions, cash flow, or expenditures, whatever we need to do. That would be the proactive measure that we would be taking, correct?
Yeah, more or less. We're looking ahead at revenues. I mean, I think going forward, that's the city's really is your biggest challenge. It's going to be budgeting in the years to come with dropping revenues. We just got off of a record economy. Of course, it was destroyed by the virus pretty much in a matter of months. But even during record revenues nationally, and we were struggling as a city. So your revenues and your expenses are very tight. And you make these budget decisions every year at budget season on how you want to spend your revenues. And then we do the best we can to provide you the best estimate that we can as well as we can, and then you make your spending priorities and off we go. So if you change your spending priorities, or if the revenue just isn't there,
Right.
and you might have to be making cuts going forward. I mean, you're already in a tight spot.
Right. And item H8 is the investment, what does it call it here? The investment annual review, the city statement of investment policy, exactly, as amended. And what are the quick highlights so that people can know what are the amended policies that we have so far that we've done in this the
amendments are, we had made a recommendation, I think this is the primary thing, to invest in CalTrust. So diversification is a means by which we protect the portfolio. And we decided that we want to invest in CalTrust, and we brought that to you. But upon further review, there was some conflict in the language, whether or not we had to join a joint powers authority or not. The city attorney caught that conflict, and we reviewed it. We worked with the administrative staff. Actually, I think it was the president of the CalTrust organization, and we could not come to agreement on the language. They recognize it's a problem. They couldn't change it, so we're not going to recommend that we invest in CalTrust. That's the major change.
Okay.
And then we've got a few other highlights. Nilesh can share his screen, and we can go down that list. And McPhillips is on the line here too to explain anything in detail if I can't answer it. Can you share your screen, Nilesh?
Yes. Hold on just a minute. I just had it up and then it escaped. Sorry.
In the meantime, I can give you those reserve numbers that Councilmember Narenheim wanted. Our general fund contingency reserve is $5.6 million. We additionally have a CalPERS reserve, $6.5 million. You'll also remember that we also have a structural budget deficit coming out of the budget adoption that we'll have to come back and revisit of basically $5.7 million. So we do have limited reserves, but we also have more budget challenges ahead.
Okay, so as Steve mentioned, one of the main changes that we made was the CalTrust. We added a bullet point at the end of page 1. So depending on the liquidity needs of the portfolio, we may sell a security. So that's what we added. And then with regards to negotiable CDs, the FDIC limit for negotiable CDs is $250,000. So to maintain that FDIC insurance, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation is what it stands for, we made it in the policy so that no more than $250,000 of the pool may be invested in negotiable certificates of deposit. And then
in any one bank.
Yes, right. In any one bank. And then there were some minor changes. So instead of the term pool, we changed it to investment portfolio. And that was the major changes that happened for the investment policy for this year.
Okay, thank you. The last thing I'm going to say is, this council has decided to ban flavored tobacco, and here I'm seeing that we have a tobacco product company, and if we're going to do something about a problem, we don't need to be investing in a company that has that. And I fully realize this is not something that the financial team it deals with, and they make the best decisions financially, and that's great. But if the council were to ever move forward with some sort of idea of not investing in certain companies, I would be in full favor of that. So other than that, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any hands up. Is there a motion to?
Todd has his hands up.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, a couple things. Nilesh, you mentioned FDIC of $250,000. and you said for anything, you mean bank accounts, right? Not for treasuries or anything like that. It's just bank accounts because FDIC doesn't cover commercial paper, right?
Yes.
Just clarification on that. Question for either you or Steve. Like, for example, in the case that Steve mentioned where the corporate bond from Honda wasn't performing well and you decided to sell it, who would made that recommendation? For example, would Mr. Phillips make that recommendation, or would it be Steve? Would you make that recommendation in terms of selling paper?
We look at those things every week. Rick's firm, FHN, they do a very good job of staying on top of these things. Remember, there's two kinds of risk. There's interest rate risk and there's credit risk. So credit risk is the ability of the debtor to pay. And we have thresholds in our policy for credit ratings. And that particular credit rating had fallen below our threshold. We're not required to sell it. But simultaneous with that, and I think it might be Rick's recollection on some of these details a little better than mine, but simultaneous with that, we were not meeting one of our liquidity or our WAM requirement in the policy. So in order to keep the policy intact, we had to liquidate well, we didn't have to. It was recommended that we do so in order to keep the policy consistent. There is a requirement in the policy that we take action when we're out of compliance, but it doesn't say exactly when or what that action is. So we could have waited, I suppose, but in discussions we had back and forth with Rick and his firm, we decided it was the best course of action to go ahead and liquidate that security at that time.
Okay. And so yield and bond price are inversely related, correct? Yield goes up, bond price goes down, generally speaking. Correct?
Yeah, and that's in the marketplace. So if you're buying or selling bonds, and that's, we're not selling our securities. So
recently,
we generally buy and hold.
Because of COVID and generally speaking, has the bond market gone down or gone up? And have the yields gone up or gone down? Could you say?
Well, they've done both.
Okay.
They've done both, but this discussion was very acute at the last quarterly report we gave you when the market rate, the market value of our portfolio was very high compared to what we spent on it. But again, when you're looking at the market value of your portfolio and you're doing fixed income investments, really what that's telling you is it a good time to buy or sell your portfolio? And our portfolio is neither, it's just not for sale. We hold
to buy and hold philosophy.
Maturity. So really it's just an indicator of what the market is doing, and that's it in a nutshell. But Rick's here, he might be able to give you a better explanation. Do you want to speak to that, Rick?
Sure. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
So interest rates, with the Fed dropping interest rates basically to zero in March, the value of the portfolio really shot up on an unrealized basis. And so essentially every single security in the portfolio is an unrealized gain right now. We want to hold those to realize that yield over the next few years instead of selling any. But as Steve mentioned earlier, there's ample liquidity if we needed to do that. And so with the Fed lowering interest rates, again, the value of all the securities in the city's portfolio has increased. There's approximately a $3 million unrealized gain on the total portfolio right now.
Okay.
But those are phantom gains. It's not real. They're unrealized gains. And sometimes, right. And sometimes we show you there's unrealized losses. You're only going to lose if you sell. The nice thing is we've got fixed income investments that deliver regular payments. And the important thing for your perspective and for finance perspective is to make sure that we have the revenue that matches our budgetary forecast, because otherwise we're in big trouble. So we want to make sure that we deliver the revenue that we predicted, and we could, that's the main goal of our investing strategy.
And we ladder, for example, when we sell treasuries, we liquidate treasuries, we ladder them.
Yeah. So when something matures, and if we don't have to spend the money, we can reinvest it, and we'll put it further out on the yield curve, as far out as we're comfortable with. And it depends on, what our spending is going to be like. And right now, we're planning on some lower revenues going forward. So we've got more money on the liquid side of the portfolio right now.
Okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much for answering those questions.
Okay, are there any more questions? I don't see any hands up.
Is there any public comment?
Any public comment on this issue?
No
This
public
item?
comment. Vicky, any email? No e-comment also. Thank you.
All right, I will make a motion to approve item H8 and H9.
Okay, I suppose we could do both items at once. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilmember Narenheim, seconded by Councilmember Horvath. Roll call vote, Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Graham.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Treasurer Deals, Nilesh, and was it Rick?
Thank you, everybody.
You guys showing up, answering all those questions. Really appreciate it. Okay, that's it for our consent calendar. Now we're on to public participation on non-agenda items. This is the opportunity for the public to comment on anything that is not on our agenda tonight. Everybody gets 3 minutes. And yeah, so do we have any questions, comments for
Yes.
non-agenda items tonight? Eleanor.
Yes, we have Dr. Andrew Lesser. Let's see. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. What happened here? There we go. That's to unmute. Okay, what's going on here?
Hello?
There we go. Okay.
There we go. Okay, good. Listen, I want to thank, I'll make this not too long, thank Eleanor, City Clerk, and IT for doing a marvelous job with these virtual meetings, multiple options to watch and participate. As a Redondo Beach resident and Neighborhood Watch block captain, I want to thank our police, fire, city attorney, city prosecutor, and public works, all for keeping us safe. I want to thank our mayor, city council members, and city manager for their steadfast support of our police department and our public safety people. And lastly, I want to put on my emergency medicine physician hat and remind everyone that masks need to be worn covering the nostrils and the mouth. Valves are not okay. Those are for protecting people doing sanding and drywalling and painting. It does not act as a source prevention. So basically a mask with a valve in it or a vent is worthless for preventing the spread of COVID. And lastly, when I was a layperson, the term epidemic seemed to hit home harder than pandemic because we've seen epidemics. We've never seen a pandemic. And what is a pandemic? It's an epidemic that is spread worldwide. So, I don't know if the term pandemic is getting a little bit threadbare and losing its significance as opposed to epidemic, but this is a worldwide epidemic. So everyone keep everyone safe. And that's it for my comment.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, then we have Wayne Craig.
Hopefully I'm unmuted.
There
Thank
you
you.
go. There you go.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Wayne Craig, a resident of District 1. To piggyback on what Mayor Brand said, this morning the Southeast Association of Realtors, which is a local board of realtors with over 4,400 agents, had a meeting today. We spoke with our chief economist of the California Association of Realtors, and I raised the questions about all the housing bills and why the California Association of Realtors is continuing to support these bills with our dues and donations that we make to be members of the board. They didn't have a really good answer, which I found shocking. And when I explained the issues that cities like Redondo Beach are experiencing, they seem to have very little idea what we're going through. So I was happy to provide Mayor Brand's email address, and she will be in communication with you to helpfully understand the problems that we are experiencing and that these one-size-fit-all solutions do not work from Sacramento to the rest of the state. And finally, in commemoration of the 100th anniversary of the women's suffrage movement, I was reminded by my sister today that my great-grandmother, Fanny Miniam Craig, actually was elected to be city treasurer in the city of Colorado City, Colorado, 105 years ago. Colorado is one of the first states that allowed women to vote. So once again, I wanted to say that it's been a long road, and I'm glad we have women voting. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any more, Eleanor?
Okay. If anyone in the Zoom public would like to speak, please raise your hand. If not, we have a couple e-comments. Go ahead, Vicki.
Thank you. The first comment is submitted by Warren Chun. Thank you for all your work, time, and dedication you have for the city of Redondo Beach. As the skate park development is moving forward, I ask you visit the following parks as part of your due diligence on potential placements of a skate park. By visiting these parks, you will get a better sense of the suitability of the skate park for Anderson Park, Franklin Park, or other park locations. Please visit these parks at both times, 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. Number 1, Harbor City Skate Park, already developed skate park by Spawn Ranch. 2, Franklin Park, potential site. 3, Anderson Park, potential site. It is important to physically visit these parks as it gives you proper due diligence. In particular, listen for the existing noise and the potential impact. I visited Harbor City Skate Park on August 10th at 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. At 7 p.m., the park was crowded with around 100 people, lots of noise, litter, and the smell of marijuana. At 9 p.m., the lights were off, but there were a dozen skaters with flashlights and noise. Keep in mind that Harbor City Skate Park has a lot of existing ambient noise because it borders Lomita Boulevard, which is a busy street. Franklin Park is probably one of the quietest parks in Redondo Beach for a park its size, as there is no ambient noise. The park borders residential homes on the 2700 block of Fisk Lane, 2700 block of Ralston Lane, and residential homes bordering on the east side. The west side will be soon occupied and redeveloped by the Friendship Foundation. Anderson Park is larger than Franklin Park. Anderson Park is in a residential neighborhood and has ambient noise during the day from the baseball field, tennis courts, Lincoln Elementary, and South Bay Adult Center. Again, I encourage you to visit all 3 parks at 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. so that you can make an informed decision regarding the skate park. Sincerely, Warren Chun. The next comment is submitted by Zaino Baji Jr. Hi all, hope everybody continues to be healthy and well. Just wanted to announce that Redondo Together is strong. We have continued to deliver groceries bi-monthly to an elderly couple in Section 8 housing here in Redondo. If you know anybody who has the government's social safety net I'm going to read that one more time. If you know anybody who has fallen behind, needs help, and the government's social safety net is not cutting it, please have them email me at support@redondotogether.com. On an aside, another week goes by where this city does nothing to recognize the importance of the historic Black Lives Matter movement. It's not a movement that says that Black lives matter more than others. It's one that says that all lives matter, and we as a country have just ignored Black ones and let them suffer for too long. When will you do something? And kindly allow me to refresh just to make sure we have no additional comments. No, that concludes the comments, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Vicki. And thanks for those comments, everybody, and your participation. Next up are public hearings. Item L1 is a public hearing to consider adoption of an amendment to Title IV, Chapter 35, Parks and Recreation Facilities of the Municipal Code to amend the rules pertaining to dogs in parks. So,
Mayor, before we start, we need to do ex parte communications.
Yeah, thank you, Eleanor. I was just getting ready to roll into that. So let's start with Councilmember Nierenheim. Councilmember Nierenheim, have you had any ex parte communications?
Yes, I've spoken to Councilmember Lowenstein and the public at large.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Councilmember Nierenheim and the public as well.
Councilmember Horvath.
Since our last meeting, just the public.
Okay, Councilmember Grand.
Just the public and a couple of four-legged furry friends.
Councilmember MD.
Since our last meeting, yeah, just the public.
Yeah, and likewise, since our last meeting, I don't believe I've spoken with staff. I've certainly been mentioned with public, and I don't believe I've spoken to any council members about this. So there you have it. So is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved. Horvath.
Okay, is there a motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember MD? Any objections to opening the public hearing? Okay, hearing none, public hearing is open, and we'll go to John LaRock, our Community Services Director. John.
Thank you, Mayor. John LaRock, Community Services Department. I'm going to share my screen for our presentation this evening.
Excellent.
We are coming to you as a follow-up to your action on February 18th of this year, which was your unanimous decision to modify the policy pertaining to dogs in parks. At that meeting, determined a certain number of parks and certain rules pertaining to allowing dogs in those certain parks. So in order to codify that and establish updated municipal code language, which will govern this new action, City Attorney's Office has provided the attached ordinance, which would be introduced and read this evening in advance of a second reading and adoption at your next available meeting. Just as a reminder, again, on February 18th, the City Council unanimously approved the following parks and parkettes that would be amenable to receiving dogs in certain areas. Also, as a reminder, there are areas of these parks and parkettes, including playgrounds, facilities, memorials, sports fields, and other specific use items where dogs would be prohibited. So generally, the open green space areas of all of these parks would be dog friendly. The municipal code amendment also includes the following regulations to govern the activities of dogs in those certain parks and parkettes. Kind of the highlights of those are as listed here regarding licensing and vaccination, leashing, control, the cleanup of dog waste, and as I mentioned earlier, areas of those parks where dogs would not be permitted and that dogs would be done on a casual, passive basis, no dog training or other types of organized dog businesses in the parks. Before I get to the recommendation, just also as a reminder, the effort to allow dogs in parks will also include an effort by Public Works to install and supply dog waste dispensers in those parks and parkettes. That will be an ongoing process that may or may not require a budget modification that Public Works would bring forth at a future meeting. Additionally, Community Services Department will endeavor to launch an educational campaign to both, when appropriate after the 30-day period following second reading and adoption, if that happens, an education campaign to notify the community about the parks and parkettes that would accept dogs, the rules pertaining to the activities of those dogs in the parks, and also a modification of existing park signage in those public spaces to reinforce the rules and to announce those areas as being dog friendly. So tonight our recommendation is that you conduct the first reading and introduce ordinance 0-3204-20, which is the ordinance to modify the Park and Recreation section of Title IV pertaining to dogs in parks. Unless during your deliberation this evening that the ordinance is materially altered, we would be able to bring the ordinance back for a second reading and adoption at your September 1st meeting. We're available for any questions. Jillian Martins, who expertly prepared the ordinance, is also online for any legal questions, and we're available. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, John. It's a long time coming, allowing dogs in some of our parks. Something that's been being discussed for a long time. So kudos to the Recreation Parks Commission for pushing this forward. I don't see any hands up. We've discussed this at length. Thank you for bringing this back. There goes a hand. Councilmember Grant.
Sure, thank you. Jillian, thank you very much for putting the ordinance together. It's you've done a terrific job, and kudos to the Parks and Recs commissioners, both Whitney Taylor, and I'm sorry I'm forgetting the other lady.
Corman is super.
Yep, did a fantastic job for pushing this forward. This is something that a number of folks have been wanting for quite some time. Jillian, I had a question for you. With regards to the ordinance itself, we put a couple of these ordinances in. We put it, not this particular, but we're doing some polystyrene bans. We've got leaf blower bans. We've got other things that are kind of going on. There's no mechanism to kind of pull this back or take the pulse before this becomes fully ingrained in our city. And I would like to kind of have a conversation and hear what my colleagues have to say about potentially having this go into effect for 1 year and then be codified or finalized in a year. That gives us a year to actually test this out, see if people are actually picking up after their dogs and they're doing things appropriately. And we have some ability to augment the community outreach that the community services department is going to be doing that allows us to then say, look, this can be pulled back if we as dog owners don't adhere to this. Is that something that we can do?
Yes, you can put a sunset type of provision into the ordinance, which would essentially indicate that it is effective for 1 year and either not effective after that date unless council takes action, or is effective after that date. It's essentially, you can say it's you have to take action in order for it to be effective after a full year. There's also, of course, the option of a referral to staff if you're having issues and indicating that you would like the ordinance to be amended or repealed in full. So that would not require a change to this ordinance. It would just require an action towards the end or middle of next year if you're or within the period of time that it's been effective. If the council in the majority believes that the ordinance is either the provisions are not being enforced, or that there are issues in a specific park, you can make a referral to staff to amend the ordinance accordingly. So there are kind of two approaches to that. If you wanted to pass or move this ordinance forward tonight, we would not be able to add, I don't believe, a sunset provision. I certainly could add one and bring it back for a first reading and introduction at the next meeting. Or you could indicate that you want staff to come back to you with a report on the effectiveness of the ordinance, and then go from there in terms of amending or repealing the ordinance based on what you hear back.
As Mr. Lorak mentioned, this was passed 5-0. We're all very happy to kind of take this step forward as a city, allowing dogs into our parks, some parks and some parkettes. I'm just, where I am with this is that I'm trying to learn from some of the things that we've done, specifically the lawnmower ban, the lawn leaf blower ban, and some of the others where we are making bold statements and bold changes, yet we have little ability to change how that works down the road without having to either find an ordinance, either take the entire ordinance off or do those things and put a full stop. So I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say about that. I would feel comfortable. I feel comfortable with the ordinance, but I'm just saying we've got 3 or 4 of these in place where there's no way to stop this if this isn't exactly what we want. What if all of a sudden, we do get back from Public Works that this isn't working very well, and that we've got an overabundance of waste that we're having to deal with, or some other issues are happening, or maybe the residents around one of the parks or parkettes says, look, this isn't working for us. We'd like to take this one out. And I'd like the ability to be able to kind of force another council to actually put this through with a year's worth of expertise behind them. And again, that would be in a year where you kind of look at it and you say, hey, let's do this as a year. Mr. Lorak, I do also know, and I think when we were discussing this before, he had mentioned that if this has a short-term period and we're going to just try this, that it kind of works against our communication functions, if you will, just because it's a short term. This, I would say, is if we had a kind of a sunset clause or a potential sunset clause on this, it does tell everybody, hey, we're serious that this could go away if we don't act and behave appropriately. Does that also fit your work itch there?
Thank you, Councilmember Grand. What I would say is that the education campaign is required regardless of the term of the provision to modify the ordinance. But more importantly, Public Works is going to spend funding and personnel to invest in the infrastructure to support the appropriate use of dogs in the parks in terms of waste disposal. So the installation of receptacle containers and then the inventory to supply those is going to happen as quickly as possible. Now, it's not to say that if we buy all that material and then you choose to repeal this in a year or modify it in a year, that if that's not a great suffer for us, even in budget times that we are in. What I would suggest perhaps is that at your next strategic planning session, which is a date to be determined, but if you have a 6-month objective on that matrix to revisit the status and impact of the modified ordinance regarding dogs in parks, then that goal date can be our report to the council and the community about what has happened following the ordinance modification, everything from the number of dogs that have been licensed since the ordinance was put into place, public feedback about any specific parks or parkettes that have had a negative impact, Public Works work orders from the public to identify issues that they want addressed, certainly your feedback from constituents. That is kind of another meeting of the minds, if you will, that will fall sometime in the 7 to 9 month period based on our strategic planning calendar, where it might be a good time that we've gone through a cycle and hopefully have entered into a more normal spring and early summer, hopefully, where we see more of the social environment in our parks that's prohibited now somewhat by the COVID situation.
I appreciate that and putting that on there as a kind of a check-in point, if you will, 6 months from that time. That makes sense. I guess what I'm learning from these the bans that we put in place is that we don't really have any teeth in these as an enforcement mechanism. Okay. And we have no way to really kind of pull it back. And I do know that we can enforce a polystyrene ban, and we can talk with restaurants and things to do that. When I'm talking about like the leaf blower ban, we're having issues with being able to enforce that. And we're going to be talking about that a little bit here in a bit. The issue here for me is we're putting this in place and it's kind of being codified forever. Okay. And we have to change it significantly, or at least do that. I'm a little hesitant to do that. The reason I even kind of spring this up is that even in our North Redondo Beach bike path, we've got the 2 sections north and south of Artesia Boulevard that have got paths on and all that. There's already been incidents where there's been droppings left. And it's kind of one of those things where this is something that's new. It's not a very big thing. It's it's kind of relatively a good thing that's going to be happening for our community. Yet there's already mistakes being made. And I'm just a little worried that we're going to be going into this without any way to really kind of substantially change this. Again, I voted for this to go forward, so I'm appropriately there. I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say about potentially making this, let's have a potential sunset in a year, or at least a significant discussion to talk about it in a year. And that's how I guess I'm setting that up. Like I said, I'm all for having dogs in parks. I'd like to see them do this, and I think that again, this was a well-crafted function. That's kind of my concern right now. So that's it for now.
Well, John, I would say you basically could make a motion to either sunset it as you suggested and have to be reenacted after more discussion, or you can just direct staff to come back in 6 months. Let's just say 6 months with a report on any feedback they've gotten, any unusual impacts they weren't expecting, and just have a discussion. Direct them to come back and update us on how this is going. And that would probably be the most efficient way to do it. And by the way, you can change, you know, nothing's codified forever. You know, if this turns into a problem, maybe at a particular location, at the end of a council meeting, you can make a motion. I want to have a discussion about our allowance of dogs in whichever park. And then the council can vote, say, okay, and then we'll have a discussion about it. Say, well, we got a problem here, such and such. You can do that in any meeting. So we do have a lot of flexibility already. And so I wouldn't worry that this is codified forever, but you know, it's legitimate. Say, you know, come back in a year or sunset it in a year unless we renew it. State does that all the time. They're doing that on a lot of these housing bills. They're effective for 4 years and then supposedly they're going to expire. This could be effective for 1 year and expire unless the council comes back. Or you can just direct the staff to come back in 6 months and say, give us an update report. We can reconsider.
You know, I kind of look at our leaf blower ban discussion that we had a couple of weeks ago, where we were suggesting or discussing making a modification. And that was something that had a different reasoning for it. It wasn't because, you know, people were acting poorly. That's because we're looking to have it be part of a budget issue. Just saying that having that as an actual discussion point or a point to go and reassess, or at least
well, let me ask Jillian this. Jillian, would it require, like, you could go ahead and if we pass this ordinance, it'll take effect in 30 days, no amendments, but you could accompany that with a direction to staff to come back in 6 months with a call it an impact report. And
yeah, so
consider everything.
So as part of the motion, if you were to make a motion to introduce for first reading this ordinance, you could say, and additionally, 6 months after this ordinance takes effect, we direct staff to come back with a report, and you can also kind of name your particular concerns. You know, if the public has been complying with these particular provisions, if you have certain ones in mind, for example, the issue of picking up after your pets, I know that's an issue everywhere. And then also maybe an assessment of the use of the various parks by people with dogs. You know, if there are issues in particular parks, you can make a direction asking staff to come back with a report to address your specific issues or potential concerns as a part of the motion to introduce it. As I said before, if you want to add a sunset provision, which essentially says, unless the council takes effect, this ordinance is no longer valid after a year, that would require that I draft that provision into the ordinance and come back for a second first reading of the ordinance with that provision in it. So those are, as the mayor laid out, those are your two options. You certainly can direct staff to come back with a report as part of the motion to introduce this ordinance.
And I would just add the difference is, as Jillian said, that if you sunset it, then it will take longer to make effective. But if you only do the referral to staff, it's what is the default. You know, if you can't agree in a year, it's going to stay in effect if it's just a staff recommendation. If you can't agree, it's going to cease to exist if you can't agree. And so that's the important difference between them, is what is the default if the council can't agree in a year, and when does it go into effect?
So if we pass, well, go ahead, John, you wanted to say something?
I'll just leave it at this. And again, I'd like to hear what my colleagues say, and I appreciate both options, and that's kind of why I want to bring it up. I'll just say, I wish we would have had kind of a sunset provision in the leaf blower ban, just so that we had an informed discussion and we actually had to authorize it going forward. I think that is a good step for us as a council to have a real discussion about, hey, this is going to do this. We have to really want it again, good, bad, and indifferent, and push it forward. And I think we missed an opportunity to really have that discussion, or at least have a more serious discussion about that function. So I'll just leave it there as much. But thanks, Bill.
Let me ask City Attorney Mike Webb. Mike, could a council member at the end of this meeting tonight make a motion to bring back a discussion about the leaf blower ban and whether we want to continue it?
Sure, and that's a perfect example. If you'd had the council was essentially split, and the default is continue the leaf blower ban. You could at any time bring it back, but when there's disagreement amongst the council, do you need 3 votes plus the mayor's approval to keep it going, or do you need 3 votes plus the mayor's approval to stop it from going? And that is essentially the difference between the 2 options.
I see.
Yeah. So
ultimately, it's up to the council, and if you get 3 votes without a veto, you can do whatever you want, basically, in this regard.
Yeah, exactly. And it's what do you do if you're hypothetically split 3-2 with the mayor against? Does it continue on, or does it?
So this kind of sunset clause would clear that up. If you don't get approval, it sunsets, and that's the end of it.
Right. You need
opposed to having to get it on to reverse it. Well, now you got to get 3 votes just to get it on the agenda. Then you got to get 3 votes without a mayoral veto to change the action. So it makes it a bit more difficult without the sunset clause.
That's exactly what I was trying to convey. Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Dwayne. And thank you, Jillian. Okay, Councilmember Narenhut.
Thank you, Mayor Brad. Councilman Graham, the solution to your question is item N5, where we have enforcement for contract services. And, this is not an open issue where we allow all dogs in all parks. It's only certain parks. And I'd like to get staff to define, they use the verbiage here, dog friendly. And I want to make sure our residents understand what, quote, dog friendly, unquote, means, so that we have a clear understanding for the public what that means. Does that mean they get to run around like crazy? There's dog parks, they're running around all over the place, and it's just dog pandemonium, or is there something a little more organized to that?
Dog friendly means that dogs are allowed in the parks as identified in the ordinance, except in those locations where the council provided a codification of staff's recommendation of those areas in the parks where dogs should not be allowed. As I mentioned, ball fields, memorials, park facilities like senior centers, etc. And it will be our job to message that appropriately in each park specifically, to mention those amenities by name in each park. So if a citizen arrives at the park and sees our dog-friendly park signage, welcome to the park and welcome to your dog to the park, here's what you can and cannot do. And to your point about dogs running amok, the rules include that dogs are on a leash of no more than 6 feet. No one person has no more than 4 dogs with them at one time. Dogs are under the control of a handler at all times, and dogs are to be licensed. And hopefully the residents that take advantage of licensing their dogs take advantage of the lower price for a dog that is neutered and licensed, which is cheaper than a dog that is not neutered and licensed. So behaviorally, those tend to be more well-heeled dogs for socialization with other dogs and humans. So we will spell all that out educationally in each park, so that both we as users, as we self-police, but also any enforcement arm of the city that responds to a call for whatever reason pertaining to a dog and a handler, that the rules are posted for reference to be advised, warned, or any more serious infraction steps taken thereafter.
Perfect. That was the only thing I wanted to make sure we were clear on, because I hear it going on already. Oh, we're dog friendly. We do whatever we want. No. And so, I'm very glad Councilmember Lowenstein got on the agenda regarding a third party to do enforcement for us, because, this could be a great method to ensure that we get higher dog licensing in Redondo. We're missing on a lot of dog licensing revenue, and that's something we need to concentrate on. And if this is a way to do it, a means to do it, help us do it, that'd be fantastic. So that's all I have to say, and love to hear some public comment. Move on from here.
Okay, next up, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, so I'm going to respond to John's request to hear from us. So unfortunately, because of COVID, we didn't get to have this conversation quickly after we passed this back in February. And so here we are like 6 months later. But as I recall, you know, what we decided and unanimously voted on that night was kind of a compromise. You know, it was, to your, you know, favorite phrase, a stepped approach, right? We didn't just say we're allowing dogs in all parks, right? We narrowed it down. Staff helped us kind of drill it down into a specific segmentation of parks. There was discussion. We ruled out certain parks as a result of that. And so my other understanding from that night was that, you know, this was kind of, we were doing this as a trial. We didn't set a sunset per se, but the idea was we're just going to try it. So that to me meant we were going to come back with and evaluate it at some point down the line, you know, whether that's 6 months or a year or, you know, whatever time this body deems, we would look at it because that's what we should do. And we have the ability to do it. I know you keep bringing up the leaf blower ban, and I always tell residents, at least the ones that are upset about the ban, that the council always can reevaluate it. We kind of reevaluated it in that discussion last month about, you know, just temporarily suspending it. And it sounds like, you know, more people want it than not, right? So it does come with consequences, as will this decision, right? This comes with cost consequences. Everything does. So so I'm of the mind, you know, that we hopefully ideally pass this tonight with maybe direction that staff come back in a year. I would say a year is a good enough time. I think 6 months is too short because we're going to head into the rainy season soon enough. And, you know, I think people having spring, a full spring and summer, you know, and autumn would be good to kind of see how does this work, you know, throughout the entire year. And then we can at least evaluate and see, did this trial period work or not? Was it good? What's the feedback we're getting from both the staff perspective and from the residents?
And a motion, Christian? Sounds like a good motion to me.
Well, okay, then I would, well, no, we would have to close the public hearing, so I won't make a motion at this time. So, but I just wanted to make sure I answered what John was looking for.
Are there any public comments on this, Vicki or Eleanor?
I have none. I don't know if anybody at the Zoom public would like to raise their hand or *9 if you're on the phone to speak.
I thought it was *6.
Well, *6 is to unmute. So *9 is to raise your hand. So I see none. So we have some comments. So e-comments.
We have a comment submitted by Linda Whitteman. I support the amendment to Title IV, Chapter 25, to allow dogs in Redondo Beach parks. I was excited to see this amendment come forward. Many dog owners consider their pets as family. I travel with my dogs to cities that allow dogs in parks, and it is a very fun family activity. I believe pet owners would love the opportunity to spend time in parks with their dogs and appreciate restrictions to ensure public safety for all. Please continue to explore ordinance number 3204-20 with my support. And that concludes public comment on L1.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Orvath. I appreciate your comments on that. You know, you mentioned that we're doing this as a trial. We're not doing this as a trial. We're changing our code and we're putting in an ordinance, and this is it until we change it. And by having a sunset clause that says, hey, you know, putting a sunset clause brings the public into the process right now. That's just how I believe it. In that this has the ability to not go forward if we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing for that full year. That's all. And again, I do want to have dogs in the park. I'd like people to behave, and I'd like this to be seen as a very good thing instead of it starting to be an issue where we have to say that issues arise. So that's my whole thing. So.
Mayor, I do have someone from Zoom.
Sure, go ahead.
Dr. Lesser.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Lesser.
Andy Lesser, dog owner at times, have our own rescue group. I fully support this ordinance. I also support and share Councilman Narenheim's, I think it was you because I'm not watching the photos, concerned about capturing license fees for dogs. And I have a document that I presented to the City Council back in June of 2004. So that's 16 years ago when the City Council was thinking about discontinuing Animal Control Department. And what they did was they doubled the license fees. And I showed how the city was losing well into six figures every year of not collecting fees, a door knock survey. And, you know, the expense of the survey at that time was maybe $60,000, and I couldn't, you know, convince the city council to go along. So that's something that should be revisited. I have no idea how many people, what percentage actually register their dogs, get a dog license in Redondo Beach, but I think estimates have been well below 50% or even maybe 80% of dogs aren't licensed. So you should pursue that. And I think LA County does that by contract. And that's my comment. So thank you for allowing dogs in some parks if you pass this. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Or Zoom participants?
That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I'd make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Anyone opposed to closing the public hearing? Okay, so the public hearing is closed. Go ahead, Councilmember Horvath.
And then I'll make a motion to introduce for first reading by title only ordinance number 3204-20, and also request that staff bring back this item in 1 year for reevaluation.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Can I clarify, Councilman Horvath, 1 year from today's date or 1 year from the effective date of the ordinance?
Let's say 1 year from the effective date of the ordinance, but roughly, depending on.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And the effective day of the ordinance will be 30 days from today, is that correct?
No, it'll be 30 days from the second, which will take place on September 1st.
Okay, great.
October 1st.
Second reading will be at the next meeting. And then, is that correct, Jillian? And then 30 days from that.
That's correct. So it'll be 30 days from September 1st, the second reading and adoption time period. So it would be November 1st would be the effective date.
October 1st.
It should be
October.
I'm sorry, October. I skipped.
or September.
And then
October.
staff come back with a follow-up report within a year from October 1st if all this goes.
Right.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
All right, so there was a motion by Councilmember Horvath and seconded by Councilmember Narenheim to adopt Lowenstein to adopt the ordinance as is and direct staff to return within a year from that adoption, which looks like it'll be October 1st. Okay, not seeing any hands up. We'll just take a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, so introduced by title only, ordinance number 03204-20, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 4, Chapter 35 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to allow dogs in specified parks under imposed conditions for introduction and first reading. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. Moving on to discussion items. In one, discussion possible action regarding the temporary traffic circles installed at the intersections of Fremona and Fisk Lane, Spreckles Lane, and Armour Lane. So, Public Works Director, Ted Simon.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Yes, Ted Simon, Public Works Director. I'm going to go ahead and give the introduction to both N1 and N2 because I'm going to have Gene go through the presentation on each of them independently. Prior to Gene coming on, this is just to remind the council these were items that were brought to the Public Works Commission back in December of 2018. They were installed in the fall of 2019, and we were starting to take data collection before COVID hit, and basically everything changed around for us. A key component for you to know that in the blue folder, we've included additional public comment that had come in, the presentation slides themselves, and more importantly, the minutes of the correct December Public Works Commission meeting, not the one that was in the original packet. So with that, I will turn it over to Jean for the presentation. Jean, are you on board? There you go.
Hey, Gene, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I was having some technical difficulties, but good evening, Mayor and Council. First presentation tonight is, as Public Works Director Ted has mentioned, is the Fremona Avenue Corridor Temporary Traffic Circle Evaluation. So as Ted has mentioned, this was presented to the Public Works Commission as part of the Inglewood Neighborhood Evaluation back in December of 2018. Of course, during that meeting, the Commission deliberated, and as per the Council's temporary traffic control policy, traffic circle policy, if you will, they approved the installation of traffic circles along the Fremona corridor, which included the intersections of Fisk Lane, Spreckles Lane, and Armour Lane along Fremona Avenue. Of course, following installation in September of 2019, and as part of the city's traffic circle program, we initiated a 6-month evaluation of the traffic circle. As part of the evaluation, we did the typical data collection, which included field observations, collection of traffic speeds, and average daily traffic data. And of course, our favorite part of our evaluation was the questionnaires, in which we asked residents who generally lived approximately a block from each of the traffic circles 5 questions to get a general idea of how they felt about the questionnaires. Questions ranging from, their frequency of traveling through the traffic circles, if they felt that volumes and speeds had increased, decreased, stayed the same. And of course, the most important question, if you will, was what they believed the appropriate traffic control alternative should be at those intersections. Just real quick with the field observations, generally majority of the drivers that travel through the intersection did display appropriate driving behavior. However, we still did see vehicles either illegally turning left or just not yielding to vehicles within the traffic circle, or not yielding to the pedestrians that were in the traffic circle. So here, jumping straight to the average 85th percentile speed, we took speeds at 4 different times. You can see I also included a speed data that was taken under the current COVID-19 restrictions. This was a couple weeks ago, and I just felt that this was a little bit appropriate kind of at this time, because it had been about, maybe 5 months or so, or 4.5 months or so since the COVID-19 restrictions had got in place. And I was just curious to see what the speeds were along the corridor. And so you can see the 2 bars in the middle, which show the average 85th percentile speed between Fisk Lane and Spreckles, and then Spreckles Lane and Armour Lane, generally show the large mid chunk through the corridor. And as you can see, going from the first or the second column, I should say, prior to the temporary traffic circle installation, which we saw 85th percentile speeds of 25 and 29 miles per hour, we're progressively seeing lower and lower speeds. So a month after the temporary traffic circle, 21 to 22 miles per hour in the 85th percentile. Very typical, especially considering the fact that it was 1 month removed from a new traffic control alternative being installed. And so therefore, we typically see a huge dip, if you will, in speeds. And so following that, we got another traffic count approximately 5 months after the installation, continuing to see a trend of lower than the original pre-traffic circle installation speed. So, we're seeing going from 25 to 23 or 29 to 23 in the 85th percentile. And then the most recent count, which was done a couple weeks ago, shows an even larger dip. So now, we saw a 19 and a 20 mile per hour 85th percentile speed, basically along the midsection of the corridor with our speed data that we collected. Here we have some of the average daily traffic data. Prior to the temporary traffic circle installation, we see anywhere from about 1,200 to about 1,700 vehicles along the corridor. Around the 5-month mark, we see actually a drastic reduction in average daily traffic going across the corridor. I'd say it's about 450 to 500 less vehicles along the corridor since the installation of the traffic circles. Now here we have the questionnaire responses. As mentioned before, we talked about the importance of kind of looking at how frequently do the respondents drive through the intersection, because they would have the most amount of experience, if you will, and most amount of eyewitness accounts, if you will, of all the happenings that are going along this corridor. And so, the first question, how frequently do you drive? The vast majority of respondents drive through this area frequently. Second question, do you feel that the volumes have been reduced? Some say yes, some say they're not sure, but majority of them seem to say no. Question number 3, do you feel that the traffic speeds have reduced? Pretty similar to what we saw in question number 2. There's about 25% of people said yes, but it seems like the majority of people felt like the speeds were not reduced. And then the last question, which is actually kind of interesting, is, do you feel that the drivers generally comply with the intersection traffic control as its current configuration? We got 25 or so percent, 22, 23% of the residents saying that they are compliant. But the interesting thing is the residents that felt that they weren't, there wasn't a lot of compliance, and they were mainly due to the fact of yielding concerns, meaning that the drivers generally did not know how to yield, or did not necessarily yield to yield the right of way to the vehicles or the pedestrians that were already within the traffic circle, which you're supposed to do based on the yield function. And then the illegal turning concern, which was typically around the traffic circle. We've mentioned this many times before. Counterclockwise motion. Drivers are supposed to move in a counterclockwise direction, essentially a reverse question mark, if you will, to make a left turn. And vehicles were actually cutting in front of the traffic circle to make that left turning movement. The response rate actually, and I was supposed to mention this prior to getting to this slide, we sent out a total of 190 questionnaires around March of this year, and gave approximately, I want to say, about 6 weeks of response time. So we sent them out in March, and then the closing date for the questionnaire was May 6th of this year. We sent a total of 190 questionnaires to residences along one block of every traffic circle. And of the 190 questionnaires that we mailed out, we received about 79 residents responded to the questionnaire. And so that puts the response rate at around 42%. All right, so this is the slide that, this is the slide that we were kind of most interested in. We really wanted to know what and how the residents felt about the different alternatives that were made available to them. And so, we have about 20% of the residents mentioning that, they would love to construct a more permanent traffic circle along the intersections. And then we have kind of an even split, majority split between the two, of reverting to the original configuration, which means that the traffic circles at Arma Lane and Spreckles Lanes would go away. They return back to two-way stop controlled intersections. And then Fisk Lane, which was previously an always stop intersection, would revert to an always stop intersection. And then the third option we had here was the always stop control configuration. So every intersection along that corridor, instead of the traffic circles, will now just be always stop control. So it would be an always stop control at Armour, always stop control at Spreckles, and then the Fisk Lane would revert back to an always stop. And then there were a few residents that sent some other traffic control configuration alternatives. There were some questions about possibly installing some speed cushions. Some of the other alternatives that they preferred were, a stop sign at Armour, but not at Spreckles, and some type of modification of the always stop installation. So here's a map showing a visualization of question number 5, which is the questionnaire results for the question of what the residents felt was the appropriate traffic control alternative along this corridor. And as you can see, it's, the stop sign, the red stop sign shows remove the traffic circles and we should install always stops at all the intersections. The green would show the permanent traffic circles. I believe there was one resident that had no response, but this is just kind of a visualization, if you will, of the respondents. Since we know what an always stop alternative is going to look like, a two-way alternative, we all know how those are going to look. But what I have here is one of an example, if you will, of what a permanent traffic circle can look like. As you can see, there would be some shrubbery. One of the main issues, concerns, and complaints that I saw in the questionnaires as well as received from residents was the fact that, the current temporary traffic circle was ugly, it was unsightly, there's barricades in there, there's, it was a lot of visual related comments. And so I just wanted to throw a couple slides in here to really show and demonstrate that once we move towards, and should we move towards a permanent traffic circle alternative, that this is kind of what it can look like. We have another example. This is probably a more recent one. This was the one. These are the next two slides will be traffic circles that were installed in the city of Fullerton along Wilshire Avenue as part of their traffic calming corridor, if you will. And for their temporary traffic circle evaluation, I believe all they did was put up a couple or four type 2 barricades with chevrons, just kind of telling people to go around in a circle. But this is what it looks like today. And here we have another example. We have the raised curb. We have what appears to be some low drought shrubbery that's inside there for low maintenance. Signs kind of showing drivers that they should be traveling in a counterclockwise direction. Fiscal impacts. So the three alternatives for consideration. The first alternative, the traffic circle construction alternative, would be to construct 3 permanent traffic circles at each of the intersections. The fiscal impact for this is about $150,000. There are lower, more non-permanent cost alternatives available, but for what you saw in the previous 3 slides with the actual raised curve and the shrubbery and kind of the whole deal, if you will, we're anticipating about $150,000, considering that there's 3 of them and they'll be consecutive, and just the materials and just the size. There might be some variation due to the size, but we're anticipating about $150,000. Now, to revert back to the original condition would be to remove the 3 circles, reinstall 1 always stop control at Fremona and Fisk would be about $7,000. And that would just revert everything back to how it was prior to our evaluation. And then the last one is the always stop control alternative, which, as we said before, would just be the installation of an always stop at at Spreckles Lane, Armour Lane, and then Fisk Lane would return back to an always stop condition. So the recommendations for the council's consideration tonight is to review the engineering report, to receive public input, and provide direction to staff regarding the removal of the traffic circles altogether, replacement of the circles with a more permanent installation, or installation of an always stop at the subject intersections along the Fremona Avenue corridor. That concludes my presentation. I'm here for questions.
Okay, great. Thank you, Gene. I see Councilmember Horvath has his hand up. Go ahead, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's go to public comment first.
Oh, fine. Are there any public comments, Vicki or Eleanor?
Yes, hold on one second.
Mayor, while we do that, do you want the presentation to continue to be shared, or would you like that to be removed so that we can see everybody else?
I think the recommendation's clear. Let's remove it, and if questions come up, then we'll pull it back up.
Okay, so our first person is Roberto Nirda Fonseca. And, okay, wait a minute here. Okay. Roberto? Hello? Roberto Fonseca? Okay, let's see. He's on, but I'm not sure. He might be away from his computer.
No, that's not the problem. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, cool. Awesome. Yeah, so really thinking about our kids in the neighborhood and the safety of everyone, we would like to propose the all-way stop signs. That's one of the options. And I think this is also consistent with the graphic shown before. And I'd like to hear more about this.
Okay, thank you.
there any more, Eleanor?
Yes. Hold on, we have. Okay, April Kabach.
Kabachka. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, April Kabachka. I live at 2718 Spreckles Lane. And Roberto, he lives on the corner, so he has actually a better view than I do. But I just want to say that for me, the number one concern was the safety of children. And people did not yield to children trying to cross the street. And since there were no stop signs, they were confused. And I'm just afraid, that someone's going to get killed. And we have a lot of kids on the street. So that's my main concern. Also, I really liked the slide presentation, and I didn't take into account the people that I've seen, lapping it like Indy 500, and also like a fire truck got their wheel stuck on it one day because there's not a lot of room. And lastly, it takes up parking spots. But the number one concern is really for our children to cross safely. So I would like to see all stops, at each street.
Okay, thank you, April. Are there any more comments, Eleanor?
Yes. Let's see. Ian Phillips. Give him a second here. Oops.
I'm here, but I didn't raise my hand. No
Okay.
comments.
Do you have a comment? Because I know you submitted for N1.
I didn't have any prepared comments, no. But yeah, my perspective, I definitely understand what others in the neighborhood see. I see the same thing myself. I have been watching, traffic patterns as much as I can, since the change was made. And the biggest thing for me was just the overall speed, the average speed of people coming through the neighborhood. And I sensed that it was decreasing. I think, the charts that we had seen before they validate that to an extent. But ultimately, the safety of the kids in the neighborhood, even on the corner that I live on, every single family has kids, right? So that is very important. And, ultimately this is democratic. So I saw what people had voted for, and I think that's what's most important.
Okay, thank you. I have one more. Okay, these keep moving. Okay. Sally Marshall.
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, you can speak now.
Okay. Okay, my husband and I have lived at Armour Lane. We're 3 houses from the corner of Ramona. So we have very good visibility to the traffic there. And we raised our kids here. We've been here 50 years. And we've never really experienced or seen any kind of problems on Ramona. My husband and I are totally opposed to a traffic circle. Ramona is a very small street and definitely does not need 3 traffic circles. Doesn't require that. We've seen many people that they say that have slowed down, that really they haven't. Let me see. They turn on our street and not go around the circle, which is an accident ready to happen because there's not a stop sign there. Instead, we've seen that people speed because after they leave the traffic circle, they get upset and move faster through the traffic, through the other side. We've seen people go through the traffic circle. Let's see, they take up many parking spaces, which cause a big problem. There's 16 because there's 4 on each corner that are taken up. So therefore, the parking is horrible. And we'd like to suggest, and I'm very happy to hear that there's alternatives and that they would put stop signs, because that's what we would be in favor of. So thank you for your attention. That's it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Any more, Eleanor?
That concludes for the Zoom, but we have numerous e-comments.
Okay.
Currently, we have 9 comments submitted for this item. The first one is submitted by Kim Binniger. These traffic circles have not solved any problems, but have created several new ones. Removal of the stop signs has increased car speeds as people continue to cut through the neighborhood, which negatively impacts the safety of our children. The circles have also impacted intersection safety for all pedestrians since the flow of traffic now overlaps with the crossing paths. The intersection size is not adequate for the traffic circles. Finally, the traffic circles have greatly reduced parking for residents and residential visitors, unfairly impacting those of us who live at or near the intersection. Alternatives, including four-way stops and/or gradual speed bumps, should be used. We have put up with this failed experiment long enough, so removal of the traffic circles should be a top priority. The next comment is submitted by Adriana Fonseca. We live at the corner of Spreckles Lane and Fermona Avenue, so we are directly affected by the traffic circles in front of our house. The temporary project which was supposed to last 6 months was installed in September 2019, removing the only stop sign we had at Fermona Avenue and Fisk Lane. Since that, our life resumed to be yelling on crazy drivers, speeding, seeing people taking the wrong direction as a shortcut, and fire trucks and moving trucks getting stuck because there is no area enough to maneuver around. I have a 33-foot RV and I can't do either. We had to teach our neighborhood kids the safest way to cross the street. It is in diagonal, staying inside the circle to be seen. Otherwise, no one would stop for pedestrians because they can't be seen. Also, the amount of parking spaces we lost due to these circles are unacceptable. Considering that 2 big construction developments are coming to 190th area, worsening the neighborhood traffic even more, we urge for an effective solution. We need all-way stop signs on Fermona Avenue at 3 crossings, Armour Lane, Spreckles Lane, and Fisk Lane. In addition to that, we also need the other 2 approved solutions. Number 1, oops, I'm so sorry. Give me one moment. I lost it. Number 1, no turn signs on 190th Street and Fermona Avenue at a given time frame. And 2, speed bumps on Fisk Lane and Ralston Lane to be implemented as soon as possible. Next comment is submitted by Gina Dix. I reside at 2731 Spreckles Lane near the above-mentioned Fermona corridor. First off, my husband and I wanted to thank the City of Redondo for listening to the residents in our neighborhood and attempting to slow traffic. Unfortunately, the traffic circles do not serve that purpose. We have 3 school-age children who enjoy walking, biking, and scooting around our neighborhood with their friends and neighbors. We do not feel safe because there is no designated space for them to cross the street safely, and while cars should stop for pedestrians, they don't, and we have witnessed some scary near accidents because of this. The other call beyond slowing traffic is decreasing the Inglewood 190th cut-through traffic. The cars are driving too fast to skip the light. I think 4-way stop signs at each intersection with clearly designated crosswalks would be a better alternative. Also, signage that states no cut-through from high traffic hours into our neighborhood, similar to other Redondo neighborhoods. Bright signage designating that children are at play and to reduce speeds would be greatly beneficial to keep our kids and neighbors safe. Ultimately, police presence would help as well, handing out tickets. My family and I love our neighborhood in Redondo. We want to keep that and we want to feel safe. Thank you for listening. Next comment is submitted by Janet Lindquist, excuse me. I am in complete support of removing the traffic circles immediately. They have caused more problems in the neighborhood than they have solved, and recently they have become a target of vandalism. Thank you. Next comment is submitted by Fernando Garcia. Hello, I live at Fisk and drive through all 3 traffic circles at least twice a day. I also support removing the traffic circles. I am grateful that the city found a low-cost way of researching methods of mitigating speeders and reckless driving in our neighborhood. Unfortunately, as everyone I've spoken to locally, they have actually made driving in our neighborhood more hazardous. Because cars are no longer required to stop, drivers who enter the roundabouts do so at high speed and routinely do not stop to avoid colliding with other cars already in the roundabouts. Additionally, pedestrians crossing paths intersect the roundabout lanes, and I've witnessed several near misses in the short time the roundabouts have been installed. Drivers simply do not expect to have to stop for pedestrians, many of whom are children who walk and bike through our neighborhood. when they drive forward through an intersection, which these roundabouts now require. Please remove them. Four-way stops at all intersections are safer. The roundabouts have only made walking, biking, and driving in our neighborhood more dangerous. The next comment is submitted by Brenda Garcia. I'm a resident on Fisk Lane. I oppose the traffic circles. I do not feel like they have improved safety. There is so much confusion on who has the right of way. Traffic does not slow down because if you are turning from 190th, drivers do not have stop signs anymore. People can drive for blocks without ever stopping. I see kids playing in and around them because they seem to produce a false sense of safety. They also take up much needed space. I'm so sorry. The scroll through is not working very well for me tonight. One sec. Traffic does not slow down because if you are turning from 190th, drivers do not have stop signs anymore. People can drive for blocks without ever stopping. I see kids playing in and around them because they seem to produce a false sense of safety. They also take up much needed space. Other areas of Redondo feel cramped, and thankfully we still live in an area that has enough space for more than one car to go through. Please remove the traffic circles. Aubrey Nielsen submits the next comment. While I appreciate the city's efforts to slow traffic through the Fremona Avenue corridor, the traffic circles have not been effective in doing so. Stop signs at the corners of Fisk Lane, Spreckles Lane, and Armour Lane would have a greater impact on the safety of our neighborhood. Please consider these alternatives. Next comment is from Dana Matsuno. I live at the corner of Spreckles and Fremona. I would also like to thank the City Council and employees and council members for trying to address concerns about traffic and safety. However, the traffic circles have made the street more dangerous due to confusion on how to drive the circles or disregard for rules. I support the removal of the circles and adding four-way stops to each intersection. Alternatively, there should be speed bumps at Armour and Spreckles and a four-way stop. Let me scroll. Four-way stop at Fiscal Lane, as was originally there. I have two young children who play in the neighborhood and walk, ride bikes, scooters, and am concerned for their safety and my own safety. The reports may show that traffic has slowed. There is still plenty of unsafe driving happening, even at reduced speeds, and still plenty of cars that speed through. It is not clear that pedestrians have the right of way. Just this week, I had two incidents while trying to cross the intersection at Fisk and Fremona with my children. One car drove towards the intersection and saw me and my family, continued driving and waved me off, signaling presumably to stay safe there because they were going to keep driving through without slowing down. Another time, a car drove towards the intersection, saw me and my family, and just kept driving without even slowing down to yield at the intersection. No amount of education will solve this problem. People don't see enough traffic circles, and enforcement isn't 24/7, so won't be effective. Stop signs will make it clear that a car must stop and yield. It's difficult enough to teach a child how to cross at a stop sign. It's impossible teaching a child how to cross a traffic circle where drivers don't follow the rules. Combining all these factors, this is a safety hazard and an accident waiting to happen. We respectfully request you consider and listen to the residents who live here and witness this every day. Thank you. P.S. I also oppose turning restrictions leaving the neighborhood southbound in Fremona, turning left onto 190th. This will impact residents negatively, and people who cut through won't follow anyway. Submitted by Will Binniger. I am grateful that the city took an interest in exploring ways to improve traffic conditions in our neighborhood. I live near the corner of Fremona Avenue and Spreckles Lane. In short, I endorse the removal of the traffic circles at the earliest opportunity. Rather than improve safety, the circles have increased the risk to vehicles and especially to pedestrians. Vehicles that intend to continue on in the same direction they are heading, in particular northbound and southbound traffic, never have to stop, and as a result, cars maintain speed and wiggle into the crosswalk area, as defied by the extension of the sidewalks, posing a clear and potentially lethal risk to pedestrians. Further, right-of-way, which is held by vehicles already in the circle, is a matter of confusion for drivers, owing to the fact that cars that intend to continue in the same direction never really enter the circle, but just wiggle through, again without slowing down. Finally, the loss of parking owing to the installation of circles is something of a hardship, particularly on street cleaning days. One can expect this to worsen as the foundry project is completed. I would be content with the installation of four-way stops at each intersection. Crosswalks would be normalized to their expected position and function. Vehicles will slow as they would be forced to stop at each intersection. Vehicular safety would be increased as confusion about how to proceed through each intersection would be removed. I do not favor time of day restrictions or the like. And I believe that completes the comments. Yes, sir, that completes the comments from e-comment for this item.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
It seems unanimous. It doesn't surprise me that the residents want all-way stops, but anyway, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah. So I just want to thank all the residents. You know, this is almost 3 years in the making here. This has been as you all may remember, this was an entire neighborhood traffic study going from 190th to 182nd and going from the very end of Fisk Lane all the way to Pruitt Lane on the other side of Inglewood. And so the traffic circles were just one of a whole variety of things that are happening to this neighborhood. We still have speed humps coming in on Armour, Fisk, and Ralston. We have a no turning restriction, as Dana Matsuna alluded to, which I know he doesn't like, and he's mentioned many times over the past year and a half. So it's unfortunate that the residents who have contacted me that like the mini circles are not, coming to the meeting tonight or sending in e-comments. And most of these people who have spoken, I've spoken with as well, either via email or phone call, or through Nextdoor. With that said, the one thing I want to point out here, because my inclination here is to keep the traffic circles despite that, and I want to explain why. I think we've talked about this a lot. Traffic calming has become a major focus of this council. And the whole point of traffic calming is to calm traffic, right? Is to slow things down. And what was fascinating to me when I read this report was to see how much the major concerns in this neighborhood were cut through traffic, coming from 190th or Inglewood and cutting through to get to either Inglewood or 190th. And Fremona was kind of known as the raceway. So as I said, we're in the process of employing all these different traffic calming measures throughout the area. But to see the speeds and the volumes drop as dramatically as they did was super important to me, because that meant even if the perception is that cars are driving faster or that the volume is increased, it clearly is not, right? And I think that's important. And it's challenging for us sometimes, because we have to juggle this delicate balance of doing what the residents want, or at least the residents that are contacting us and communicating through the meeting, and or what is really in the best interests of the neighborhood. And so I'm torn here, because when I see that we're accomplishing with just one implementation of something in our toolbox, as Ted and Jean would say, right? The dramatic numbers in both speeds and volumes, I feel good. I feel happy that that's happening. Now, clearly, these traffic circles, they're not as hideous as the birthday candle one, as we talked about in District 5, but they are not pleasant to look at, right? And they, as somebody said, it looks like a third world country traffic circle, and I get that. We're trying to implement something on a temporary basis to see if it works. I'm glad to see it work here. I'm actually curious I would love to see what a permanent circle would do with actual vegetation, proper signage, and as Jean showed, proper striping. I think a lot of the safety concerns could be mitigated, and maybe Jean or Ted could address this. But even having like the lines showing which way the car has to go with the proper signage, or I realize that mini circles are not like roundabouts where you have in a fully realized roundabout, the crosswalks are actually well off the corner. That's not necessarily something you could do, or maybe you could in a residential neighborhood. But I'm just curious, from a mitigation standpoint, to address some of the safety things. Because the other thing I'll say is, and I've told this anecdotal story many times. I live at a corner that has a stop sign, and I've told my kids, you're not allowed to play anywhere near the corner or the stop sign. Because why? Because people run through the stop signs, because people roll through the stop signs. They actually take the corner pretty fast sometimes. And my kids used to like to spin around that stop sign. I said, you know what, that's not safe. And so we had to teach our kids how to be safe on the roads. I realized that, everybody would love for us to create an infrastructure project that automatically makes that happen. But I think there's a shared thing here, right? We have to try to help our kids understand what's safe and what's not safe, and how to anticipate or look for cars, that are coming down the road. I don't trust stop signs to be any better than speed humps or traffic circles or whatnot, because at the end of the day, we're totally relying on the person behind that wheel to drive properly, or as the mayor would say, to slow down, to do what they're supposed to do and follow the rules of the road. And there's always going to be those handful of yahoos that decide to do it wrong. I remember I went and parked in District 5 to just see how that mini traffic circle was doing once when I was picking up the kids from a play date, and I got there early, and I saw a bunch of teenagers take the mini circle at like 40 miles an hour. They were clearly doing it for fun and game, right? But they were the exception to the rule, in that case. They definitely clearly create a bad situation, and they could create a dangerous situation, but the vast majority of people I saw were slowing down and maneuvering through it properly. So Ted or Jean, I'm just curious from your guys' perspective and your expertise here, to address those safety concerns that some of the residents, especially in their comments mentioned, right? Safety for the kids and stuff. Is there anything that we can do, like in some of those examples that were shown on the slideshow, or what could be done to, if this was to be made permanent? What could be done to make that safer and address those concerns?
Maybe I'll chime in before Jean comes on. There's definitely a driver component here that you mentioned, Councilman, that is really a significant part of the safety that's occurring out here. Technically, as you mentioned, by both speeds and volumes were cut down by a third to a half for certain segments of Pomona. And speeds were definitely dropped overall, but we know that the residents are making observations on a daily basis out there. And as you mentioned, that moment when a child or an adult is trying to cross the street and the driver is ignoring that pedestrian is definitely a concern that they need to see. The biggest things are making sure that the wheel path of those vehicles that are coming around the mini circles are not necessarily conflicting with the marked or unmarked crosswalk that's out there. I know those locations have unmarked crosswalks. Is that a component that we can throw in and make sure that that unmarked crosswalk is out of the wheel path? That is something that can be considered. But in reality, it really comes back to the driver of the vehicle that's coming around that mini circle and how well they behave as they come around it. Vigilance is really the key. As you mentioned, with your intersection, we hear these complaints a lot about drivers that are rolling through stop signs. Those create safety concerns for pedestrians and automobile drivers on a regular basis. So that vigilance for both the pedestrians and the driver is definitely a part that everybody has to exercise on a regular basis. Gene, you got more to add on to this?
Just kind of briefly touching on, the potential for advanced signage, if you will, to kind of advise drivers as they're entering this particular corridor that, there will be pedestrians that are crossing at the intersections at each of these intersections where the traffic circles are. I mean, it's kind of, as Ted has mentioned, I think that it is very important that the drivers, there is an additional, or just awareness as a whole that they should be exercising, period, when they're driving, especially through this corridor, because, there are pedestrians that are crossing and just things of that nature. We're really trying to address and touch upon the safety enhancements of this corridor. And so, yeah, I think we do have, whether it be advanced signage or possibly some other alternatives that we could look into for the corridor once we go to a more permanent construction.
Okay. So, I mean, clearly, the majority of respondents would prefer four-way stops at each of the intersections. I'm also curious. As I said, my inclination is that it's working and to keep it there. In the event where the council decided to go with a four-way stop configuration at all three intersections, would we still study that over the next 6 to 9 months to see what the numbers look like? Because I would be super curious, especially since we're looking at this neighborhood not just at a granular street level, but really as a neighborhood and how it affects all the streets in the aggregate. Would we be able to see to collect speed and volume data, in an ongoing basis? Because if we were to not put in the mini circles and put in stop signs, but then we saw speeds rise again and we saw volumes rise again, then I feel like we really should come back to a full implementation of a traffic circle because it's working. And so those are my initial thoughts right now. I'll yield.
And council member, I mean, if that does become the direction of the council, absolutely, you can ask us to return 6 months after the installation with some data collection, provide that input to the council, and see if there's any variation in direction that the council would like to take.
Thanks. And I want to thank Ted and Jean because, they put in an enormous amount of time over, 2.5 years, lots of community meetings. So I just appreciate it. We took this on a little bit differently than a lot of our other traffic calming projects. And I just appreciate the time and the energy to try to make a difference. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Horvath and staff. Councilmember Grant.
Hi, thank you. Gene, if you could pull the presentation back up and actually go to the counts where it actually shows the number of cars that were reduced. If you could do that for me, that'd be great. Okay, so I'm pretty shocked that this is even before COVID, that the numbers dropped that significantly. And what I thought was interesting when I read the report, if you could now go down to the questions where the residents are actually asked, did you see less traffic on your car, on your thing? Which one is it? It was, yeah, do you feel that the traffic volumes were less? And they're basically saying no. So what's ended up happening is that your counts actually show that there's a significant drop in traffic, yet they don't feel like it. And I was wondering if this is something that you find in other studies. Is that normal? Because clearly your counts are point in time, obviously, and we're trying to figure that out. As Mr. Saman mentioned as well, these folks are seeing this on a daily basis, and they're living it obviously every day. Is this something that you find often?
Yes and no. So in this particular case, when we did the ADT counts, we identified they're sophisticated devices. They're basically tubes that are out there. They're just collecting data 24 hours a day for X amount of days. And so we kind of tabulate all that data all together. Vermona in particular did see, at least in our experience and our field observations, a drop in volumes, especially when we were out for the COVID-19 count, which was done a couple weeks ago. Granted that it was under COVID-19 restrictions, but we did expend a good amount of time trying to get a good number of volumes. Like prior to even a few months ago, we're out there for maybe 30, 45 minutes and we can get about 100 cars or so, or something along that, and we could be okay. But for these most recent counts, we had a really hard time just standing out there and sitting out there for, I want to say like almost a couple hours, just so that we can actually get the number. And this is during kind of a good period where we felt that there was enough number of vehicles traveling, but not so much that they were jamming and there were too many cars going through so as to artificially reduce the speed, right? Because if you have a platooning effect, if you have too many cars going through a corridor at one time, they're all metering each other's speed. But when they're traveling more individually, then we're able to kind of see what we call free flow speed through the area. And so to get a free flow speed condition, you have to kind of be out there when it's not during peak period. And we did experience that volumes were lower. This does happen more frequently than not, where our data shows that speeds have dropped and volumes have dropped, but questionnaire responses or resident accounts show the contrary.
Okay.
So, Councilman Grant, let me add to that for just a second. And I'd say it is common to see, and I think one of the primary concerns we were hearing on Pomona when we started this neighborhood study was that it was being used as a cut-through street to bypass the intersection of 190th and Inglewood. That being said, seeing those volumes drop tremendously, and as you mentioned, this was pre-COVID conditions, so the traffic had not necessarily slowed down because of the sickness itself. That is an indicator that those cars that were maybe bypassing that intersection, that cut-through traffic as it's referred to, found this to be too disruptive to their travel path and therefore decided to stay on the major streets as a faster, easier way to get through on Inglewood. So I think here, because you may have had a significant number of vehicles that were necessarily cutting through using Pomona as such, found that disruption to their travel pattern enough to put them back on the main road, which was really one of the objectives of doing traffic calming altogether.
Great. Well, and again, the reason I bring these up, and thank you very much, both Gene and Ted, for that. That's exactly what I'm looking at. When I look at the data right here and what you went through to kind of collect it and all, these are successful. Yet you have a number of people that don't want them. And, you know, I would say this is one of those ones where, you know, I share Mr. Horvath's kind of quandary is what do you do here? Because the objective, as stated, was to reduce traffic on Pomona because it is a cut through. It did it. And it did it in a pretty significant way. It's not even real close. It's not even like, well, we had a little dip. It's pretty significant. And you know, I would have to follow what Mr. Horvath actually wants to do here, because obviously you've spoken to your residents a lot more than we have, and it does sound like there are a number of folks that actually want these to be remain or you know, go full, all three. I'll just say the data suggests one thing, the residents are saying another, and which one do you go? So I'd love to hear from our colleagues as well. But I share your quandary, Mr. Horvath. So.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Grand. I've been faced with this many times, and I always go with the residents. Data is data, and the residents live there every single day. They're there with their kids. They're living it. They didn't go out there one day and took numbers. You know, you can talk about data all day long and traffic theories and things you'd like to see happen, but yeah, for years I've seen this, and I've always gone with the residents. They're the ones that are there every day. And if they want a stop sign, as far as I'm concerned, give them a stop sign. If it doesn't work out, they'll be back. But I side with people who bothered to show up tonight, frankly. Given, you know, with great due respect to Councilmember Horvath and staff and all the work they've done, but, you know, after you see all this and then the residents come down unanimously, I mean, how can you go against that? I can't. That's just my opinion, and I'll be quiet now. Anyway, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Brand. So I'm a big proponent of traffic circles. I think they work in a lot of places. And normally I would, in a case where it's, you know, it's a judgment call, I would revert to the council member who lives in that district. But hearing the concerns of the residents who live at those corners along those streets, it's very obvious that this is not working. And one of the things you do in business when something's not working is you do what's called pivoting. You figure out what is the good alternative to move to. Because if you keep going down the same path of digging the same hole and continue to dig, people are going to get very upset about it. And, you know, as much as we love the idea of implementing traffic controls and traffic circles, it's very clear that the same residents that wanted people to slow down are the same residents that do not want a traffic circle that is not working at that area, the traffic circles. So I'm going to make a substitute motion to install all-way stop controls along Fremona at Fisk Lane, Spreckles Lane, and Armour Lane, because I think it makes a lot of sense for the residents there. It's pretty unanimous that we haven't heard a lot of people defending the traffic circles, a couple, but not really in terms of people that have spoken tonight. So I really believe that that's what we should do, and that's my motion.
Forgive me, was there a motion prior to this?
No.
Yeah, so this would be a motion, not a substitute motion.
Oh, I thought there was a substitute. I thought there was a motion before it. So that is my motion then.
I'll make the second on that with if you'd be willing to have staff evaluate how those stop signs are working, because I think it's important for us to see, are they achieving the same desired effect? You know, we can always come back and revisit more permanent circles if it's found that they actually had a more dramatic impact on what was meant to, you know, to really have an effect on that whole neighborhood. So.
Yeah, I'm willing to accept that. That's fine. I think it's always good to look at something, and if those aren't working, then we'll come back with something else. We'll figure something else out. So yes, I would accept that.
To have staff come back at a certain time period.
Let's say 6 months.
Yeah, I would actually defer to Ted and Jean just based on time of year and COVID, and you know, but you know, as long as they can get enough, you know, decent data to see, you know, that kind of mimics the way they took data on the circles, you know, and then just compare. Because at the end of the day, I hear everything you're saying, Todd and Bill. You know, I want to make sure that, you know, we're doing what's really best for the global neighborhood and the health and safety of everyone, and achieving what the ultimate goal was. And I think sometimes it's easy for us to just not to throw a you know, a national comment into it, but to ignore the science, you know, and the data when it's compelling. But okay, so you've got my second on that, and thank you.
So, Ted, what would you think would be a reasonable time frame, or do you just kind of see what? I mean, it seems to me like it's like another round of outreach too. What do residents think of it?
Well, we could, but I don't think the outreach is necessary. I mean, a full-blown four-way stop control of each of these three intersections is a fully categorized traffic control device. It's not necessarily an opinion-based issue at this point. We hear the residents, we hear their opinions strongly supporting the always stop control. I would say 6 months after the installation is a good time to come back with data collection. But as Councilman Horvath mentioned, due to the current conditions and with COVID and holidays may be coming on pretty soon, we could come back in a year. So either way, 6 months or a year, we'll come back to you and bring that forward.
Why don't we give it a year, and then you come back if you think earlier is doable. That
Absolutely.
way, you know, feel pigeonholed into 6 months if it doesn't work out.
Yeah,
but no, we want sooner than a year.
And if I could actually recommend, Ted, it would be good to get some tests before the speed humps go in on the 3 streets and the turning restriction sign, because then you can see it, that'll be a more true comparison to the way the mini circles have functioned. Once those go in, those are going to have different effects on traffic patterns as well. So just a thought.
Absolutely. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, we would take those into consideration as well.
Okay, so that sounds like a good motion and a second. Councilmember Horvath, you still had your hand up. Did you mean to? Or
no, thank you. Sorry.
No. Are there any more comments, Vicki or Eleanor?
Well, I have some hand raised on the public. However, they've already spoken.
Yeah, they probably just forgot to take their hands down.
Yeah. No, I think they put them up and then
April and Roberto. Yeah, they've spoken. Okay.
All right, well, we got a motion and a second. I see more hands up, so I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, well, there you go. You're going to get your always stop, folks. So, way to show up. We'll see how it goes. I'm sure we'll be hearing from you if it doesn't work out. So next up is discussion and possible action regarding the traffic circle installed at Ruby in Gertruda.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll let Gene roll right into that presentation.
Sure. Go ahead.
All right, so my second presentation tonight, item N2, which is Ruby Street and Gertruda Avenue temporary traffic circle event. Very similar to the Fermona corridor. This was presented to the Public Works Commission. The same meeting as the Fermona corridor as part of the Ruby Street corridor, where options for the Ruby and Gertruda intersection where traffic control alternatives were considered. Following commission deliberation, we approved the installation of a temporary traffic circle at the subject intersection. Following the installation in October of 2019, and of course, as part of the city's current traffic circle program, a 6-month evaluation was initiated. As part of the evaluation, very similar to what we did before, staff collected data, we did field observations, we collected traffic speed and ADT data, and of course, had a round of questionnaires. Field observations, very typical to what we saw at Fermona. Vehicles illegally turning left, not yielding for vehicles, not yielding for pedestrians. Of course, this was didn't happen frequently, but there were vehicles that sometimes were confused, unsure of what to do at the intersection. One of the other things that were observed were every now and again very large vehicles, especially because of the corners at Ruby and Gertruda. They're actually not curbs, if you will, but they kind of flatten to match with the roadway. And so every now and again, we did see vehicles, slightly hug the curb, if you will, or slightly touch upon the corners of the intersection to make their way around the traffic circle. So first table we have on top, we have the Ruby Street 85th percentile speed data. Similar to what we did at Fermona. We did one prior to the temporary traffic circle, one month after, one approximately 4 months after, and then one most recently about 2 weeks ago, just to see how conditions were during the COVID-19 restrictions. And so, as you can see, prior to the installation of the Ruby Gertruda traffic circle, 29 mile per hour, 85th percentile speed, we saw a huge dip the first month, which, as mentioned previously, very typical when we put something out. Typically, drivers are very apprehensive at times, especially when they approach a new traffic control in the roadway, and so they reduce their speeds. And as you can see, once they got to about the 4-month mark, they've kind of gone a little bit more acclimated. So we see a very appropriate 85th percentile speed of 25 miles an hour. And then most recently, the count we did about 2 weeks ago, also holding steady at 25 miles per hour. The Ruby Street average daily traffic data, the ADT, prior to the traffic circle going in, approximately 1,600 cars. And then when we did our count about 4 months after, this was right before the COVID restrictions, about 1,400 vehicles. So a slight dip, a dip nonetheless, but it was very slight. So chances are that the vehicles that are traveling through the Ruby Gertruda intersection probably aren't, or just may not necessarily be cut through traffic. They may just be residents who generally have to travel in the westbound direction. And so a lot of the vehicle volumes, we don't see a significant of a dip as we did as part of the previous presentation. So here's kind of the questionnaire responses. Of course, as part of our evaluation, we did our questionnaire. It was administered the same time frame, if you will, as the previous March of this year to about early May of this year. We sent out approximately 77 questionnaires, basically one block in every direction. So there were 77 questionnaires that were mailed out. And of course, of the 77 mailed out, we received about 37 responses back. So a response rate of almost 50%. I think it was about 48% or so. Just running real quickly through this. Majority of the responses we got back are all from users, drivers who frequently use this traffic circle. So this is kind of doing a validity check, as mentioned before. Do you feel that volumes or roadway have been reduced? No, and this is a difference of about 200 trips in ADT, that's not a very significant dip, if you will. It's a dip nonetheless, but the data shows that it is, but it could be the residents may not be able to evidence such a slight change, if you will. Question number 3: do you feel that the traffic speeds have changed? About 35% of residents say yes, about 65% say no. And then, do you feel that the drivers generally comply with the intersection? About 25% of the residents feel like they are compliant. The majority concern here seems to be that residents feel that drivers that drive through this intersection have issues with yielding appropriately to vehicles or pedestrians within this intersection. Very small percentage of residents felt that there were some illegal turning concerns, cars that were cutting in front, or other. Please explain. We have a significant number of others, and a lot of this has to do with residents feeling that maybe the circle might have been too large, and so trucks are unable to appropriately turn, and so that mentioned before of some of them, touching along the corners of the curbs, if you will, was kind of an issue. And then some residents just mentioned a combination of kind of the yielding, the illegal turning concern, and the pedestrian crossing related concerns at this intersection. We come to our question of what traffic control alternative that the residents felt were the most appropriate, or felt would be the most appropriate. About 35% of residents felt that maintaining the existing condition of actually having a permanent traffic circle was a preferred alternative, while about 45% felt that it should be an always stop controlled intersection. About 15% felt that it should revert back to the original configuration, which basically leaves Ruby Street completely uncontrolled, while Gertruda would get the two-way stop controlled. And then it was either some type of combination, or it was basically reiteration and re-mentioning what the alternatives already were. So they kind of used the other portion to provide additional notes for the 3 alternatives. And here's just a quick map layout of what we can see. About 13 residents felt, or 13 respondents, if you will, felt the permanent traffic circle was the appropriate alternative, while about 17 or so felt that the always stop was the appropriate alternative. Just doing a quick head count of what we see on the map. Since we know what an always stop looks like, similar images as before, should we move to a permanent alternative? This is an alternative of what a traffic circle can look like. Similarly, yield striping, center line striping, signage, same situation here, and same here as well. Fiscal impact. The traffic circle construction alternative, it's one location, so the construction of a permanent traffic circle would be approximately $50,000. If we were to revert back to the original condition, meaning that we would pull the traffic circle out and then put the stop signs back on Gertruda and make Ruby Street completely free-flowing and uncontrolled, it'd be about $2,500, and then the removal of the traffic circle and instead the installation of an always stop control, the fiscal impact would be about $3,500. So the recommendation to the council is as follows: to review the engineering report, to receive public input, and provide direction to staff regarding regarding the removal of the traffic circle, replacement with a more permanent installation, or installation of an always stop at the subject intersection. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you, Gene. Appreciate it. Probably unshare your screen if you want to. First hand up is Councilmember Narenheim. Councilmember Narenheim, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Thanks, Gene and Ted, for doing all that legwork, getting that stuff all installed. One of the reasons why this location was chosen was because we had an incident with a dog being hit, I believe it was. Very unfortunate incidents. People really want to get things done there. So this is us changing a location that we wouldn't have otherwise chosen. This is a cut-through street from PCH to El Camino. It's very overwhelming that the residents didn't take a liking to this. And one of the reasons why is because as you come up the street from PCH going to El Camino, going eastbound, you can't see it until it's too late. And then you hit that intersection, then you go around it. And coming down, people going westbound on Ruby there, they don't quite understand. And it doesn't seem like their speed is really that dramatically reduced. And that was a concern of residents, as well as when people come speeding around and going east-west, they meet up with, they potentially can hit the pedestrians. I've had a lot of people comments me how they were almost hit in the pedestrian right of way. Ted, I got a question for you, or Gene. If we were to do an all four-way stop sign, would that also reduce the speed that that we're getting from 28 down to 21, 25?
Stop signs aren't considered speed control devices. You know, studies from here and in my past, and Gene can add to that, have shown that the stop signs themselves may slow down or stop vehicles as they enter the intersection. But those that wish to speed sometimes will pick up that speed in between the stop signs. So, you know, I think effectively, if you have the stop controls, yes, you are going to have vehicles slow down, but some drivers are necessarily going to try to make up that time and speed in between. Granted, both of these locations, or this intersection in between the two intersections to the east and the west of it, those are both stop controlled today. So you're looking at about a 200 to 300 foot spacing in between the stop signs. That's not a significant distance for someone unless they're really trying to gun their vehicles through the speed through it.
Right. I'm not a big fan of putting stop signs everywhere. It doesn't, you know, in San Pedro, we had a council member who decided to put in 400 stop signs in 4 years, and they get blown all the time. And they're just put in places that they just don't belong. So, you know, I'm seeing what the residents have to say here. Ted, do you remember, I tried looking here online, couldn't find the staff report when we chose this location. I believe there were some other locations that we could use for the traffic circle. Where were those locations? Was one of those locations Pearl and Gertruda, just on the end of Gertruda where it hit T sections into Pearl?
I can answer that, actually.
Yeah, thanks, Gene. I was going to defer to you anyways.
It wasn't Pearl like Gertruda because that T intersection, it does slope upwards, and so we have a site visibility issue there. It's one thing if the roadway is a complete downward slope, because then you can see downwards and upwards, but when the entire intersection crests like it does at Pearl and Lucia, that we kind of have a concern with site visibility. The other intersection actually is Ruby at Francisca, which is the next westerly intersection down. And it's existing as an all-way stop.
I remember that. And then people were like, no, we don't want to put it on Ruby and Francisca and take the stop signs out. I think people would be very unhappy if we took those out and put this in there, because that has kind of the same site issues. Okay, so remind me again here. On Pearl Street by end of Gertruda there, that is a continuous grade, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean Pearl like Gertruda. It was the intersection east of Ruby, the T intersection there.
Oh, Broadway and Ruby?
Helberta and Ruby.
Oh, Helberta. Oh, that's the other T section. Sorry, I was going west.
Correct. The one where we couldn't consider it due to the site visibility concerns.
Right. Okay. What about Pearl Street and Gertruda? That's being used as a cut through now since the left-hand turn and the stoplight was installed on PCH and Pearl. There's a driveway there. Did we consider that location?
We did not, as part of our original traffic circle, I don't want to say pilot program, but as part of our initial traffic circle program, that was not one of the locations we considered.
Okay. Do you remember by any chance, Gene, what other locations that we had for Avenue F, or excuse me, Avenue, or for the traffic circle?
It was Pearl and Lucia in your district, I believe.
And I believe Avenue F and Paseo de las Delicias, I believe. And then you said Pearl and what?
Pearl and Lucia?
Pearl and Lucia. Over there. Okay, that's right. Okay. You know, I'm not a big fan of these stop signs, but I hear what the residents are saying. They're very concerned. It's a cut through street, and that's the issue for me. Since it's a cut through street, people are using that to go off of El Camino or off Camino Real onto PCH in the summer, in the morning times, and the evening times. That's an issue. We've had lots of issues there with vehicles driving way too fast and blowing through the stop signs there. So I'll just make a motion to remove the temporary traffic circle at South Gertruda and Ruby, and install it with a 4-way regular stop signs, and come back with alternate locations for a test somewhere else for the traffic circle locations.
Alternate location for a test somewhere else?
Yeah, somewhere else in District 1.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Have we heard from the public yet?
Yeah, I know, that was the next move. But before, Ted, is that okay? Anything with the motion?
I was gonna ask Councilmember Nierenheim maybe for further clarification. I think the first part is very clear. We did go through some extensive discussions within your district and other meetings to determine, which locations you thought were viable. Did you want to go through that process again, or did you want us to bring back those locations?
We can bring back those
at the city council meeting. I think that gives us better direction or clarification whether we come back through district discussions, Public Works Commission, and then back to the city council versus just come back to you with a whole litany of locations to consider.
I think if we, thank you for that. Actually, that makes a great point. I think bring back that report to the Public Works Commission, and then have them decide, and then let us, decide. I guess if we need to do, we would probably need to do the final say on that.
Yeah, we can definitely do it that way. Yes. And we'll work with you directly on those proposed locations prior to prepping it and bringing it to the Public Works Commission.
Perfect. Okay. Because I'd like to keep going the traffic circle discussion, testing in other locations, because I think they're great traffic control devices to slow things down. There were concerns here from the get-go regarding the slope that I had and other people had. So, I think it's awesome that we tried it there and we did something immediately as fast as we could. And now we can try it somewhere else as well and see if it works. And, I want to remind everyone that writes in regarding these traffic circles that we have a traffic circle at the border of Torrance and Redondo down at Torrance Beach at the end of the Esplanade there. So people do get used to it. People know how to use them. People have to slow down. So they do work. We just got to find a place that they work properly.
Okay. It's a motion and a second. Any public comment on this, Eleanor?
Yes, we have.
Could we have Councilman Nierenheim restate the amended motion and have the seconder have Todd second it? Just to be clear, we had some issues with not concise motions leading to confusion as to what the council voted on. So,
okay, restate your motion then, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Okay, to remove the traffic circle, the temporary traffic circle at Ruby and South Gertruda, and replace it with an all-way stop control, and to come back to the Public Works Commission with the report for alternate locations for a traffic circle installation, and then followed up to the council for final approval.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, great. Thanks for the clarification. Okay, but turning to public comment, Eleanor or Vicky, do we have public comment on this?
Yes, Dr. Andrew Lesser.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't going to get passionate about this because I live a full block away, but when I saw that either I hadn't mailed in my questionnaire or it wasn't received, and I re-examined this more and more, the more concerned I am. Let me state for the record that I don't have a bias against traffic circles, okay? I think the one at the southern border of the city at Esplanade and Paseo de la Playa is excellent. And there was something I didn't know, that the crosswalks are moved away from the circle. And that works. and people are used to that kind of setup. This location at Ruby and Gertruda is completely wrong. Even worse would be Pearl and Gertruda. So I'm going to say on record, don't even go there at Pearl and Gertruda for a circle. You know, Ruby has become more dangerous. They're swerving. There is, what, a 4 mile an hour decrease in speed, you know, and that's something that your trailer records, but you're not standing there or driving by every day and seeing what goes on and seeing people swerving and speeding. The volume change is negligible, but you know where some of that volume has gone? Pearl. And for years, we tried to get a stop sign on Pearl at Gertruda, and every year it became harder and harder to meet the criteria. When we finally overcame the unanimous requirement for residents to get a stop sign, now all of a sudden stop signs are rarer than hen's teeth and about as hard to get. Now, a permanent circle at Ruby and Gertruda would be $50,000. In this economy, to put in an all-way stop would be $3,500, and just enforce it. You know, I understand that some people don't like to see more and more stop signs, but the simplest solution for this entire neighborhood is a 4-way stop, all-way stop at Ruby and Gertruda, and please install a stop sign on Pearl in both directions at Gertruda and just enforce them. You know, you're doing all these machinations and $50,000 expenditures on something that everybody that lives on this block, virtually everybody, hates. Absolutely hates and is afraid of. I can't go across Ruby driving on Gertruda. No way. I'll take another route, because when I try to cross Ruby on Gertruda, people on Ruby speed through just like nothing has changed. So, just for the record, I'm not against traffic circles. This is just wrong. The crosswalks are right there at the corner. There's a woman that parks her car. I'm sorry?
It's your time, Andy. We got it.
Okay. Just there is one woman that parks her car. I don't know if she's disabled, but she parks her car on Gertruda on the southwest corner at Ruby. Sometimes partially in the red, but always the legal distance or slightly more than that away from the curb. A terrible obstruction. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Please entertain all-way stops, and if you want to visit Pearl and Gertruda, stop signs there on Pearl. And don't go near Francisca and Ruby, because that all-way stop works, and it will work at Ruby and Gertruda. And I really would like to see a couple of stop signs put on Pearl at Gertruda. And that's my statement.
Thank you, Andy.
That's my statement. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, any more comments, Vicki or Eleanor?
We have 2 e-comments submitted. First one from CC Murphy. As block captain of the 400 block of South Gertruda Avenue at Ruby Street, I am speaking on behalf of all of my neighbors who have discussed the issue of Ruby Street and Gertruda Avenue temporary traffic circle issue at great length. We have to live with it every day and have seen the hazardous situation is created, and we all wish to have it removed. Personally, my family has been directly impacted and almost injured due to this dangerous situation. This is the wrong implementation of this type of traffic mitigating device. The circle is placed on a steep hill with limited visibility due to foliage on several houses on the corners and creates a very unsafe situation. We have personally witnessed and almost been in several near misses. The preferred remedy would be to replace the 2-way stop signs or ideally install a 4-way stop. This circle has done nothing but deter us neighbors from using that intersection, which can be terribly inconvenient. Several of us have noticed that it also invites thrill seekers who want to see how fast they can whip around the circle. Twice I have also personally witnessed fire trucks responding to calls on our street attempt to circumnavigate the circle, and they had to do a 10-point turn, thus creating another unsafe situation. Bottom line, those who are directly negatively impacted by this circle don't always communicate directly to the city, but rather choose to complain on the Nextdoor app and social media, which is ineffective. So I have been asked by my neighbors to speak directly to you on behalf of those I represent. We all wish to have it removed. Therefore, we hope that you do not do so immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Sincerely, Cece Murphy. And the next comment is submitted by Wayne Craig. The purpose of a traffic circle is to slow speeds and reduce accidents. This intersection was apparently selected when a dog being walked on a leash was killed by a hit-and-run driver who sped through the intersection. The driver also narrowly missed the owner who, according to posts, was pushing their child in a stroller. Before anything is done tonight, we need to remember this tragedy could have been much worse. I drive through the intersection at least 3 or 4 times a day or more at different times. From those daily interactions, I have noticed cars driving much slower than before the circle was installed. So at least in the small sample that I can attest, it seems to be working. The concern I have with the traffic circle now is the sign markings indicating what you are about to drive through. Most of the people coming up on it the first time just are not expecting it and don't know what to do. Perhaps better signage would help. Another observation is when installed, it was prior to daylight savings time. So when driving to the east up the hill, the sun is almost directly in your eyes. Combined with the limited existing signage, it makes it hard to see what is coming up. There may be other options that could improve the circle, but before this idea is totally scratched, I recommend that an actual traffic study be done to show if cars are slowing down. While public commentary is important, we also need to ensure it is accurate, not anecdotal. I believe the intersection was studied with traffic monitoring equipment prior to installation. So if another study shows that cars are slowing, there is proof it is effective. Some have stated that placing stop sign is a better option, but they only work if people stop. As we have seen, that doesn't always happen if you go just a block further along Ruby to South Francisco. A stop sign is located there and people rarely stop. We already know a dog was killed and the owner and child narrowly avoided serious injury. Let's not compound that by recreating the conditions we already know to be dangerous. And that includes the comments for N2.
Okay. With that, Councilmember Narenheim, you have your hand up. Did you mean to speak again?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, another hands up. There's a motion and a second. I guess I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, well, there you go. Always stop at Gertruda. Roundabout somewhere else in District 1. Okay, moving on to N3, discussion and possible action on the use of force policy of the Redondo Beach Police Department. This is something we requested, I think it was back in June. So Chief Kaufman, go right ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Tonight, I'm bringing back the discussion on police use of force. Before I begin the presentation, I just want to thank everyone for their time. There's been a lot of discussion about this over the last couple of months. It's a very complex item. It's of critical concern to our community. It's of critical concern to the police department. And obviously, it's part of the national narrative. I've tried to avail myself to answer as many questions as possible through all of your community meetings with each of you individually and also with special interest groups. So I hope that throughout all of these discussions, we'll give people a better understanding of the Redondo Beach PD use of force policy. Now, let me begin the presentation and share my screen. Just confirm real quick that you guys can see that.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So tonight I'm going to try to go through the use of force policy in about 9 slides, give you a high-level overview. I've answered many of your specific questions in the report and in person, but the foundation for any police use of force policy starts with federal law. It moves into state law, and then there's also certification authorities that have a say in how force policies are created. But the first item that you see there, and the number one thing about use of force in our policy, as well as many others, is that it's established in federal law by the U.S. Supreme Court in a case called Graham versus Connor. I'll focus on this point because you're going to hear me repeat it ad nauseum by the time we're done with this. Force must be objectively reasonable based on the totality of the circumstance and judge from the perspective of a reasonable officer at the scene rather than with the benefit of 2020 vision and hindsight. That's the major point of contention with use of force, and that's generally what is not understood. We see videos, we see officers taking certain actions, and oftentimes those are judged with the benefit of hindsight and if they were necessary. However, federal law establishes that force shall be objectively reasonable given the circumstances that are occurring at the time. The second major case that forms our force policy is Tennessee versus Gardner, and this is the case that that the U.S. Supreme Court decided, which establishes the rules for the use of deadly force against a person that has committed a violent felony that's escaping from an officer, and when the officer has probable cause to believe that the person still poses a significant imminent threat to society or to the officer themselves. Another thing that's not understood is that in each state, force policies are also established by state law. Here in California, we have some laws on the books that push our policies above and beyond what you may see in different states. The latest version of what's happened here in California was the Assembly Bill 392, which became effective January 1st of 2020, and it amends the penal code and in effect changes our policies on when we can use force. The differences that came forth through Assembly Bill 392 that are above and beyond what we see in the federal standard are first basically pointing out that force is of critical concern to our communities and law enforcement, which I began the discussion with. And then number two is the key point. The original piece of legislation was written to change force to a standard of necessary. And what's in the current law and subsequently our policy is that the intent of the legislature in 392 is that peace officers use force only when it's necessary. However, if you go down to the next section, number 4, it shows you that the looking at how the force is used is still determined by that Graham versus Connors standard. In other words, is what happened objectively reasonable given the totality of the circumstance? Once the law was amended and it went through the legislative process, most law enforcement entities were supportive of this version of Assembly Bill 392. There was also a lot of talk in the bill that has adapted our policies with respect to people with mental health and disabilities. And then it also emphasizes that where feasible, we should try to identify ourselves and issue warnings when there's an opportunity to do so. The next piece of legislation that's still pending, and I offer this up because it has not been enacted yet. It'll hit our policy January 1st, 2021, but this is going to increase the standards of training and also it's going to force the state of California and our certification authority to create this standard for all agencies across California. This is something that all of law enforcement supports. We'd like to see this across the country as a federal standard because obviously the levels of force that are used in other areas and those policies affect what we do here locally in Redondo Beach. So some of the changes that that Senate Bill 230 is going to bring to our policy in Redondo Beach is that first off, it recognizes that no policy can anticipate every conceivable situation or exceptional circumstance. This is extremely important. There's been a lot of talk about there should be a matrix, and if someone does this, then that, or you should have something specifically written on how to react in a certain circumstance. Well, the law recognizes that what police officers are faced with is constantly changing, it's tense environment, and it is impossible to describe every situation, which is why the objectively reasonable standard remains. There are various things you can see the attachment for SB 230 that's in the staff report. but some of the points that are in there that will force the California posts to ensure people are trained on are things like additional de-escalation, implicit and external bias training, state-required reporting, and mental health and policing, rendering first aid, shooting at moving vehicles. Now, these are all things that are already incorporated in our policy, yet the training and standards moving forward into 2021 will become even stricter. And then lastly, the certification authority for us is post Peace Officer Standards and Training in California. They have the ability to certify and decertify classes that train us how to use force. Most recently, in June of 2020, based on an order of the governor, California Post decertified the use of the carotid control hold. That directly affected our policy and forced us to put a suspension of the carotid restraint on June 9th of 2020. You'll see that reflected in our force policy. So in other words, the certification of how we train and what is actually certified affects what we do with regards to use of force. So if I had to summarize the use of force policy of the Redondo Beach Police Department, I would tell you that force can be used when it's objectively reasonable, given the totality of the circumstance, as perceived by the officer at the time. Our policy is not, was the force necessary with the 2020 vision of hindsight? This is a very, very important distinction. We'll probably talk about that a little bit later when I use some examples to try to show you some perspective on that. The other thing is that the litmus test for if force is justifiable or not is not what you see on a video and was it necessary. It's was it objectively reasonable, judged from the perspective of a reasonable officer at the scene. That's an important distinction because the level of training and expertise that officers have and understanding that they have of what they're faced with is important in judging force in the U.S. And also, obviously, in our policy as well as in the law is this notion that the policy must allow for the fact that officers are forced into these split-second decisions. They're oftentimes working on limited information. Situations can be very tense, uncertain, and rapidly evolving. So that is part of the consideration of when we're looking at the level of force that an officer used. We have to understand that oftentimes things don't go as planned, and officers have to make these decisions in a split second. We ask a lot of them. Also in our policy, and you can go through the attachment and list it, we call them Graham factors. So these are the factors that were established by the U.S. Supreme Court in their decision in Graham versus Connor that lists, I think in our policy, there's 19 different things that talk about these should be considered when you're determining if the level of force is reasonable or not. I list a few of them here, things like the seriousness of the offense, is the person actively resisting, is there a potential injury to the officer, etc. So we have to consider those factors when we look at the level of force that an officer uses in a situation. We're oftentimes asked about deadly force. When can you use deadly force? There's two situations that are listed here. We went over these when we met before the simulation machine, but in essence, an officer can use deadly force to protect him or herself or others from what she or he believes is an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury to the officer or another person. So in other words, to protect yourself or somebody else. An officer may also use force, and this is the Tennessee versus Garner standard, to apprehend a fleeing person for a felony that threatened or resulted in death or serious bodily injury if the officer reasonably believes that the person will cause death or serious bodily injury to another unless immediately apprehended. So that is the situation where someone has committed this violent felony and still poses a threat to society. Use of deadly force would be authorized in our policy. Specific to Redondo PD and how we handle force is the different mechanisms that we have in reporting. One of the things that I tell people is I obviously came from a different agency. I've only been here for 5 years. This was one of the things that I examined first because it's one of the most critical. I was very happy to see that the checks and balances that were put in place here at this police department had been here a long time, and they were culturally ingrained. And what that was if you use force, it automatically prompts a separate reporting system. That reporting system gets reviewed by the first line supervisor. It goes up to the lieutenant and then all the way up to the captain. And through that process, we're going to make a determination. Was the use of force within policy? Was it out of policy? Does it require additional training? Within the last year or so, even though we've had body-worn cameras for quite some time, since I believe 2013 here in Redondo Beach, we also have a shall record policy. So when we're doing a use of force review, now we actually have the benefit of seeing exactly what happened, and it makes our review of these cases much easier. And we can make the determination if the force is within policy or outside of it. Another thing that we do here in Redondo Beach, and I've alluded to this many times in your community meetings, is that we have a level of transparency that you won't see at many other police departments. We actually post all of our force usage on our website. You can go there, you can see how many times we use it, what types of force we use, and we do that annually. In 2016, I also changed the policy regarding officer-involved shootings and who investigates them, and we now use an outside third party. Generally, it's the sheriff's department that will come in and do the investigation of an officer-involved shooting so that we're not doing it on ourselves. To put things in perspective, I think there's some misconceptions about how much force is actually used by the police, whether it's here or anywhere across the U.S. But here in Redondo Beach, we have about 67,000 police incidents a year. Now that's everything. I'm not breaking that down. That's every type of call, every type of stop and contact that we make. Ironically, that kind of works out to 1 per resident. But in a given year, if you take an average of, let's say, the last 3 years, we arrest about 2,300 people a year in the city. So out of that, we have approximately, on average, in the last 3 years, 180 uses of force. Now, when I say use of force, that's anything that is used to effect an arrest, as little as a control hold where we're grabbing someone by the wrist, all the way up to the use of deadly force. So about 180 times a year, that's how many uses of force we're having here. So if you extrapolate those numbers and you kind of do the numbers, based on the totality of all incidents, we're using force about 0.27% of the time. If you break it down into, well, how often do you use force when you're actually effecting an arrest? That'd be about 7.8% of the time. In the last 3 years, and you can see this on our website, we've had 1 use of force that was deemed out of policy after an internal affairs investigation, and 5 that required additional training. Here in the city, we've had 6 officer-involved shootings over the last 5 years, and 3 of those actually weren't even in Redondo Beach. Just some other things that surround force that I'm often asked. It's hard to talk about force without talking about training or what the department's doing. So I threw up a few things here that may help people understand what some of the checks and balances we have in place. One of the things that we're big on here is communicating to our public and getting the public's feedback. Thankfully, even though this is of national concern, there's been a lot of talk about it lately, I have not had the public here in Redondo Beach complaining about excessive levels of force. And we know that because every call that's generated, we recontact the resident. It's almost like Amazon for policing. So someone calls the police, a couple hours later, we're contacting them. we're staying in touch, we're giving them information, telling them how to reach out to us, but then we're also surveying, how did we do? We want to know, how did we do on that call? What was our response time? What did you think about, did the officer handle your concerns? And then there's an open-ended, go ahead and write whatever you want. And we review these reports daily. If we see something where someone is, maybe they haven't made a complaint, but they weren't happy with the level of service, we'll actually look into it proactively. So that's nice to have. This next one is an incredible statistic. A lot of times people will say, well, people just don't trust the police. And I'll say, well, how do you know that? I don't know how they know that. But what I know here in Redondo Beach is that people do trust the police. And we actually survey people through social media constantly. And we push those surveys out, and we're able to look at how do citizens here in Redondo Beach, how much do they trust us? And we can even break it down to area or by demographic. Here's an incredible statistic, and I can show you this later, but you would think, based on everything that's happened, that the level of trust in police since, let's say, May would go down if you're listening to what some people are saying about how the public doesn't trust the police. Here in Redondo Beach, it's actually gone up. And it's gone up actually significantly by 6 points. So that's nice to see. I spoke to the CEO of that company recently, and he said, hey, I don't know what you guys are doing there, but your numbers are different than what we're seeing across the country. So that's a good thing for us. We also do a ton of training. Training obviously starts in the academy. Force is a huge focus of the training. That's about 900 hours over 6 months. Then the officer will come back to us. We'll train for an additional 6 months. We are covering force in every aspect, from less than lethal all the way up to deadly. And then here in Redondo, we meet and go well beyond the standards that are set by the state for posts for training. We do other things, like when we're doing training on the range, rather than just shoot the gun and use deadly force, we'll work in scenarios where we switch back to non-lethal type deployments. We train on each of our specific weapons too, whether that be the taser or an impact munition. And then thankfully, you guys took the time to come down and see some of the decision-making training that we use on our FATS machine. And it's also important to know, I hear a lot about, well, what about de-escalation? Do you have de-escalation in your policy? And the answer is yes, we do. We have it in various parts. I think you can find it at least 5 times in our policy. But the reality of the training is that that's what we do. Everything we train on is based on de-escalation first. Nobody wants to use excessive force. And oftentimes, the choice is made by the person that we're contacting, not the officer. The officer is going to react to what the person is doing, but we don't want to have to use force, and our goal is not to do it. So de-escalation is the primary teaching point for every use of force, whether that be a non-lethal version like a taser, or up to deadly force. Of course, dealing with people that are in crisis, or the mentally ill population, or people that are disabled, we're way beyond where most police departments are. We take it very seriously. We have officers that are specifically trained to deal with that population above and beyond what we give our normal officers. We have teams that work with homelessness. I'm not telling you anything that you don't already know, but we also understand that someone that's dealing with some sort of mental instability or is in crisis, we may be able to de-escalate that situation with the use of a clinician. So we even have clinicians riding around in police cars here in Redondo Beach. And then obviously the way that we approach these populations that we know oftentimes result in uses of force is different here. Everybody knows about Lila and PATH, Harbor Interfaith, our work with all of the different community groups that deal with homelessness and homeless court, and kind of how we approach this population. So we've really changed what we've been doing over the last few years to try to lower and minimize our our contacts with people that result in force. And then in conclusion, I want to stress that the creation of a policy or the change of a force policy that is not gone through the legislative process can be very, very problematic. We're obviously basing our policies on a state and federal law standard, and if we just change that without a change in the law and having the opportunity to go back and forth with the legislation and offer opinion and make amendments, then we may be setting our officers up and the city up for trouble. They could be in a compromised position. It's also important to reiterate that no policy can ever anticipate all the different situations that we ask our officers to be in. And you'll see when you go through the ins and outs of our policy that because you can't predict that, you can't put in absolutes. There's been suggestions that, we should have policies that say you must always issue a warning. And there are going to be circumstances, and some of them are beyond what we could even conceive right now, that where that may not be possible. So what we do is we install the best practice, we install the best training. However, we allow for force options that could protect an officer or someone in the community. And then if you really want the nuts and bolts of where this discussion kind of gets heated, it's in this this second to last point. Force is judged based on objective reasonableness given the totality of the circumstance. And that's very different than someone judging force and saying later that it was not necessary. In other words, the person that was shot had a replica weapon. Therefore, it was not necessary for you to use deadly force. Well, that's not the standard. And it's tough to explain that in writing, but that's one of the reasons that I invited each of you to come down and look at the simulator and kind of gain a different perspective, because we're asking a ton of our law enforcement officers, and their job is very, very complex. And we don't want to put people in an impossible situation where they don't feel comfortable going out and doing their jobs. And so that's why I've taken as much time as I have with our community and with each of you to really try to explain this and show both sides. And of course, we are constantly reevaluating and changing and coming up with best practices. But I'm very, very concerned about some of the things that I've seen where people have changed policies and they've really hamstrung some officers in their ability to do their job. So I'm happy to take any questions, and let me take this off the screen.
Okay. Well, thanks, Chief. That was a great presentation, and I really appreciate your outreach. It's been a sensitive time, to say the least. And you've definitely stepped up and responded and answered everybody's questions, and come to all our district meetings, done our FaceTime Live, and it's been really, really helpful in building confidence in the public with our own police force. So really appreciate the effort you've put into this. And so, yeah, and I went down, I think it was yesterday, went down, they showed me the complexities of what an officer has to deal with using deadly force anyway, and how fast things happen, and why certain certain things, the public, I'll just give this one anecdote. People say, well, you should never shoot anybody in the back. And then you get into the situation, and you realize somebody running away with a gun who has intent to harm someone else. Well, what are you going to let him run away with a gun with intent to harm someone else? Well, no, you're going to end up having to shoot him in the back, frankly. And so, there are reasons for that. Whereas a layperson going into that, it was like, why would you ever shoot somebody in the back? So that's just an example of, I guess, the complexities of what can happen and how fast it happens, and while you're trying to protect yourself and everyone else. So, it's like you were saying, hindsight's 20/20, and until you're in that situation, and things happen fast. Things happen fast, and you have to make split-second life decisions. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't always go well. So, but the training, yeah, that's where the training comes in. That's where the retraining and the discipline comes in, and constant vigilance. So, I looked up one question, Keith. I looked up SB 230. It looks like it sort of passed last year, but didn't get signed into law. They're amending it. Is that what's going on?
Well, it's actually because it involves training. We need time to ramp up our policies and train the officers to the standard of that. So it's actually was done in conjunction with 392 at the request of law enforcement. And so it becomes enacted January 2021. So it gave us an additional year to prepare for it.
Okay, so it has been enacted. You just got till 2021.
That's correct.
I see. Okay, great. Councilmember MD.
So, the 900 hours of training over 6 months, do you know if that's comparison to other police departments? Because I read in LA Times that they were actually quite a bit less. And so I was wondering if you had any idea of what the differential is between that and another police department. In other words, is that above standard or what most departments would expect?
Yeah, I would say in our industry, in law enforcement, it's on the high level of that standard. I'm not sure what other states do, but I know that we are generally well beyond that. I think it may even be a little bit more than 900. It might be 9 something. But generally what will happen is there are certain things that start affecting policing, and post will come down and say, hey, we need an additional block on X, Y, and Z, and then the amount of training hours goes up. And it's important to note that that's just the police academy. Here we actually do an additional few weeks of pre-academy training where we're prepping people to go into the academy. And then once they come out, they're being trained for about 5 or 6 additional months, riding with various FTOs and learning the job. So it takes quite a while to have a fully trained police officer out on the street.
Okay, so I guess that's really what I was asking. So the above and beyond the academy, would you say that the Redondo Beach is more or less, or should we be focusing on that? Because I mean, there's, like you said, people are worried about training and de-escalation. So what would you say that those kind of trainings would be comparison to other departments?
I would say that we are operating within the absolute best practices, even here locally or nationally. The standard that we have set is very, very high. Now, with training comes a lot of time, a lot of additional resources and money. And when you look at our budgeting process as we go through the years, you'll see that we've put an emphasis on having a training budget. Even removing it away from asset forfeiture and bringing it back into the general fund, because this is one of the most critical things we do. One of the things that I never like to see is a reduction in a police budget because of a revenue crisis, and the first thing that they go to is training. That's the worst thing we can do. So we have not done that here. Obviously, training's been a little bit affected by COVID because we can't go away to other places and do things in person, but we make do with what we can here. So yeah, our standards are very, very high. In other words, I couldn't tell you, oh, there's another police department that's doing more or less. And then we have a lot of subtle training that other places don't have. One of the things we do, many of you know, we have that community engagement board. So we will do the same thing with them, what we did with you, as far as explaining force, offering training. And we've actually had some incredible suggestions by members in our community, especially like people with autism, or, did you know that this is the way a person reacts? Now, we may be trained in autism, but now all of a sudden we're listening to a parent tell us their personal experiences, and we're taking that input and we're bringing it back and instituting it in briefing training. So we're really ahead of the curve, especially with respect to mental illness and homelessness, which is a major concern right now.
And I do love the fact that we bring along mental health experts and that we provide that kind of support for the police so that they're not, so that you have that, they have much more training than any officer could ever possibly have because they've actually got the education in that. So that's great. It's really good that you guys do that. One of the things I noticed, and you can't control this necessarily, but if you could provide feedback or whenever I know that your training module you said was kind of old. It's old technology. And so when we do new technology on that, one of the things I noticed after I'd done that training is they weren't necessarily people of different ethnicities. It was all white people in that training, in there, or pretty close to it. And so I was like, that might be a way to kind of judge bias, because I think bias is another thing that you can't train out of somebody. You have to discover it when it goes in there. And if some of those training videos had a diverse group of people, you could maybe see in a certain situation that somebody would react differently based on that.
Yeah, it's important to keep in mind, we gave you, I think, about 5 scenarios out of maybe 100 or 150 that are in the system. So I know there was a question that Nils had that was very specific, and we happened to have a scenario, and that scenario was of someone of a different race. So I'm not sure, but yeah, the technology is 20 years old. I would love to have the new machine that's 360 degrees that also incorporates all of the less than lethal tools that we use and can even fire back at the officer, create more stress. So it would be important to look at something new going forward. But I hear what you're saying. But Laura, what we do also here is we do implicit bias training, and we brought in the leading expert in the country. I believe she's from Florida, and I wish I remember her name. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but we put our entire department through the training. We liked it, we believed in it, and then we sent our officers back to a train the trainer course. And so now we can actually present a course to our own officers that meets that post standard. It's called principled policing. And so we continue on with that type of training here in Redondo.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, Chief, thank you very much. It was very well thought out presentation, and I appreciate all the work that you've done for this. Couple of things. One is a comment I had made to you a week or two ago is it's great that we keep track of all the stats about use of force. I think we could probably do on our side a better job of displaying on the website so it's easier for people to find stats about use of force and also demographics of our police officers, other things that the public is really anxious to know. And I know you've admitted that as well too. So that's something that maybe we could find some resources to dedicate towards.
Yeah, we're working with IT and Chris Benson to change the formatting. We have the ability to put the information into the website, but the actual arrangement we do need to work on. And just for anyone that's watching that's interested in this, what Todd's talking about is if you go to the city website, you click on the tab, you look on the left-hand side, you'll see a tab that says transparency, and then there's various options there where you can look at our policies and our force. There's a document in there called 21st Century Policing, and it explains all of these programs that I'm talking about, and also takes a deeper dive into the demographics of our police department versus the demographics of the city. And there's some interesting stuff in there, but yeah, I will acquiesce to you that it can be difficult to find.
Yeah, it's just comments that people have said, and I said, well, that information is there, and they're like, well, it's hard to find. So it's hard for everybody to know what they're looking for. So certainly no criticism of you and your department. One question I do have, and I think you might have touched on it a little bit, is in terms of when there is use of force and you do reviews, if there is a serious incident, and you've mentioned this to me, but I'd like the public to hear this, who investigates it, A, and B, because I know the answer to it because it's kind of a loaded question, but I'd like you to let people know that. And the second thing is, after you tell people, is there any thought to a civilian review board to also investigate these incidents? So
starting with your first question, when we review every use of force that happens in the city, kind of like I explained, and when we get one that we feel is out of policy, it automatically prompts an additional internal affairs investigation. Now, that is something that is done by us. The reason it's done by us is because we understand our force policy, we understand our training, and we understand if what the person did is inside or outside of that policy. So, we don't have many internal affairs complaints that come generally from the public here. I would say that at least half of them are generated from inside. And that is an internal check and balance where we are looking out and investigating our own. There is no sense here where officers or administrators would feel, oh, we're going to not look at that and cover it up, or we don't want to see that. That's not the case. And the way that I can help prove that to you is that here in California, we also have SB 1421, which says if someone violates a force policy and it's sustained, that all of the information in the internal affairs investigation, up to and including the videos, has to be given to the public. So that just happened January 1, 2019. So there are other mechanisms now that have come into play that that we are training to an extremely high standard, knowing that a violation of a use of force policy on a sustained complaint is basically going to allow for the public release of this information. And whereas before that may have been as the result of a lawsuit. Back to the second part of your question, which I believe was Civilian Oversight Board, what we have here with respect to discipline is that I'm the one that does the final determination on what a discipline would be. And then in the MOU with the peace officers and the city, we go here to a binding arbitration, which is a selection of independent lawyers that will then review that case. So that's just the process that is set up here. And of course, other cities have different things, but usually the very, very large cities are the ones that would have, a dedicated full-time independent review panel. We don't have that, but what we do is if we have something that is a significant use of force, like an officer-involved shooting, we're not doing that investigation. I'm turning that over to another agency, and we're having a third party come in and look at it. And even within that, and now I'm getting totally into the weeds, but a lot of times the public doesn't understand this. Not only would the sheriff's department come out and take over that investigation, the district attorney will roll out another shooting investigation team to provide another layer of transparency and investigation into that. And then all of that stuff gets reviewed in the end by the district attorney, who would make a determination as to if the force was justified. So it's very, very complex. And now that's just the criminal side. We also will look at that administratively.
Okay, great. Because I know that, for example, one of the comments is that all the police do is just investigate themselves, and then there's, no accountability. And what you're telling me is different than that. And so I'd like people to know that.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's just that's a perception, but that is not a fact. I can sit here and I can tell you, no, that is not a fact. We are our own biggest critics, and to be completely honest, when we see something like the public saw in the George Floyd video, no one's more upset than we are. It's not a thing about, oh well, what can we do to justify this? No, if we see something that's wrong, we know that it can have a huge detriment on policing, so we try to make it right. But, you have to understand that we are asking these officers to do sometimes impossible things with very limited information under an extreme amount of stress. And, let's not forget, these are human beings behind this badge. And yeah, sometimes we make a mistake. And if it's a mistake of the heart and it's going to require additional training, that's what we're going to do. If it's an intentional mistake that harms somebody that went above and beyond, then we're going to hold that person accountable. So, but yeah, this is a very complex thing. And you maybe got to feel a little bit of that, right? We put you through a little bit of that stress when we did that machine, but that's nothing compared to real life, because guess what? You could make a mistake.
It costs your life.
That's right. That's right.
Or someone else's, for that matter. I think one of the other things that, the mantra has been defund the police, money should go towards mental health. Well, money is already going towards mental health with some of the people that travel with you. And, you mentioned PATH, you mentioned Lila and Harbor Interfaith and these folks. There is a lot of money. There is money that's going towards this, and especially with the homeless. And people assume that if you carry a badge and you carry a weapon, that's your first choice. And what you've shown us tonight is that's your last choice. And that you do employ a lot of mental health folks to sort through these problems. We talked about this when I went to the training. We talked about.
Yeah, we really do. I'm very proud of our police department and the culture that's been created with the officers out on the street. But they police that community with absolute compassion. It's a delicate balance, and the pilot program that's been put together with Mike Webb and the city attorney's office. I mean, this is something that is very unique. We have a lot of people looking at us saying, wait a minute, how do you do that? And I have people that will say to me, we don't believe that's right. You should never arrest someone that's homeless. And I'll say to them, well, then they're going to die on the street. Someone has to do something. The mental health system is broken, and we're leaned on for a solution. So what we're doing is we're creating our own diversion in our own court, and we're using compassion to get people ultimately into housing. And so through all of that comes our contact with people that work in social work and mental health clinicians, and the officers themselves are learning that, hey, this is the approach to kind of fix the problem, rather than the typical police reactive approach, which is just arrest the person 100 times every time someone calls. And, I don't say that in jest. Like, literally, we've arrested people 100 times, and it'll just keep happening unless we try something else. So I will defend the level of compassion that this police department uses, till the day I die, because it's absolutely unbelievable the work that's going on.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chief and Councilmember Lowenstein. Next up is Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, Chief Kaufman, I want to thank you for the time for doing that machine and the use of force training policy. And it's definitely an eye-opening experience. You learn a lot when you step in those shoes, and you have to go through those situations, and you actually have to put into reality what you've learned these in the few minutes prior. I mean, granted, I only had 45 minutes, an hour of talking through and then going through. Then that machine is a whole different issue, but still seeing these different situations, it definitely instills a whole different level of realism and truly seeing what it's like. It's very complex, as I said, and one thing that the community really respects is your level of confidence that you instill with people. I know when during the riots that we had here this last June and the protesting, you coming down to the village was a big deal for the village retailers and the business owners. They really appreciated that. That was big for them. And coming to my special community meeting online, that was great as well. People that saw you up front, and talking about this now publicly, this use of force policy, I think is great for the community. We can point at this. And one thing that I've learned is the use of force as defined by, as you said, when we spoke, is, it's laying a hand, so to speak, and forcefully getting someone to do something all the way out to drawing a weapon. And I think I didn't really understand that concept until going through this situation. So, my thoughts and questions on this is for this whole discussion really is what use of force is laying that hand on somebody and pushing them or getting them to do something forcefully all the way up to the most extreme. And that's a very important part for me to understand. You talked about the George Floyd case and the video camera. What is and the body camera that we had here? What is our policy on letting that video out to the public? This has been discussed many times and many other conferences I've been to. When you have video available.
So, great question, because once again, the California legislation has determined what the law is that has now affected our policy. So Senate Bill 1421, which I mentioned to Todd, which is that additional checks and balance of the release of information. There's a sister bill to that. I'm probably going to get it wrong. Mike Webb might know it, but I believe it's Assembly Bill 748. Might be 748, 798. But that one talks about the release of video specifically with respect to a critical incident. So the general rule of thumb, and this was enacted July 1, 2019. The general rule of thumb is you have 45 days to release the video. Now that's the general rule of thumb. Is the case under litigation? Is it under active investigation? There are all of these things that can cause a redaction or a delay in the release of that. But generally, the state in California and police departments here are moving closer and closer and closer to all of this information becomes public. And what we do, rather than wait for a Public Records Act request, is we're just, as we are able to vet the information out and redact it, we'll post it online. So, hey, we stand by what we do, and we try to be as transparent as we can.
Yeah, that's good. So de-escalation training, really important. You guys go through a lot of that training. Can you expand on that maybe a little bit more? Because I know a lot of people really concentrate on it. We had all these emails coming through regarding the 8 items on the emails that went through, and that's a really big part that people are concerned about, that we don't just simply pull the gun out and the tasers, for instance.
Sure. So de-escalation, like if you look up our taser policy, 309.9. If you were to pull up our force policy and you look up 309.9, you will see a section on de-escalation prior to the use of taser. So when you see that translates into the training that we're doing. That's exactly how we're training the officers before they deploy that. You'll see that also with impact munitions, de-escalation prior to the use of impact munitions. Where the point of contention is in one of those policies that suggested isn't, we don't have a problem with de-escalation. That's what we do in every instance that we can. Here's where I have a problem. Don't tell our officers that they have to do it in every circumstance. You might share with the group one of the incidents that we put you through, and I asked you the question when you were done, how come you didn't de-escalate that? And you remember what you told me? It's impossible.
Yeah.
It's impossible. I'm very careful not to create an impossible standard for our officers that they're not going to be able to react to. Or even worse, what if we created a standard that is stuck in their head that causes a delay that costs them or one of our community members their lives? And so that's why in our policy, when you see it, it will be nuanced. It's not going to be this shall occur in every incident. Warnings are in our policy, but it's impossible to conceive every circumstance where there's no time to issue a warning. So that's the difference between, what you saw in some of those and what it is we have. And there are many cities that said, oh, we do all of that. Check the box, we do that. No, check the box, we do that. No, you don't. Or I'd be shocked to see your policy that says under every circumstance. I mean, read our policies. There's lots of should and, words that allow for a little bit of discretion because crazy things happen and we have to allow our officers to react. That's why we don't have this matrix, if this, then that. We say, do what's objectively reasonable given the situation that you're faced with. Because we can't possibly conceive what that could be.
Right, different situations. Do we report our use of force incidences to a larger organization such as the FBI or the Department of Justice?
Yeah, so we report all of our use of force to the state directly, and then officer-involved shootings, death-related officer-involved shootings, those statistics go directly to the FBI. The FBI also compiles all of our crime statistics, and they do that for every agency. So if you go through SB 230, which will be enacted January 1, 2021, you'll see that it's calling for the state, California Post, to determine additional standards for reporting that are consistent across every police agency. So you may even see more of that occur.
Okay. Piggybacking on what Councilmember Lowenstein was talking about regarding civilian police commission, other agencies have that, and it's a way for the community to get that trust, to get that confidence building as to what goes on with the use of force. And complaints but even more recommendations. There's nothing on our website, to really allow complaints being filed and commendations being filed, because you can't just have one without the other. And there are other agencies that are allowed to do both. It's not really within the use of force policy, but it stems from use of force. If somebody they believe is an overuse of force, how would they report that to the police department, and vice versa if they believe it was appropriate use of force?
So in our policy with regards to personnel complaints, essentially our policy and also the law requires us to accept those almost in any fashion. They can be in person, they can be by phone, they can be by letter, they can be by email, it can be anonymous. It really doesn't matter. If someone gives us information that we think is complaint-based that needs to be investigated, then it goes to our internal affairs and we do the investigation. So there's no formal process necessary. Now, you can come down to the police department. We'll provide you with a form to fill out the complaint, or we'll also take the time to talk to you and hear your concerns in person. And if that concern in person is a potential violation of policy, then the supervisor will be the one that actually writes the complaint. So there is no one way to do it, and NILS people can do it in any fashion. One thing that I would encourage the public to do is, if you have an issue with a police officer, complain about it, but after the incident. The problem that happens oftentimes is we may be armed with a set of information that is different than what the person knows or thinks. In other words, we may have a call that says we're looking for someone wearing a purple sweatshirt with pink dots on it. And an officer driving down the street, they see a person wearing a purple sweatshirt with pink dots, and so they go to stop them. And now that person may be upset because they believe they're being stopped for no reason. So the argument begins. Now, if that was a serious crime, and then let's say hypothetically the person has a backpack and they won't put it down, this is why we have this objective reasonableness standard. And what law enforcement and everybody here, the city leadership, should be encouraging people to do is comply during the stop so that we don't have these excessive uses of force, accidental deaths, all of these things. Comply during the stop. Report it via one of these mechanisms after, and we'll have it investigated. Yeah, it's true. Cities do have civilian oversight commissions that look at this. But also remember, I gave it to you in this report, objective reasonableness is determined by a reasonable officer at the scene at the time, making the determination on the force, not by a member of the public looking at that force through the benefit of hindsight. It's completely different.
So last question, going on the complaints section, if there's a use of force incident and an outside agency starts to investigate for whatever reason it may be, we have our policy is we don't do the investigations, you said, and we let others do the investigations, and we comply fully with their requests.
That's right. And then we actually have a policy in place that says when we're asking an outside agency to do an investigation for us, that we order our officers to comply with them during that investigation, much like we would ask them to comply to us if we were doing it. So there is a duty to cooperate in our policy. But the reason you use a third party is because you want to create an additional layer of objectivity and not have the sense that there, could be the possibility of this cover up. So when we hand something over to an agency, we give them absolutely everything and let them handle it. Our only involvement is providing them information.
Great. Thank you very much, Chief. Really appreciate it. Thanks for your time for the other day as well. Great learning experience. And it's amazing what you have to deal with in the policing world nowadays. I could never do that job. You got to be on 24/7. When you're on duty and you're in that patrol vehicle or you got that officer uniform on, you have to be on point, ready to go. There's no days you come in feeling groggy and feeling, I can't do today, or I'm not feeling well. The thing is, at the end of the day, for me, is one of the things that what I try to do up here is not pass dumb laws that require government to use force. And government at the end of the day is the use of force. It's in order to get people to comply, you have to have people out there enforcing something. So, and it's not the rule followers that you have to comply. It's the rule breakers, the people who refuse to pass a law or comply to the law. And unfortunately, those people that you're going to have to use of force from whatever means it is. And so it's a tough situation for you guys to be in. And, I wish we could all live in a happy-go-lucky world, but unfortunately we don't. So, hats off to what you guys do. It's tough. It's tough out there, especially nowadays with so many laws and rules. So thank you very much for the time. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I agree with some of those sentiments that Councilmember Nierenheim just ended with. I want to say thank you, which I've already said to you personally, but I want to do it publicly. Since you've come on the job, you have made yourself available to everybody many times whenever asked, whether it's a community meeting or whatnot. And I think that that speaks volumes to the culture, whether it was there before you got there, but I think the culture that you are trying to create, as the department changes over these past 5 years. And I want to thank you for the direct engagement since June, especially during a time that has, had a lot of people rightly so upset and questioning everything, right? When systems start to break down, they question everything. And as you said, it's very easy to paint everybody with a broad brush, right? And so I think it's important for us to be having this conversation. It's important. I think it was great that you were able to do the town hall that we did on, police relations, and the one that the COG did. And I think it was great for each of us. I think I was the only one to do it virtually, but to have that experiential understanding of what it is you guys and women do on a daily basis. I think Nils was just mentioning, I found it extremely challenging, and maybe that's because I overthink things too much, and clearly you can't overthink in those milliseconds, in that FATS training. You have to decide how you're going to react immediately. And I I found that to be incredibly challenging with having no prior experience or training as to how to do that. So, maybe if I had gone through 900 hours or more, clearly as you guys do, that would have been a different experience. Back in June, I saw the Euclid thing come out again, and the questions had changed, and I shared it everywhere. I put it on every group on Facebook, and people actually questioned, what is this, and how do you know I said it's our police department, if you want, please take your time and fill it out, and the questions were great because they were dealing with COVID, they were dealing with what was happening in June, and I thought it was a good opportunity to get some real data, and so it's interesting to see that, that the data was coming back in a positive manner, but there are still residents, and this kind of goes back to some of the questions that Councilmember Lowenstein was asking. There's still residents who are fearful, who have questions, who maybe just naturally assume that maybe Redondo Beach is going to be like LA County Sheriff or the larger cities or, bigger organizations where there's less accountability and less transparency. So for those individuals, aside from the outreach that you do with each of us and our community meetings and clearly speaking here at council, we have a Citizens Police Academy, you have your community foundation, but how can people get involved to gain a more intimate understanding of what makes the Redondo Beach Police Department, say, different than other police departments?
Yeah, it's a great question. And the thing I'm most proud of is that I don't feel like we're creating things now to open up additional, layers of conversation because we didn't have any. So we're not playing catch up because there's a crisis, because the time to build trust with your police department is when nothing's happening, not when everything's happening. So to answer your question, yeah, we have various things, all of the community events that we do, the open houses, we do coffee with a cop on a regular basis, save for maybe during this COVID time. But probably one of the most powerful things that we've done in the past few years is create this community engagement board. And there's got to be 35 or 40 people on it now. And the people that we challenge to get on that board are not the ones that, love and respect the police. They're the ones that maybe have a question. They're scared. They want to take a deeper dive. And it's a great way for us to open the door and bring them in and have these discussions. So when all this stuff started happening across the country, we're meeting with that group and we're saying, what are your questions? And we're getting a really good feel for what people are thinking and feeling and what they're seeing, especially in their micro communities that they represent. So I would encourage people to do that. I would encourage them to go to the Citizens Academy. And, one thing that's been excellent for us is the use of this technology because we're able to figure out what the public's feeling, deploy resources to address concerns, but it's before there's a police call. And the difference there is we're trying to act before we have a victim. So please participate when you see these things. We are an open book. You can talk to us anytime. We send officers to homes for community meetings. Pretty soon, we just finished that trailer that I've talked about a couple times. We're actually going to start policing and doing the watch commander and briefing in particular neighborhoods in each of your districts, where it'll be another opportunity for residents to come and interact with us. So we literally try to set up our police department as an avenue for engagement in everything that we do, whether it's the way a motorcycle looks or the logo on a car. We want to spark that conversation, so talk to us. And I'll tell you, I know that it's working. And the reason I know that it's working is so many police departments are struggling right now and officers are pulling back. They're not out, they're not acting, they're not being proactive because they don't feel supported in their communities. Here, I can't, there was 2 boxes of donuts in the break room right now. I can't go in there without the community having brought something or thank you cards. The entire front of our station has been graffiti with chalk from kids coming and writing like love, letters of support. It's just the outpouring is incredible. What that does is it provides confidence to our police officers. And we end up building additional trust because they're not pulling back. So that engagement is key, Christian. And I would just say, hey, we have ways. Look us up, email us, and we will get you on board.
I just want to remind my colleagues, and I know Chief already knows about this, but the COG did a special board meeting last month, and they're doing another one this Thursday night from 6 to 8. And that'll be featuring Mayor Jim Butts from Inglewood, who is a former 3-time police chief, and Councilmember Joe Buscaiano from the city of LA, who was a line officer as well. And the discussion will be about policing and how elected officials, what are the right questions and stuff to be talking about with your police chiefs. We're clearly already having this dialogue here, but I just want to point out that is an available meeting for all of you if you want to attend via Zoom. Thanks, Chief.
Okay. I guess we don't need any vote or any direction. This was just kind of a discussion about our use of force policy initiated by what we all saw nationally. And, it's just a good gut check, and it's a good opportunity to engage more closely with our police officers, everybody from the front line all the way up to Chief Kaufman. And I really think the key to all this really has been all your transparency, Chief. I think you hear that from everybody, and the ability to have these conversations and vet it and go to the similar training that you guys go through and pass along to our community. So it's really, we're all very grateful for your outreach and your openness. It's really made a huge difference. So I don't think I'm missing anything. We don't have anything to pass or any direction to give unless somebody's got something else. I just want to thank you again, Chief, on behalf of the council and the whole community for your outreach.
Mayor, we have items from the public.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's take comments from the public. Apologize.
I have one from Zoom, Dr. Lesser.
Sure. Go ahead. Andy.
There you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hear you fine.
Oh, great. Okay. Yeah, I don't have blind support of the police, for the police. Under Chief Kaufman, this has been earned. Now, yesterday there was a backpack left on my corner, and 5 minutes later there was some transient fellow that was clearly intoxicated and that's not capable of caring for himself. And some people would say, well, why call the police, get the poor guy, in trouble? And through experience, I've learned that our police force is compassionate. They'll send a social worker to help this person, maybe try to get him into AA, give him a safe place to sleep until he sobers up. And then I called the city prosecutor yesterday because there's another homeless tent near the dirt lot, or on the dirt lot property by the U.S. Bank under the power lines. And I know that our city prosecutor and our police department and code enforcement will work together to help get this person or persons into some program or housing, just as they did with that other couple, I guess a couple of years ago. You talk about the transparency thing, and I went to the website, and in 2019, there were 252 use of force applications, and only one was deemed to be out of policy, which is, an astounding feat accomplished by our police officers. And you see body cams on TV, and somebody's polite, and as soon as the cuffs are about to be applied, they get wild, they get violent, they grab a taser, they shoot at an officer, and, I really envy police, wouldn't want to be in their shoes. People go, why don't you shoot him in the leg? Or how can you shoot him in the back? Or do they have to shoot him? And it's like, if you haven't gone through even just that firearms training video, I call it the shoot or don't shoot. everybody should do that at the annual safety fair, and really, I just wish people would learn, if you have a problem with an officer, don't stand there and argue with them, don't fight them, file a complaint. And everybody should know in Redondo Beach, if you have a legitimate beef or complaint, it's going to be heard, and something will be done. I've never had a major complaint, but occasionally a difference of opinion, and you don't argue and you don't fight. And I really envy, and I'd hate to be in a police officer's position when people choose to just escalate suddenly. So anyway, and again, as I said, in public participation, thanks council and everybody for supporting the chief and our police, because they deserve it. They've earned it. And thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lester.
Good night.
Any more public comments?
We have a couple of e-comments. Go ahead, Vicki.
Yeah, go ahead.
The first comment is submitted by Gigi Ramirez. The report claims the reasonable use of force, quote, is the foundation for the safety of the community, the safe enforcement of the law, and the police's ability to maintain a high level of trust between citizens and police, quote, unquote. The current reality of policing results in a lack of trust between citizens and police. Excessive and unreasonable use of force is not permitted. To create trust, police must be transparent. It is not transparent for police to investigate themselves, as RPD does. The perception is that police will lie to protect each other. The executive summary claims, quote, tactics and training are often adjusted, unquote, and, quote, increases the safety and effectiveness, unquote. What tactics have been adjusted the last 8 years? Why? Has it resulted in safer applications of force? What training is provided to officers? How many hours? How often? What areas? Need for additional training? How are trainers assigned? What training is provided in de-escalation techniques? Any psychological training? How many hours? How often? Do upper level personnel receive training? How often? Describe techniques used. Please compare the amount of training received in de-escalation versus amount in weapons, using force, takedown/arrest, etc., is approaching citizens with guns, drawn a de-escalation technique. Is aggressively yelling at citizens a de-escalation technique? How long does RBPD investigation into use of force incidents usually take? Is it appropriate for RBPD to investigate its own officers? Doesn't that present conflicts of interest? Perception of same? Does RBPD share its investigation with other LE agencies? Does other LE agencies share its investigation with RBPD? Why do we not have a citizen oversight committee conducting investigations into use of force incidents? Are officers tested for steroids or other drugs immediately following a use of force incident? If no, why not? What are the consequences when use of force is out of policy? Has any RBPD officer involved in a use of force incident ever been charged with a crime regarding that use of force? Details. Why does RBPD have 50 caliber gun? Question mark. I'm sorry, I lost my place. Oh, armored tank, explosive entry devices, other militaristic weapons/devices. End of that comment. The next comment is submitted by Peter Aziz. Let's take a few steps back in understanding where this type of training comes from, or at least understand the catharsis of this type and level of tactic and how the use of quote-unquote force is used. As someone who has been a part of a Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, an organization formulated by activists in much of the Arab American community, when it was found that not just LAPD but the FBI was infiltrating spies into Arabic-speaking communities and places of worship in a post-9/11 world. I have been part of this coalition since 2015, when I understood and learned that my Muslim counterparts had to endure this type of treatment from the people who think and understand should be the ones to protect our communities. Not to many of you, this sounds absurd, and you are right. It certainly is absurd. However, it is a lived experience by a large population of Arab and Muslim communities who later learned the tactics of quote-unquote force are learned from none other than those that have oppressed our communities for many years. The use of force is a tactic used by the Israeli Defense forces who have been known to work in partnership with LAPD and Santa Ana and Anaheim PD. Let's take a few steps further. Chief Kaufman's compensation is well above the average of both LAPD and Long Beach PD. The chief officer of Seal Beach makes just about $250K for a community size similar to Redondo and Hermosa. Why then is Chief Kaufman being paid nearly $500K in compensation for a community that is relatively below the crime threshold of the region? Only left to see that we, a thoroughfare for criminals? Please consider these things when the public asks for more transparency from Chief Kaufman and reconsider that salary. That ends quotes for e-comments.
Okay, thank you, Vicki. Chief, did you want to respond to any of that? Or? That first one was an entire evening.
I'm good. We're an open book.
Yeah.
Anyone that commented is free.
Let me touch on one question. De-escalation training. Do you guys have specific training in, de-escalation, psychological, that type of training where, how can we de-escalate the situation?
Yes, absolutely. So we are trained to de-escalate situations by gaining rapport with different individuals, by calming them down, especially if they're in a crisis mode. We're trained specifically on how to handle people that are under the influence of drugs or alcohol, and then people that are experiencing some sort of mental episode. But yeah, de-escalation is like this word that everyone is using as, wow, what is de-escalation training? Well, it's actually the cornerstone of force. Everything we do is done in an attempt not to use force. So if one officer is confronting a suspect and the suspect's not complying and a second officer shows up, that can be a de-escalation of the incident. The way that we talk to people, the level of respect that we use, explaining things is a de-escalation tactic. If I stop you in your car and I walk up and I say, license, registration, and you say, why did you stop me? And I say, give me your license and registration. And I don't take the time to explain it to you, I'm going to escalate a situation rather than de-escalate it. So it is part and parcel with every force training that we do, whether that's a lethal force or even our intermediate force. So it's tough to say what specifically do you do. We even have a perishable skills training on communication tactics. And it goes over, how to communicate with somebody so that you can get them to do what you want them to do without having to use force.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for those comments, folks. I think that's kind of it. And just want to thank you again, Chief Kaufman. I encourage anyone in the public to get involved in the Police Academy. We have something called the Police Academy. I think it starts in February. Is that correct?
I'm not sure when the next class starts, but email us.
I believe it's 11 weeks long. Yeah, and you can learn quite a lot. And do a ride along. I don't think you're doing ride alongs right now, but when the COVID is over, you do a ride along, learn a tremendous amount. I did a couple of ride alongs, and it really is an eye opener. So I encourage the public to, if they're concerned about it, get involved. And be educated, be involved, be active. Okay, thanks, Chief. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good night. And next up on our agenda is item N4, discussion of possible action regarding providing building division applicant with option of third-party building plan checking services. So that's a mouthful. Brandy Forbes, our Community Development Director.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. At the June 16th City Council meeting where Council was adopting the municipal budget, there was a request that staff come back and provide a report regarding the possibility of providing an expedited plan check process. And that's what this report is tonight. When the city receives an application for plan check, just to give you some background of the process, that includes review by the building division, planning division, engineering division, fire division, et cetera. So the more complete and correct that the application is, the fewer steps that are required to complete that plan check. For every residential and commercial addition, alteration, new construction, tenant improvements, and other work being done that requires a building review, full sets of working drawings and technical construction documents are required to be submitted, reviewed, and approved by the various departments that I just mentioned before the building permit can be issued. The planning division reviews the conceptual drawings first to determine that the project plans meet the zoning code requirements. Once planning has reviewed the drawings for submittal, the applicant's support professionals then prepare the necessary technical construction documents to move forward to go through the plan check and submit their application to the building division. And we do that conceptual review in advance so that they're not coming in with something that's not even going to meet the zoning code and then having all these really technical drawings done up already. The plan check typically involves a few rounds of the city review to ensure that the project fully complies with all zoning, building, fire, and public works code regulations. These reviews will result in a list of corrections that are submitted to the applicant's professional for them to incorporate into the revised drawings. The length of time that each of the plan checks takes depends on several factors, including the current number of projects that this city has under review and how quickly the licensed professionals of the applicant incorporates those corrections and submits the revised drawings for recheck. The city of Redondo Beach has 3 plan check staff in the building division. The building division plan check process has a longer time frame than planning, where that conceptual drawing has already been reviewed, fire and engineering, where they don't have as many details to look at. Any consideration for expediting services would be then for that building division plan check process. The adopted budget assumes that the plan check on most projects is conducted by city staff. Larger projects may be sent to outside plan check consultants, or at times when the city is short of staffing, and then in instances where there's a significantly larger project, such as the South Bay Galleria, we would be looking at having a separate reimbursement agreement, since that's going to have a much more in-depth plan check. The current budget and contract structure that we have in place is that if a project is sent to an outside consultant, the consultant gets a large percentage of the plan check fee, regardless of the number of hours worked on the review. Under the structure, the cost of staff time to administer the plan check, basically distributing, communicating with the applicant, it may not be covered due to the majority of the fee going to the contractors. So the city may not receive enough plan check fees to meet budget revenue estimates now under that current contract that we have. But looking at what other municipalities in the area are doing, I reached out to El Segundo, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, Torrance, to see what they might be utilizing, if they might be utilizing third-party building division plan check and expediting. Although Hermosa doesn't expedite, they do send out all of their building division plan check to contractors. Manhattan Beach, El Segundo, and Torrance all offer expedited plan check for the building division. They charge an extra 50% fee or another markup charge. As well, their contracts are based on the actual hours worked, not a set percentage of the plan check fee, which is something that, if whether we're looking at doing this for expedited or we're looking at just in general updating our contracts, I think that that's the route we would want to go as we put out an RFP and have those contractors available to us, so that we're able to capture what we need to cover the administration of the plan check. Manhattan Beach charges the extra 50% fee for expediting on top of their regular building division plan check fee. Torrance charges a markup that varies based on a project's valuation, and El Segundo charges a 50% fee. They recently went out about a year ago for RFP, request for proposals, and were able to qualify almost 10 firms to choose from. So they have qualified firms that they can select from. So there's not going to be that chance that right now we have contract, I believe, with just one firm, And, so if we wanted to do expediting, I think we'd need to go through this process of an RFP. So we have plenty of opportunities to get that sent out. In each of these cases, the request by the applicant to expedite is a voluntary one. So the additional fee is something that the applicant is opting to accept. There is an expediting fee, like I mentioned, of an additional 50% charge that these other municipalities have. We also actually have that in our current fee schedule, but we just don't have that procedure in place to provide an expedited service. So if the city council gives direction to pursue this option, I have a bullet list of what we would need to get to that point of implementing. The first would be for the council to discuss if they want to keep that 50% expediting fee in the fee schedule, or if a different fee would be what you'd be looking for, that we would, and if it's something that's different than that current fee, that we would have to update the master fee schedule. We'd want to issue that RFP that I mentioned for contractors that creates a rate structure rather than a flat fee, so that for any contract services they'd be doing. And then as well, in that, looking at the El Segundo RFP that they did, they actually incorporated that there would be a higher rate, certainly if that firm was going to be doing the expediting. So that's where that fee comes into play. We would then create contracts with the qualifying consultants. So we have a pool of consultants to choose from. We have their hourly rates and their expedited rates. And then once those contracts are in place, we can have that application process available for applicants. As I noted earlier, the planning, fire, and engineering reviews are not expedited, but would still run concurrently with the building division. So it's not that you would be waiting for one or the other in order to start the other process or review. The timeline of the initial review and subsequent reviews is expedited. What we've seen in the other nearby municipalities is a 10-day to 2-week timeframe for that initial review, and then the applicant would have to resubmit. So every time that they would resubmit, the review time of what they're resubmitting is going to be expedited. It's just that we can't determine what the full length of time of an application would be, or a plan check review would be, because we can't control the amount of time it will take for them to get corrections. And as I mentioned earlier, it's, the more correct that their application is and complete that their application is when they come in the first place, the quicker that can be addressed and the fewer reviews that need to be done. So with that, I'll turn it over to City Council for you to discuss this. I think it is an interesting option, and it wouldn't, if we're doing that with the revising the RFP and we're looking at that the expediting fee, then we wouldn't be it wouldn't be a concern of making sure that we're covering our salaries and the costs for actually completing our the work and the workload for the department.
Okay, thank you, Brandy. Appreciate that explanation. I guess first up is Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, Brandy, thanks. I think this actually seems like an extremely reasonable and great idea that we should be pursuing, especially because it is voluntary. If somebody wants to expedite something, they can make that choice and they can pay for that. And, clearly it would be ultimately cost neutral to us. So that's super helpful from your perspective or your team's perspective. When you look at, to me, there's two choices here. There's the Manhattan El Segundo, which is just the 50% fee, versus the Torrance one, which is a markup based on project valuation. Did you guys have a sense one way or the other of which would work best for us as a city?
I think the 50% is inappropriate. It seems like that's kind of a standard. We actually have, like I mentioned, we have that in our rate schedule already. And it is something that would, allow us to then pay for that, that higher rate, that expedited rate of the contractor. So it seems that that's an industry standard. And I think that even though Torrance was based on a percentage, it's the markup is, that's kind of what the 50% is going to be. I just don't know where they land, if it varies, like maybe it's stepped, or if they just didn't give me that specific level of detail when it jumps to a different percentage.
Sure. And then you basically, if we were to say go with kind of that 50% fee, we would also, per your presentation, just go out, do an RFP and find and qualify a variety of contracted agents that can do the work for us. So that way, if we had a whole slew of them come in at one time, you can actually parse it out to a variety.
Right. And I think that having that competitive side of things and talking with the director at El Segundo, it keeps them in line. So it's not, because I asked if there was ever a concern or has he had any issues with a firm not meeting the expedited timeframe. And he said that no, because they know that they're no longer going to be the selected consultant going forward if they can't meet that expediting, or at least they wouldn't be selected for the expediting side of things. So, I think that having that competitive process is going to be really beneficial for us to get reasonable rates and to restructure our contract with outside consulting firms. So it makes it worthwhile for us to do it.
Great. Well, I think it's a great idea. I would make the motion to direct staff to follow the Manhattan Beach or El Segundo extra 50% fee and go out for an RFP to find firms that are willing to do expedited plan checks for us at a cost neutral basis.
Sounds like a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll say in a second. Okay, there's a motion, a second. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you. Sorry, I was muted. So I've got some concerns over the pricing. First of all, I'm glad that we're discussing this. I've been pushing this for a number of years now in the Riviera Village. The businesses, as well as many other places on Chesia Boulevard, for instance, as well. I've talked to many businesses there, have wanted this expediting system and move this forward so that it's easier for them, because for them time is money. But I don't want to carve out the residential homeowners. If they needed to get an updated, expedited system, what can we do for them? Maybe same subject matter for them, 50% increases on that, Brandy?
Yeah, because their plan check fee is going to be significantly lower than, than a larger multifamily is going to have a larger plan check fee because it's based on their valuation of their project. Wait,
hold on. The homeowner plan check is based on the value of the project?
I believe so, for the plan check fee. I have to look at that, but it's definitely not just an across the board one fee. I have to see if it's based on our. I just don't have that. I'm sorry, I don't have that pulled up in front of me for the rate schedule. I can pull.
Okay. It's important that everyone realizes this is not just for new construction. It's for remodeling of businesses, remodeling of homes, adding things to their business or homes, individual homes. Correct, Brandy, and making sure that this affects all residential.
If you choose, if you want to have that, so you certainly could structure it if you only wanted it to be residential, or you could structure it if you only wanted it to be commercial. But right now, that for that master fee schedule, it's an across the board. It's anything that would require that building plan check.
Right. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, I would like to amend that motion to include a different scope, or not scope, to include the fee structure from Torrance, and Manhattan to be very specific on that, so that we can look at that and say whether or not, for residential, for instance, if that we can apply a different policy for them. So I'd like to amend that motion so that we can bring that back. You
want to bring back a little bit more details on the structure for residential versus commercial?
Right.
Well, it sounds like a friendly amendment. Is it okay with the amender?
Can you explain that? You want to bring back an evaluation of both the Torrance model and the 50% fee?
Yes. Yeah.
Just so you can see it and make a final determination?
Well, no, just so we can see what they charge and the differences are there, because we don't want to treat residential necessarily the same as commercial business. Make sure that maybe they have Torrance has a better evaluation, better system. We got to get all
so you want to see what Torrance has?
Yeah.
Okay, because Manhattan Beach and El Segundo both have just 50% across the board as theirs.
So I would have thought the first motion would have included, okay, this is what Torrance has and was going to give us a choice. I mean, we were going to do this, but we were going to have to decide which direction to go.
Right, which is why I asked staff what had they discussed it amongst themselves and thought what was the best for us, and the recommendation was the 50%.
The 50%, yeah.
So,
but we can get more detail on Torrance.
But I think it's better to keep it simple, because I think it's going to be based on the plan check is always going to be a different price based on the size and scope of the project, as Brandy discussed. Like a Galleria size project is automatically going to be a different type of an agreement. So, but if you want to look at it and evaluate it before we make a final determination, I don't see any issue with that. I think it's simpler to stay with 50. So I'll accept the friendly amendment.
Okay. Is that okay with, was it Councilmember MD?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
And the other thing, the last thing I wanted to ask to make sure that this includes what El Segundo did with the 10 different firms, correct, Brandy?
Yeah, we would go out for RFP to competitively to enter into those contracts. So what we need to do is we'll need to finalize that dollar amount, which is fine. We can bring that back, and then once I'll start working on the request for proposals, and so it'll just be plugging in what that differential is of what we're requesting for them. Actually, take that back, because I think that the RFP didn't just specify an additional 50%. They said not to exceed a 50% increase in their fees. And that's the fees charged by the consultant, not what would be paid by the applicant. So I can already start working on that request for proposals while we're evaluating and determining what the final fee that we'll request of the applicants.
Perfect. Yeah, this is great, because I've gotten a lot of homeowners and a lot of business owners want to remodel or remodeling, and being held up for a few weeks or a few months is a lot of time and money for them. They want to get going. So this is fantastic. They've been a big proponent of this for a long time, and excited to see this move forward and help our city. So thank you, Brandy, for doing all the legwork. It's great.
Yeah, and I appreciate you bringing this up, because this allowed us to really reevaluate. This is kind of the time to do it, right before Galleria is going to be coming in. We want to have an idea of, if there are other projects that are going to, come in, we want to make sure that if we do need to send anything out, that we're not then digging into what we need to have revenue-wise for our salaries.
Yeah. Perfect. Great. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you mean to have your hand up still, Christian?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any comments from the public?
Mayor, no Zoom comments and no e-comments on this one.
Okay. With that, we have a motion and a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay. So we'll be coming back with our options.
Yeah.
What came out of that? Okay, thank you, Brandy. But don't go far, because in 5 is discussion and possible action regarding supplemental code enforcement services. So go ahead.
Great. Again, at the June 16th City Council meeting, when the council was adopting the budget, there was a request that staff provide a report regarding the possibility of supplementing the current code enforcement services. So I believe that it was special attention would be regarding enforcement of the leaf blower ban. That's a lot of the conversation that we've had even since that meeting. The approach of code enforcement in the city of Redondo Beach, as we've discussed before, has always been to try to gain voluntary compliance through education and outreach. Working through cases for those in non-compliance, including gathering evidence, preparing reports, and providing testimony for administrative hearings and prosecution, is typically very time-consuming. Additionally, over time, as you've seen in the staff report and others, there have been significant reductions in staffing levels. So, and then on top of that, we have the nature of citizen complaints has evolved, where people can, previously it would be that they'd have to call or come in person during the set times of when City Hall's open. Now, with technological advances, we provide more opportunities for citizens to submit their complaints and concerns through email or online customer service, and that's significantly increased the number of cases that we've had. So as a result, the quality of life demands of our community often exceeds the limits of the city's resources that we have. That's why the department has historically focused on trying to achieve that voluntary compliance and only pursue prosecution efforts on issues that arise from sustained complaints. During last year's budget process, we had actually proposed to add a part-time code enforcement position to address increased code enforcement workload, but the city had budget constraints then, and we just did not move that forward. And then as we were working on the budget for this year, before COVID hit, we were considering, can we use is there the possibility of having any contract with an outside agency to supplement our code enforcement? But when COVID hit, we had major budget constraints, and to meet the budget cuts that were necessary, that same contracts line item is what was the major thing that we had to cut. So any restructuring of the budget to leave additional funds in contracts for supplemental code enforcement right now would then impact another substantial line item in our department. And right now, the only other one we'd really be able to make cuts from would be personnel. So the Community Development Department did reach out. We reached out to other South Bay municipalities to inquire about their practices. Torrance and El Segundo do not contract out for code enforcement services, and only recently have Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach contracted out for supplemental code enforcement, and that's for the mask or face covering compliance. And with that, there was the expectation that there'd be significant citation issuance at the outset, and over time that wouldn't be needed once either there's more compliance reached or the COVID emergency is over. As well, there are funding resources for something that's COVID related that they may be able to access. As for our current leaf blower ordinance enforcement, because I know that was a big focus of the supplemental code enforcement option, at the October 15th, 2019 meeting, City Council directed staff to focus on citations, no longer going the route of notices. So we have been going that route as far as enforcement. From that meeting until COVID, mid-March, staff had issued 20 citations. But when those COVID orders were instituted, we prioritized the safety and health of the employees minimized inspections until we could get some safe protocols and really understand what we were dealing with. So from the end of February until mid-June, we did not have staff going out and issuing citations. And just to give you an understanding of that, it's the staff have to be prepared with personal protective equipment, PPE, and added health protection against COVID. Since those citations, they actually have to have the violator sign the citation. So there's that close interaction that they have to do. So we really wanted to make sure we had a protocol in place before we tried that out and wanted to go after citations. We did a trial run in June. We had an address where of where they have the leaf blower use had been used multiple times on a certain date and time. So that gave us that knowledge and information because they have to be all prepared. It can't just be driving around, oh, now I have to put my mask and everything on, because that's going to just inform the gardener that they're there. So since those PPEs are cumbersome, we wanted to make sure that staff are going out to locations where we have received the information about the address, the days of the week, time of day that the gardener is at that location using a leaf blower, so that we could target our efforts in those areas. Code enforcement goes out 1 day a week, alternating the day of the week to try and issue citations while still managing the rest of their caseloads. In the past 5 weeks, so if you were, what I said earlier was we had did a trial run in June where we had one citation issued. So then in July, we decided right after the holiday, let's go ahead and do this once a week, really focusing and having consistent enforcement actions and investigations. And in the past 5 weeks, code enforcement issued 10 citations. This is in addition to the one issued in June and the 20 that were issued before COVID. So each inspection date that they go out, it takes about 6 employee hours of actual field work, and then 2 to 4 hours of preparation and follow-up. So it's about 10 hours a week of staff hours a week to get out there and do that for that 1 day a week. This work has resulted, like I said, in an average of 2 citations per week. And so that's 2 citations, just imagining that's about 2 citations per 10 hours of staff time. The alternatives that I see that are possible for supplementing code enforcement would be, one would be outside code enforcement contract, a part-time employee, or using overtime for existing employees. So I had reached out to Wildan Engineering. They're the firm that Hermosa and Manhattan Beach are using for the face mask enforcement. They actually, all their employees have passed the PC 832 arrest and firearms training course. This is a minimum training standard for California peace officers. Our code enforcement staff have that. So in order for us to have them issue citations on behalf of the city, we need to have that training. So in evaluating the different costs and doing a cost comparison, the consultant is, their rates are $65 an hour. So imagining a contract to get 10 hours a week is approximately $35,000 a year. For a part-time employee, if, rate-wise, the equivalent would be about $30 an hour, where we, for that similar dollar amount, we could get 20 hours a week rather than the 10 hours a week of the consultant contract. Or alternatively, if you still were looking at part-time at just 10 hours a week, it'd be half of that, it'd be 15,000 and change. To do overtime of existing employees, the rate is lower than the consultant, but it's close to that. So the 10 hours a week would be $31,200 a year. since the leaf blower citation, so going from the cost, so that gives you an idea of the cost, going from that to the revenue side or the fee side of things, the leaf blower citations are criminal rather than administrative. So the city will only receive a fraction of that base fine collected through the courts. So, you know, the revenues from those fines would not be expected to cover very much, probably 10 to 15% of the costs of the services. And even if the municipality were to shift to administrative citations, which I'm not very well versed in that, and that would be a whole nother conversation. There would still be other consequences and risk factors with that. So, and speaking with the consulting firm Wildan, they said that even with administrative citations, the collection rate of fines is 60 to 65% of the fines. So I gave an example in the staff report that if five citations were issued in a 10-hour work week, which is an extremely high estimate based on what we've recently seen out in the field, at $100 a fine, expecting about a 15% recovery under our existing criminal citation, the city would collect about just around $4,000 annually. And that would only cover just such a small fraction of what the expenses would be. So in order to actually recover the entire cost of $35,000 a year would be issuing approximately 45 citations a week, which we don't even have that many complaints per week. I mean, we have enough complaints, but we don't have 45 worth. And also transferring focused enforcement efforts to a designated code enforcement officer may result in more citations than are currently being used, where they're not having to go back and forth with their other workload. Not all of that 10-hour work week would be just going out to the sites because they have to, like I mentioned, they're doing prep work and they have to do follow-up with those citations afterwards. Any revenues would be a small fraction of the cost. So as I mentioned before, to meet the budgetary shortfall that we had because of COVID, the contract services portion of community development budget was cut. So we don't have that available. The only other substantial line item would be personnel, which we've already cut to reduce two full-time positions to part-time positions. So it would really just negatively impact the service levels of the department. So adding a contract for supplemental code enforcement services or going the route even of hiring a part-time code enforcement officer would require a one-time appropriation from the general fund reserves as the budget for community development is committed to all current activities. On another note, code enforcement staff have had discussions with those being issued citations where the gardener has conveyed that they just see the citation as a risk of doing business and, you know, a cost of doing business. They've told us or told the staff that they don't think that that's going to deter them from using leaf blowers. I don't know if that will or won't change the culture, but like I said, we have been, you know, getting out there in the field and, you know, getting some citations issued.
Okay, anything else, Brandy?
That's it. I'll leave it to City Council. It was an item that you wanted some more information on, and I did a little bit of investigating as far as what costs and revenues might be.
So what are the fines for first offense?
First offense is 100. I believe second offense is 200.
But we only recover 15% because right now it's classified as a criminal.
Yeah.
And if it was classified as administrative, we'd get $60 to $65.
Yeah, but there's a whole nother process that comes with that and other risks. I think that
What does that mean? What other risk?
There we go.
I don't know. Is Mike Webb there? Is
Over
it-
to Mike Webb on that.
Okay. Well, we'd have to have a hearing officer. So we would be taking over the court process. So the penal code sets up by city, and it varies for by like, you know, Hermosa's like 13%, Manhattan's 14%, we're 15%, and that's only the base fine. But they take care of, we have no costs.
Right.
If you have an administrative hearing like Hermosa and Manhattan do, it's typically not as punitive, but then you have an obligation, or the city manager has an obligation, to provide a hearing officer who is unbiased, who will hear it, correct, and then they can always choose to appeal it to court. So then you'd have to go to court to defend it, and even if they don't, you still don't have the money. It's not like a court order. And so we'd have to have somebody sue them to collect it. And so it's a cumbersome process. And, you know, on the one hand, you get, so you're not going to.
We're going to outsource our penalties as well as our.
Yeah. So basically, you can't look at this as paying for itself, because it won't.
Okay. Okay. That's good.
Well, the other thing I think you have to consider is what happens when the person doesn't comply. So
if it's an administrative.
No. I'm talking about if you outsource it. Okay, as she mentioned, they have to have peace officer status. So if an outside code enforcement officer sees someone with mask, leaf blower, but no mask or leaf blower, and goes up to them and demands ID, what if they just refuse to do it? A police officer will arrest them if they refuse to, sign a notification. And do you want to take on the liability of having an outside person, just having had the discussion about use of force and everything else? So those are things you have to take into consideration. Now, I will say you could, if you wanted to, if you have the money and are willing to spend it, you could use a part-time person and use them more the way I'd encourage you to look at the citation section in our Muni Code, because there are all these people who have citation authorities positions that have been defunded long since by previous council persons. So we used to have someone, I think, in the treasurer's office who would go do the canvas exactly like Councilman Nierenheim would say. And then by doing that, you'd get better compliance with it. And now you don't even have to physically do it. You could do it with tools. So take a look at that. You could, use some part-time fund and, direct them that, okay, we want you doing this, but you won't break even right away you won't break even by the citations either way. And I caution you to think through what happens about use of force if someone refuses to comply. And other than those things, it's a policy call.
What about Brandy? Instead of hiring an outside agency like Wilden for a whole year, what if you just hire them for a month or two? Because it's kind of been my belief, we never really blanketed the city with enforcement. It was always this, you might get caught, but there's a good chance you won't. So I see the gardeners operating in that way that, it's illegal. But whereas if you blanketed the city or did kind of a blitz for a couple of weeks or a couple of months, people would get the message and they maybe got one or two tickets and they said, I guess I can't use a leaf blower. And then you don't have the expense of somebody for an entire year, and you back off and you see how that works. And then you go to the city, you fall back to the city going out once a week just to reinforce it. To me, that seems to be what would work, because
I think though, if you're going to do that, you're going to, like, the 10 hours a week's not going to hit it, right? Because we're already doing.
No, I was thinking 2 people, 40 hours a week for 2 months. And that would be there, and they'd be done. And then they would have gotten pretty much everybody who was violating the law. Or most, anyway. To the point where maybe they didn't have any more violations because people had
That's
gotten
$41,600.
And
So half that would be, so for 1 month would be 20,000.
And that doesn't include, you'll need to pay them to go to court.
Right.
You know,
When you say go to court, Mike, you mean they're going to write them a ticket, and some of them will say, I'm going to go to court and challenge it.
Yep.
And so one of these officers will have to go to court and say, yes, that's so-and-so, and yes, they were using a leaf blower on this day, and that's why I wrote them the ticket.
Yeah, you have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, just like when a police officer writes a ticket for speeding or running a stop sign, because the council made it an infraction. And so it's criminal,
Right.
but it's only an infraction.
Right, but the officer could just take a photo. You just go, okay, here's a photo. There you go. Got the leaf blower.
He's got to prove that it is a leaf blower. It's not a vacuum. It's not, whatever. But I'm not saying, you know me, I believe in enforcement, but I want you to understand it's at a cost. And so they may be out there for a month, but, with COVID, they may not go to court for, 6 months.
Well, you're making the case just not to even do anything. I mean, this is just all going to be too expensive and just forget it.
Well, I think I don't mean to be making that case, but I think you're so based on my 33 years of enforcing the law, it'd be better probably to go with part-time and direct part-time to go, hey, if it's business licenses, we want you to go to, a canvas of business licenses, and that's directed and it's very clear. And so that would be a better, I believe in enforcement. I'm just saying there are a lot of things that haven't come up that are a problem with trying to outsource it. But I would think, given how much our abilities, the city's abilities have regressed for budget reasons over the years, and given the amount of frustration that the councils receive, it would be smart to, add part-time and direct them to whatever the one or two biggest issues are.
Right. Okay. Let's hear from the rest of the council. Councilmember Lowenstein. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Brandy, for preparing that. I did hear a lot of reasons why we shouldn't be doing it, but I heard very few, if any, reasons why we should be doing things. And when you compare us to the other cities, we've got one enforcement officer for 35,000 people. That's unheard of. That's really low. We're the city that passes all these ordinances and then doesn't enforce them. So no wonder people are blowing them off, because they know that they can get away with it. I'm not just talking about leaf blowers. When I brought this up, we have noise ordinances that are not enforced. We've got dogs in parks. Hopefully, at the next meeting, we'll be passing that. A plastics ban. We're talking about a balloon ban. Dog licenses that aren't enforced. Business licenses that aren't enforced. You get to the point where quality of life is suffering because we're not even enforcing the things that are on the books. And I would agree with Mike. Let's look at the part-time folks. Some of the people that we've laid off from full-time jobs, let's see if we can bring them back as people that can help us enforce our ordinances, because it's getting to the point where we just don't enforce things. And it's a joke. It's a joke. It's not just about, leaf blower bans. I'm getting to the point now where it's like, well, I'm not going to even vote for any of these. We couldn't even enforce a mask ordinance. We talked about that. I said, well, when we talked about this before, I said, well, how are we going to enforce it? Right? We don't have anybody to enforce things right now. And that's been one of the main reasons why I've not wanted to do this, because it's a joke. We don't, how are we enforcing some of the other things we have in terms of the emergency ordinances? We're not. And people know they can get away with it. And, I really think we should look at the part-time thing. I think we should try it until it fails, or at least try it until we find that it's effective. So if it's a short time, at 20 hours a week or whatever, 20 hours a week for 2 months, somebody making $30 an hour, it's $2,400 a month per person. I don't see where we got such a high figure at $30 an hour. So I really think that this is a quality of life. We should find the money to do this. or else we might as well just give up and not even pass these ordinances anymore. You know, the COVID stuff's very important, and look at what Manhattan and Hermosa is doing. They're outsourcing people. Some of the money they used was from CARES money for enforcement of these. You know, why haven't we looked at that? We've got one of the next things we're talking about is CARES Act. Why aren't we having people that could potentially go out and use CARES Act money to enforce some of the ordinances we talk about, whether it's a mask ordinance or something else?
I think you can use CARES Act for that, but it would only be for enforcement of COVID-related items. So
I know, but
then it goes to, you know, you have to, you know, go back to what Mike Webb was saying about what happens when somebody, you know, pushes back and is like, you can't, I'm not going to sign your ticket, and they get belligerent. Like, what we have to be, you know, aware of how we're going to address that or have that consulting firm.
I understand that, and I will say that you've given me lots of reasons to say not, but quality of life is suffering because we're not enforcing the ordinances that are on the books. They're not. And that's an advantage to living in a city that's well run, is quality of life ordinances are enforced. And they're not done willy-nilly, they're done for a reason. Otherwise, they're window dressing and virtue signaling. And that's a waste of time. That's a waste of all of our time. So I really think that we should look at the part-time, as Mike suggested, and do it for a short period of time, as the mayor suggested. I think it's a good suggestion. See if we can have the funds to be able to do it. We have, you know, money in other budgets that we can figure out a way to do this, because again, we're just not going there right now. And I don't see the reason to keep passing these ordinances. So thank you.
If I may, and I as you know, I couldn't agree more about, you know, not having laws that you don't enforce. The other thing you could do, if you know, as Brandy said, if people are saying, hey, it's just a cost of doing business, well, you can escalate the level.
Cost of doing business.
Well, yeah, you could make it a misdemeanor. You specifically made it an infraction. You know, you can make it a misdemeanor after the first time within a year. If you're caught first time's an infraction, second time it's a misdemeanor. And then you can get, once court's working, you can get them on probation.
So regarding the cost of business, Mike, I mean, how many times have you said, I think I'll speed, and then when you get a ticket and it's significant enough, you think twice about speeding, don't you?
Well, I haven't gotten any speeding tickets.
Nobody ever enforces the speeding laws, then yeah, of course people are going to speed. But when you start pulling people over and telling them there's a cost of doing business, and the cost is very expensive.
And to that point, you know, it's the person who gets the citation is the person who's actually operating that leaf blower.
Yeah.
It's not the Gardner company. So, but the Gardner company is like, I'll pay your fine for you. Don't worry about it. So if you do go that route where it's now going to be, you know, this misdemeanor, you know, I don't know that they're going to find employees. They're going to want to take on a misdemeanor, because the employee is the one that's going to be getting that citation, not the gardener. And the gardener can't just pay for a misdemeanor. You know, they can't just pay for somebody to have to do community service or, you know, serve any, you know, whatever they have to serve from the courts.
And that worked with people selling to minors alcohol. You know, 7-Eleven didn't get prosecuted. It was the clerk. Well, the clerk, you know, 7-Eleven can come in and make the clerk whole, so they're not going to, no matter how much money they're going to make, they're going to take it seriously. So, you and I agree completely about the need for enforcement. All I'm saying is it will cost money, but I think your point that it's well worth it for other reasons is absolutely valid. And also just be aware that how you do it will have consequences one way or the other.
Oh, we can't hear you.
Can't hear you, Todd.
Yes, that's weird.
I don't know what happened. Can't hear a word.
It doesn't look like you're muted, but I can't hear you.
Right.
The last time that happened, Todd, I think you had to reboot or something.
Yeah. I think he got in what he wanted to say. I'll say we do have a level of compliance, even with the minor amount of enforcement we've been doing. There's been a lot of self-enforcement. There's been a lot of discussion with neighbors and gardeners and everything else. For instance, I tell my gardener he can't use a leaf blower anymore, so he doesn't. That's it. And don't get as good a job done. But, you know, it's not like you have to come down and do all this enforcement or it's of no use whatsoever. And the mask use has gone up significantly. So you do get compliance without writing tickets or threatening misdemeanors or such. But, you know, we want to get better compliance. And, you know, we don't have to do anything. We can continue going down this road that they've been doing and going out once a week and get better, get a little bit better enforcement and get a little bit better compliance. But
yeah, you know, they are keeping an eye out. So the word is on the street. Because they
I see them hiding. I see them, you know, very careful.
They were spotted today, so we're gonna have to change up the vehicles. But yeah, so they were spotted today. They drove around the block, and then when they came back around, that's when they had gotten the leaf blowers out because they thought code enforcement had left. So they were able to issue citation today. So, you know, but it's, you know, it's also the point of they still were getting the leaf blower out. You know, they were still.
My point is there is compliance. It's not like
there's, you know,
we spend a bunch of money or.
They may have heard those same comments from those gardeners, like, oh, this is just the cost of doing business. But at some point, that cost is going to get to be too much. They say that, but that's because it's their first citation that they've received.
Right. Okay. Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. Yeah, back when we put the leaf blower ban in, we were under no illusions that this was going to be tough to enforce. We had Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach as our models, and we knew exactly what this was going to be. So there's no illusions there. Obviously, this doesn't pay for itself, and doing a 2-month little surge doesn't really solve the problem. All it does is it just puts a couple more people on the street there. I did come up with an opportunity to actually enforce this, and that's making the homeowners responsible for someone who is using a leaf blower on their property. Even if it's the HOA and there's 3 people or 3 on a lot or 5 on a lot or what have you, that's how you take care of this. Even the comments that we're going to hear in just a couple of minutes have all said, hey, make the homeowner responsible. That way, we're not actually running around trying to find the gardener who's actually got it in their hand. We're not trying to go get all those folks. What we're doing is we're being able to document it's been used at X property, and those people are responsible. And that's how you actually do that. That's why Mr. Nierenheim did not want to vote for this, because it's not enforceable. The way we're going about it right now is you have to be in a specific time at a specific place to take care of this. I'll just say we knew well in advance that this was not going to be enforced very much. So this is not something that's shocking. So I'll leave it at that. You guys know my views on this this ban that we've got going on, but I'll just say it's the money doesn't make any sense. And as the mayor mentioned, you know, we have compliance with the resources we have, and I think it's very short memory that just back in May, or actually, pardon me, in June, we had to go through one of the worst budgets we've ever seen, ever. And we had to cut positions in public works. We had to cut 15% in all of the non-public safety departments. We had to cut 5% out of public safety. We had to do a number of these things. And all of a sudden now we're looking at, well, we need to bring somebody back for a little while to enforce this ban. I don't think it's money well spent right now, especially under COVID. So anyway, those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Grant. Next, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah. So I want to just go back to, you know, some things that Councilmember Lowenstein talked about, because I agree with some sentiments and I disagree or maybe think about it differently with some of the others. So I don't regret the things that we've done as a council here. Okay. And I was sensing that from Todd, you know, like, well, what's the point, right? I think we passed the leaf blower ban for a variety of reasons, and I think they were well thought out and considered, and they were based in noise and pollution, and and so I don't regret that. And I think, as John kind of mentioned, we were under no illusion that like this was going to be perfect based on what we see happening in other cities, right? The plastics ban, the same thing. I think we did it because we're trying to change policies and we're trying to shift the direction that we want to see the city go, right? And so there's going to be challenges with any of these, even the smoking ban, right? So in no way have I thought that these were going to be perfectly enforced or ideally like money makers for us, right? It was more about a policy in terms of what do we want to be doing and communicating to our residents as a city, right? So we are all aware, and I think Todd really made it very clear, right? It does kind of seem silly that we only have 2 code enforcement officers for a city of 67,000 people. I think it's a valid point, right? And the simple fact of the matter is the community development department, especially since, when Bill was first on and they started cutting everything because of the recession, they have been cut and cut and cut. And they're working on a skeleton crew, and we expect a lot out of them, so it's kind of interesting that we're talking about creating, expedited services and stuff, but the code enforcement department clearly could be bolstered, right? We do expect a lot of them. We have Joy now, working in tandem with Brandy to kind of hold their feet to the fire, if you will. But there is only 2 of them. And so what I would say is this is not a conversation that should end tonight. To John's point, we don't have the money to do anything now. And clearly, even if we were to borrow the money from some other source in the city, we're not even going to be, cost neutral on this, or it's not going to even be cost recovery. But what I would say is that, as we go down the line here, if it clearly is a priority, which it sounds like it is, then we should consider, how much do we want to bolster that department, in general. And maybe not even just in the blitz model that the mayor was discussing, which would be a great idea, like when you are rolling something out, right? So had we done the blitz model when the leaf blower ban went into effect, that may have been really effective with the educational campaign and the signs we had up and stuff like that. I don't know if it would make that much of a difference now, like a year and a half, 2 years in. But I would totally, be willing to bring this back as a conversation item at mid-year or budget next year to say, do we want to figure out how to bring on some part-time employees that can help bolster the code enforcement division so that we can figure out ways to enforce things or at least take care of things, to Todd's point, that typically sometimes get ignored or they're just delayed, in the response because there's only 2 of them. They can only do so much. One thing I would say, which was brought up, I think, by the mayor and City Attorney Webb, or maybe I think it was City Attorney Webb, when we discussed this briefly, I can't remember who was back at budget, but it was sometime recently, we probably have a lot of businesses, home-based businesses that don't have business licenses. We talked about the amount of unlicensed dogs. There are other potential things, to City Attorney Webb's point, where we can canvass and actually gain revenues. They're not even penalties, right? We're just getting people to comply with something that they should be. And those would bring in much needed revenues to the city by having them pay their business license or license their dog, whatever it is. So I'm totally open up for broadening this discussion and figuring out how to bolster the department. But I don't know that just trying to find some money right now to bring on a couple part-time people is the right thing to do at this time. I think we have to think more long-term. And is this, a real priority that we all want to do to, as Todd says, ensure that quality of life is being adhered to.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Horvath. Councilmember Imdy.
That basically along those lines, as Mr. Horvath was saying, and I don't think based on the time of night, it's 11 o'clock. We were supposed to, and we have a lot more of the agenda to go through. And we have, and I normally would make a motion that we basically stop after 11, but there's so many items on this agenda that have to go through. And I think that this item got so much new information for us that we really shouldn't be making a decision about it tonight. And just like the mayor said, we shouldn't do anything on this tonight, or he said that's a possibility that we do that. And I agree that that's right now we should just move on from this one. We can bring it back once we've maybe spoken with staff, figured out other things to do. But we got a lot of new information tonight. We need to kick this one down the road so that we can move forward with the rest of the agenda.
Okay, are there any comments from the public?
Yes, we have some e-comments. Go ahead, Vicki.
Go ahead.
First comment is submitted by Douglas Seeker. Redondo Beach residents want the leaf blower ban enforced. City Council is strongly encouraged to issue citations to both the actual user and the property owner with higher fines imposed for each successive violation. Citations should be issued when violations are witnessed by all law enforcement officials or when a time-dated photo identifying the property with an address or other landmark, including the leaf blower user, is submitted to the Code Enforcement Office. The PC 832 Arrest and Firearms Training course should be considered for all staff positions in the Community Development, the Planning, Transit, Municipal Enforcement Department, and the Building and Safety Division, and any other similar departments, thereby further expanding the availability of leaf blower ban enforcement personnel. Next comment is submitted by Elaine Seeker. Issuing citations to property owners would highly incentivize them to employ only those gardeners who will comply with the leaf blower ban ordinance. Property owners would be motivated to fire those gardeners who did not comply, and the word would quickly get out would quickly get around throughout Redondo Beach that noncompliance ends up with clear and real consequences. Next comment is submitted by Dana Matsuno. Enforcing a leaf blower ban is not an effective use of time and resources. I'm not sure who this really benefits, and the city should use time, money, and resources in much better areas. And the last comment is from David Waldner regarding supplemental code enforcement services for the enforcement of the leaf blower ordinance. I'm hoping that council takes up this item for discussion, and I encourage giving the outside or consultant contractor an opportunity to demonstrate their effectiveness on a trial basis for a period of 1 year, with an evaluation of contractor's performance and impact on enforcement at the end of the year period. I realize that $35,000 is a significant expense, but this is a quality of life and health issue that needs to be addressed.
We have one more.
And, okay, I have to refresh, excuse me, to locate that one really quick. Thank you, Eleanor. Give me 1 second to scroll down, I'm sorry. Thank you, pardon the delay. I'm almost there.
That it?
I have actually one more, I'm sorry, sir. Give me just a moment to get to it. Okay, no, that's not it.
It's Peter Aziz. Do you want me to do it?
Peter Aziz. What are the incentives for this penalty? In terms of the local gardeners, these are folks who are working class. This deliberately hurts their pockets and causes more problems administratively speaking for the city. The payout is not worth it because it clearly doesn't equal the violation. Not only are we causing a problem to continue tacking on code enforcement onto the city, but it's also a ridiculous notion to put out the working class gardeners. If we are speaking about environmental issues, scrolling, that are a significantly different issue, why continue to place enforcements of this nature to provide an image of uplifting the quality of life? If you are asking gardeners to cease their usage of leaf blowers, then you should also provide a type of stipend or an incentive of tax relief of sorts, give an incentive rather than penalizing these small gardening businesses. And the CARES Act funds, oops, I'm so sorry. Shouldn't be used to police the community for failure to follow the code. That's not realistic. You are criminalizing the already most vulnerable. Why not consider pushing a registry, the same way we register bicycles, petition for permits, and limit the use, rather than penalize the leaf blower? And that concludes the public comments.
Vicki,
Okay.
Who was that comment from?
Peter Aziz.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, did you mean to still have your hand up, Laura?
No, but I would like to strongly recommend we move on to the next subject because we are running out of time and you've got a lot of important stuff going up.
Councilmember Ehrenheim, you still have your hand up?
I do. I just put it up actually a few minutes ago. I mean, Brandy, when they're out doing these citations, they can give out multiple violations. So, for instance, if there's one violation, they can ask them another question and say if they were in that violation, they can give them out a 2 for and a 3 for, right? It's not just one. It's not just a single violation that they'll be giving out.
Well, they have to witness the use of the leaf blower. So I don't know what.
Okay, so I don't want to concentrate just on leaf blowers, but everyone keeps talking about leaf blowers. For instance, if they do or have leaf blowers and they don't have a business license, they can get them for business license, right?
We have issued citations for that, but they're of late, most do have their business license.
And what's the penalty? I mean, the penalty for not having a business license is probably pretty minimal, right? It's probably administrative.
It's mainly if they come in and correct it, they pay for the license, then and they can demonstrate that, then the citation goes away.
Well, it has multiple punishments, and one of them it's a misdemeanor not to have a business license when you're supposed to. And in the past, when I had the city prosecutor job and there was someone who was dedicated to doing it, I would prosecute criminally. The city got away from that for a variety of reasons, but you have a range of things, but it is a misdemeanor.
The Riviera Village bid that they went through and they canvassed the entire Riviera Village and they got a ton of new business licenses and then as well as new revenue for the bid as well.
Code enforcement worked with them on that.
Right.
Code enforcement work, yeah.
Right. They had the list and they went through and they really spearheaded that and it was impressive. But I think we also have to think about, do we want prioritizing what laws we want to enforce? And we just had this wonderful use of force policy with the chief. And do we want to extend the maximum use of force for some of these laws that we're passing? Or do we want to just say, hey, it is, we're getting a major amount of compliance and we don't need 100% compliance. We just need 98% compliance or 90% compliance. I think it's a very important part of the discussion because we don't need officers showing up on scene and using maximum use of force. And again, we're not going to people and handing out fines for people who are complying. It's people who are not complying and they're trying to get away with something. So I'm very sensitive as to what Councilman Lowenstein was talking about, getting to a city that doesn't enforce. I get a lot of complaints with people in my district that's saying, hey, things aren't being enforced. And I agree with him. And I think we should definitely be going down a path of getting some sort of enforcement part-time going for everything that we're doing, not just some of these smaller items. I think it's very important that people see that we're being proactive. And when it comes to cost recovery, I don't want us to get held up on getting cost recovery. We don't have a police department and we don't get $46 million of cost recovery for enforcing laws. That's why we have taxes. That's why we set up a structure and a system in our budgeting and accounting system to have a system, and we spend money to enforce these things. And if we lack that ability to have the funds, then we need to stop, as Councilman Lowenstein said, we need to stop passing some of these laws and start reevaluating what we're focusing in on. And I can think of 1,000 different things along the Esplanade. Littering, for instance. Why don't we have someone out there talking about littering and smoking on the Esplanade and dogs on the Esplanade who are peeing and other things on the Esplanade? These are, health and safety issues that we need to also address. It's not just some of these things that we're talking about tonight. So, I agree. It's an issue, and I think there's a lot of things that we could do on education enforcement campaign that would move forward. So, Councilman Lowenstein, if you want to do something, part-time, I'm all there with you. We should be moving forward on something. But those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Okay, well, there are no more hands up, and we don't have to do anything. They are doing some enforcement, and there has been compliance. So we'll just see how it goes from here, apparently. And I'm sympathetic to everybody's comments about we really don't have the money for this right now. It's not the time to be, spending money. We've had a lot of cuts. Okay, with that, let's move on to the next item.
And also, just a final comment, for scheduling purposes, we don't have this coming back on the agenda unless you give us another referral. So, I mean, we'll continue with the enforcement efforts that have been described, but I just don't want you to coming back next month.
Right. Somebody would have to make a motion and would have to pass to have another discussion. So, okay, in 6, discussion and possible action regarding CARES Act business assistance grants. Marnie.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Marnie Ruland, Finance Director. We are coming to you tonight to get some clarification regarding the CARES Act business assistance grants that you approved at your last meeting. In your packet is an agreement template based on the motion approved at your last meeting. And the way the agreement is currently written, it limits reimbursements for costs incurred related to outdoor dining. So the first clarification we'd like is regarding what costs should be reimbursable. Should they be just for outdoor dining, or should they be for all COVID-related uses of outdoor space, or even any COVID-related expenditure? And then the second point of clarification we would like is regarding the parties we would reimburse. My recommendation is that we reimburse whoever ultimately made the purchase. For example, in the Riviera Village, if the bid made the purchase and was not reimbursed by the business owner, then we would reimburse the bid. However, if the business owner had reimbursed the bid, then we would reimburse that business owner. And then the final point of clarification we would like is how you envision the $50,000 for Riviera Village and the $20,000 for Artesia Aviation being distributed if there end up being more requests than funding. So should it be on a first come, first serve basis, or maybe you'd like to have the request prioritized by expenditure type or any other method you'd like. So once we get clarification on these items, we can finalize a form for requesting reimbursement. And then, like was done with the storefront improvement program, those forms then would become the basis for reimbursement agreements that would then come before you before the money was dispersed. So
Okay.
Take any questions or?
Yeah, I think that's clear, Marnie. Thank you. Councilmember Grant.
Hi, thank you. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to the entire City Council and our staff for working on this program. It is very, very important. I've only been to the stores and the businesses up on the Artesia and Aviation corridor, but I do know that the Riviera bid is very appreciative as well. So I think that we're doing the right thing, being able to designate some monies that are available to help take care of their costs. I liked what Mr. Narenheim said. Investing in these businesses really pays back for us over time. Here's what I did. When we put this through and we were starting to look at how this is going to work, I went up and I went into each business and dropped off a small note to them. Actually, it's a flyer. It looks kind of like that. I'm going to give you guys that. You can kind of see that. And basically what it says is, look, you may be able to have some of your expenses reimbursed by the city via the CARES Act. What I'm finding is that the businesses that about our Artesia Boulevard and Aviation, the ones that I went to, were not just eating establishments. They were also other businesses that are retail. There were a couple of others that are like doctors' offices and a couple of other dentists and things like that. And they all have expenses that they've incurred. And when we made this motion, and this is I'll take blame for this. When we made this motion, I repeated back what I heard, which is this is us reimbursing, or us being able to grant or reimburse COVID-related safety measures that they had to either expend or do to be able to open and keep their business open. And when we talked about that, I even went back and watched the video on how I said it, and he said yes. And the motion that actually got passed, and I completely understand Nils Nierenheim's reason for saying this, was he was focused in on the dining decks and he was focused in on other things, and I completely appreciate that. When he repeated back the motion, it was assigned to, as Marnie just mentioned, focus directly, specifically on eating establishments. So here's what I'd like to do, and again, I'm not here to tell the Riviera or Mr. Nierenheim how his district should run. Here's what I found with Artesia and Aviation Boulevard, that all of the businesses that I went into were either interested in this, they either had expenses or they hadn't. You know, it's kind of up to them. Some had it, they were just minimal. But what I started to look at is some had to buy shields for their cash register. Some of the restaurants, like the Natural World Market, they did put an entire thing back there. I helped them go ahead and get through the TUP process. Getting Brogino's, they had a couple of things. They had to put up some shields and things like that. I helped them through their TUP process. Others were coming down. But I have at least 21 stores: Grocery Outlet, Brogino's, Great Room, Blue Salt Fish Grill, Cars and Mufflers, Artesia Associates, Independent Auto, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? We have all of these different businesses that have some level that they need to be able to, they would like to see if we can get them done. What I'd like to propose, at least on the Artesia and Aviation quarter with the $20,000 that's put out there, is that we do that where, I think it would be fair to say up to $2,500. If they have expenses up to $2,500, and that they actually, it's pretty much on a first come, first served basis. Now, everyone has been told about this, so I dropped off a flyer. I've had about 25 calls. I've had a number of emails. So kind of a first come, first served basis. And I'm looking at that as kind of the impetus for that, serving that population of businesses. And again, I would leave it to Mr. Nierenheim and whomever to kind of really talk about the specifics of what would go on in the Riviera Village. But up here, I think that works for up here. And I've really been able to kind of talk to a number of folks. For instance, the Blue Salt Fish Grill. They actually had to put up a couple of different things, but they don't have a lot of expenses, but it certainly allows them to know that the city is caring about them and taking care of. Like Independent Auto, they did put up barriers so that their folks are being able to work with customers. And again, they're not looking for it to all be paid back, but a good sum. And I felt that about a $2,500 version of cap on that really actually kind of helps and spread the money out enough. I do think that $20,000 is going to be enough for Artesia Boulevard, so I'm not looking for any additional funds and all that, but just based on the 20 plus businesses that I've spoken to thus far, I do have a couple others that I'd like to deal with. I think being able to allow anything that they had to do to be able to either open back up or do business, which up to and including buying PPE, buying shields, even like Dance One had to buy a whole new floor. Now they're not looking to get their entire floor paid back. They'd love that if they could, but they understand that these are expenses that they They can't be dancing inside. They had to go outside. So leaving it to them and giving them that ability to say they had to do this to be able to open up based on the county and California guidelines, I believe that's the way to go. So I'd like to make a motion that at least specifically for the Artesia and Aviation Corridor, first, that the program puts a cap on $2,500 for any one business. Two, that it is on a first come, first served basis. And Marnie, what was the third thing that you needed clarification on?
Priorities if there's more requests than funding.
Right, and I would say that the priorities would be on restaurants, just because they have the most restrictions on them. But I do believe that that would be that. So I'd like to make that motion and make that as a motion or modifications to this as my motion.
Can you repeat the first part of that?
So basically, up in Artesia and Aviation Corridor, that there is a $2,500 cap on what they can be reimbursed for. Two, that it's on a first come, first served basis. And three, if we do go over, okay, if we have to go, if we're going to go or reach the cap of the $28,000, that priority is given to restaurants, since they actually have the most restrictions put on their businesses. And again, I'm just speaking about the Artesian Aviation Corridor. I'm not trying to get into how the Riviera bid does all that. That's not what it is. So here's what I would say is I'd like to modify the order for that area of the city. Have someone second that, and then I believe Mr. Durham, if you could.
I'll second that and work on the Riviera Village portion of it.
If I could ask for one more bit of clarification. If we're doing first come, first serve, it would be first to whom? I would suggest it be financial services. That way we have a way to look through and make sure that it's in compliance with the CARES Act and that we have all the documentation we need. Okay. But if you're gathering all the information, maybe it's to you. But if we could get some clarification there,
I would say we'd want to do it to financial services. I'm happy to be a kind of a go-between, but I don't want to be the stopgap or the impediment there. So I think since that would be best, but could do that. I don't think just doing kind of a. Yeah.
I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I just wanted to also clarify that the motion, as I understood it, was an expansion of the parameters for reimbursable expenses. And so I just wanted to be sure that that was captured in the motion. What I have is to include all COVID-related safety measures as reimbursable, as opposed to what is currently described as dining decks and outdoor dining. Want to ensure that that is included in the motion.
And again, I'm just talking about the Artesian Aviation Corridor portion of that. Mr. Narenheim has an idea of what he was focusing that on, and if it needs to be different than that, I think we can make sure that the motion has the differences in those two areas.
And before Nils seconds it, we got into a bit of this problem because we had a friendly amendment from Councilman Grand that Councilman Nierenheim was willing to go with. However, what Councilman Nierenheim, the actual motion he made was different, and the one that the council passed unanimously was different. So if you can perhaps have the conversation now before you second it. One of the other factors that Marnie mentioned that you have to consider is, and this is Riviera Village bid specific, are you going to pay the bid for what they're going to do or what they've done in the past? And if you're paying them, to Marnie's point, what happens if they've been repaid by the businesses? And that would also make a difference if you limit it to restaurants. Then if any of the shops had paid, as I understood, Riviera Village fronted the money and then they were being paid back by the businesses. What do we do we have a bill from Riviera Village bid setting up, here's what we spent, but then they've been reimbursed. What happens if we pay Riviera Village and they don't pay the businesses back? I don't think they'll do that, but it's always a possibility. There's no right answer, but just if you can have that discussion, fully flesh it out, and then make the a motion in a second, that would be helpful to make certain we have direction.
And also the portion of the motion, John, dealing with once you spend the monies, if there's excess monies, that it would be prioritized for restaurants. That part of the motion I didn't really understand. So
Marnie was asking about prioritizing, and I said if we're going to get to, first and foremost, I don't think that we're going to get to, or I think we're going to be probably under the 20,000 threshold. I'm just kind of saying that as a thumbnail. I've kind of looked at it. I don't see that there's an excess, especially since in Artesian Aviation limiting the reimbursement back to $2,500. So I think we're going to be fine there. That being said, as I mentioned, if we have to prioritize, I think we can prioritize on the restaurants being served first, so to speak.
But I'm confused in that the first part of your motion was first come, first serve. And you don't need to prioritize if you're doing it, whoever turns in the receipt. And your motion should ideally be notify, email it, to Marnie Ruin. Yep. And that way there's one place. If they give it to you, that doesn't count as delivered until you pass it on to Ruin. So we can check Marnie's email when it was received, and we're just doing it in that order. That way there's less discretion for staff. It's whenever we get the stuff.
Mike, I always appreciate it when you help Nils and me put a motion together. So thank you.
One more thing, the eligible expenditures, I think maybe we don't want to include safety. That might be, too vague of a term. The CARES Act requirement information that I have words it as necessary expenditures incurred due to the COVID-19 public health emergency.
Perfect. Let's
broad.
Do that sounds great. Because when I've spoken to a number of folks and I've asked them, start to get your receipts together, get your expenses and put that together. They all have those. Some had to buy masks, some had to put these shields up. They felt it was necessary for them to do that to be able to open up safely. So that sounds great.
Okay, Councilmember Narenhunt.
Thank you. This is money, John, that you're moving forward for expenses that they have already expended, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be great to have for the village as well. It's not, and that was a great, Marnie, thanks for bringing that up. Well, we talked about the outdoor or the dining issue specifically, but it's the outdoor issues that's specific because that I wanted to attach and talk to because there's no indoor activities such as barbershops and things like that, and they've all had to set up outdoor activities as well. And we've had Study Hut, for instance, on Avenue I, and they want to take advantage of this as well. So I don't want to preclude them from not being able to get it. I want them to be included in that as well because we have just turned in an application to the Coastal Commission to use more spots on Avenue I. So I want to be able to include those areas as well. I think when it comes to the bid expenses, reimburse the bid for businesses everything goes through the bid, and the bid can decide for past expenses. Actually, I'd like to prioritize future expenses first, and then past expenses if there's money left over. And the bid to provide the city a receipt that they actually paid the money within 30 days. So that way we as a city know that they didn't just collect the money, they actually dispersed it as well. So a check, a copy of a check or something that when it goes out with the attached invoice to the city, so that we have a full chain of custody, so to speak, for that. Does that make sense?
What can I?
Yeah.
Giving the receipt does. We have the same issue with if we're prioritizing future expenses first. That's different than first come, first serve. And how long do we wait for any future expenses to come in before we reimburse them? Because like they may not be able to make the, they may not be able to come up with a system that will be necessary to carry into the winter months. And part of the issue is if they no longer have to repay the setup for the dining deck now, they don't have their break-even point moves up. And so they may not need to stay open in October. So I just want to, since we're staff is going to be executing it, I want to make it real clear. Do you want first come, first serve? Do you want to wait till October 1st until if we have no new ones, then you can do the old ones? Or
that's actually a good idea. October 1st, up to October 1st, and then repay expenses. That's actually better than I was thinking regarding having a back date from like mid-August or something. So I like that idea. Up to October 1st for the expenses. Any monies thereafter can be applied. Application can come in to pay for past expenses from the date of approval that we're approving. I'm assuming tonight, because we want to have that done tonight at tonight's meeting when this motion is approved. Correct? Okay.
Yes, I'm hoping we're carrying it out, and hopefully they'll, in Artesia, they'll be sending bills and the completed form we'll have within hopefully the end of the week, and they'll be submitting it to Marnie, if that's your motion, right away. Riviera bid will see if they get things for the future, and we'll disperse the money if they do an eligible application anytime between now and October 1st, and if not, then they can submit, for past eligible expenses by on October 1st after.
Perfect. Yep, that works for me exactly. And just to be perfectly clear, for all outdoor related issues as well on that, not just.
Can we clarify that city permitted outdoor use?
Yes,
No.
City permitted outdoor uses. Very good. Last thing we need is ruckus on that.
And if I could clarify what you mean by future, are just from this point forward until October 1st?
Yes, starting tonight.
Okay.
So you won't be paying
it's still
anything
reimbursement.
Right. You're not paying anything for anything done before today, unless as of October 1st, there's still money in the left of the 50,000, and then you can pay any applications for prior to August 18th expenses.
Yep, exactly. All right, that's it. John, are you amenable to that?
Well, Marnie,
I will second. I will second your motion.
It's kind of a different motion.
Those updates.
Marnie or Jillian, can you, because I saw you taking notes, can you take a stab at the motion?
Tell them what their motion was.
Okay, so For the monies associated with the Artesia Aviation Corridor, we have a not to exceed cap of $2,500 per business, an expansion of the parameters for reimbursement regarding expenses, quote or quote, necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health, to the COVID public health emergency, the exact language from the CARES Act agreement. We have submission to financial services, which is, and first come, first serve. And that's for the Artesia and Aviation Corridor. As it relates to Councilman Narenheim's area, there will be reimbursement for future expenses beginning today, 8/18/20 through October 1st, 2020. There will be a proof of payment of those costs within 30 days of approval by the city. We will be reimbursing for city permitted outdoor uses, and that will be necessary expenditures incurred due to the COVID-19 public health emergency.
Right, and I would add the second priority after October 1st, so starting October
yes.
2nd for back expenses.
And
yes,
it's only to the bid, correct?
Only to the bid.
Only to the bid.
And
okay.
The other question is, it's reimbursement. So you're saying pay within 30, they have to show receipts within 30 days. Well, if it's reimbursement, they should be showing receipts before the city issues the money.
Right? I agree with you, but sometimes it's, yes. What if there's an issue with the paperwork or they have it and...
Well, they just make it clear, if it's reimbursement, the city isn't giving the money so they can go pay the contractor. The city is reimbursing them as soon as they show proof that they paid the contractor.
Expenditure. Okay.
Okay.
I have that.
And the reason I bring it up, there was I think a misunderstanding by someone in the bid that the city was fronting the money.
Yeah, no, we're not.
I could see that.
That's why making it clear. Okay.
Mayor, I've got one point of clarification to ask. For your motion for the village, there were some businesses that put in TUP, temporary use permits, and went through some expenses. Is this just going to be to the Riviera bid, or is this going to be eligible for those that went independently for a temporary use permit?
Directly to the bid.
Okay.
So there's businesses that were not part of the bid, Ted, in Riviera Village?
Correct. There were some that applied for a temporary use permit through community development, and therefore they didn't need the dining decks per se that are out there today. So they had their own expenditures that were put out there, independent of what the bid had done as well.
Right. I want to take care of the public right-of-way issues first, and then if we have the money left over, they can give that to the bid, and then they can get expenses paid back from that.
They're not part of the bid.
They are part of the bid, but they did on their own private property. That's the issue.
Private parking lot.
Oh, I thought Ted told me they weren't part of the bid.
No, well, they may be part of the bid as an association, but for them, the expenditure was done directly by the business owner. They didn't have to go through the bid to actually make those improvements and pay for those improvements on their property.
My understanding, and of course, Councilman, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the reimbursement requests for past expenditures, if there is still money left over on October 1st, can be submitted to the bid. I don't believe that, and again, this is my understanding, that there is, that it's narrowed down to only bid or dining deck related expenses.
No.
So my understanding is that if such a request for reimbursement is made from a bid related business for a TUP expense, that would still be captured within this motion. unless Councilman Nierenheim, he seems to be nodding, so I hope.
Yes, I am agreeing with that. Outdoor related issues is my concern.
Right. But going forward, if we receive an independent business tomorrow or next week, that's not a request from the bid for a bigger project, but request from a business for an outdoor project. Does the bid under your motion have priority over the independent business, or is it the first one that gets their application with proof of payment, receipts to Marnie? There's no right or wrong.
It's the bid. It goes directly to the bid. Is that the question? It's the question, right?
Yep. And so that's
got to go through the bid. And the reason why I went with bid is we have a central point of contact, and they can decide. They've been very fair and very open and honest and very, inclusive of all the businesses down there. They've been working very hard for all of the businesses down there. So I want to make it as easy as possible for staff so that they take care of them. They take very well care of themselves down there, and the bid does a good job.
So we have that dichotomy of Artesia, it's the businesses directly because there isn't an equivalent to the bid.
Exactly.
In South Redondo, it's to the bid only. For future things, we get to October 1st. We'll see if the bid uses all of the money for any past due. If they don't, then certainly we can bring it back to the council with any other applications that were made for outdoor dining or outdoor
expenses. Yep.
That's what I have.
All right, I think we did it. Are you all right with that, John? Hope so. You're Councilmember Grant?
No, I'm not going to. Of course, yes, I will accept that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, everyone, it's 12 o'clock. Come on.
It's like, don't mess with my emotions. It's 11:50 p.m.
I understand.
Oh, stop looking at the clock, guys.
Yeah, yes, I did.
Okay.
All right.
And can I just get clarification? So the Artesia businesses, they'll be up for past expenses.
Correct.
Okay.
Anything that they're submitting, they can submit.
Yes, so the Artesia and Aviation Corridor businesses are on a pure first come, first served basis with a $2,500 cap, and it's a direct reimbursement or reimbursement agreement.
As long as it's for past expenses. Okay.
Yes, it doesn't. There's no mention of that in that area. The money's in that area.
Reimbursement means.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
We have no public comments.
Oh, sorry, I didn't ask you. There are no public comments.
Yeah, we have none.
Okay, thank you.
For the record.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein. Aye. I think Councilmember Nierenheim. Go ahead, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath. Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay. Well, the businesses are going to be very happy. It was painful, but they're going to be very happy. So it's a great thing. Okay, next up is city manager items. Joe, discussion possible action regarding the city's local emergency pertaining to COVID-19.
Yes, tonight I just have kind of the placeholder item. You're all familiar with the restrictions that we have in place, the facilities that we have closed, programs that we've suspended. The one thing that we will want to do shortly is to resume enforcement of the parking related to street sweeping. Cities around us have already lifted that restriction and they're doing that enforcement. We've held off given that there's so many people at home and parking is such a challenge in many of the neighborhoods. What we're thinking is that we would begin to issue warnings starting August 24th, and that we would lift that restriction and start writing tickets on September 14th. So about a 3-week time period for warnings. And we don't have to make that decision tonight. This is something that just we're thinking about at the staff level. I would have to kind of amend the order. It would come back to you to affirm. But that's the only real change that we're thinking about at this point. A lot of our other closures are tied to when the county, for example, lifts the restriction on playground equipment in parks, then we would lift that same restriction Same thing with our other facilities. So just wanted to put this out there for you. The county in the briefing on Monday indicated that Dr. Ferrer is cautiously optimistic of the 6 indicators the state has identified for counties to increase their reopening. County of LA has satisfied 5 of the 6. I can go through those if you want to, but they're on their website. The area where they have not satisfied the standard is the case rate per 100,000 population over the course of 14 days. The state standard is that it should be less than 100, where LA County's at is 295. So there's some additional work there to do. That's the same standard that San Diego County appears to have met that will enable them to reopen schools. That was kind of the news earlier today, that was the final, the 6 standards that San Diego County was struggling to meet. They have now met that. And so if they continue with that, then they'll be able to enter into the next phase of reopening and reopen schools for in-class learning. So just wanted to give you all the opportunity to talk through the restrictions that we have in place and street sweeping, parking enforcement in particular. So turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Joe. San Diego County is only 3.3 million. We're 10 million. Big difference. Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, Joe, could you just clarify again? Did you say you were thinking about starting warnings on August 24th with then ticketing resuming on September 14th?
Right.
Okay. You know, I think in past discussions, we talked about giving people a month's notice. So if we're gonna, what I would say is if we're gonna pick a date, you know, where we start giving warnings as August 24th, then I would say let's at least give a month's notice, you know, for people. We can get the message out to people through all our various lists, and then that gives them plenty of time to comply or figure out what they need to do. And then are you thinking that parking enforcement will start trailing again and just leaving warning notices like a flyer that says, hey, is that what you're thinking? Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, that would be my only suggestion, just to give people plenty of time, because I know people were super nervous about it. Okay, and then I know we're starting to move in the right direction here, but I just wanted to point out that Councilmember Lowenstein did bring up something after we had already closed out the meeting last week, so I didn't know if we wanted to have that discussion or not, but based on our previous discussion about not being able to enforce things, I don't know where you're going on that. So, but I'm always open to that conversation. That's all I have. Thank you.
Are you talking about mask enforcement, Chris?
I am.
You couldn't get the word out, could you?
No, I'm just you know, I don't want to beat a dead horse.
Gotcha. Okay, Councilmember Nairnut.
Yeah, all I have to say is my residents are, for the most part, very excited to get this parking enforcement back going again, especially in the avenues. There's a lot of non-compliance, complacency now, a lot of construction vehicles taking pure advantage of the system. So definitely getting this enforcement going is a great thing. Gutters are dirty and things are just not happening. So they'd be very happy with getting them streets cleaned moving forward. So I appreciate that. Let's move that forward, and I'll make a motion to actually receive and file after we listen to the public comment.
Yeah, is there any public comment?
Yes, we have one e-comment. Go ahead, Vicki.
Jeff Ginsburg, excuse me. Jeff Ginsburg submits, I am the current president of the Riviera Village Association. I tried sending this e-comment for last week's meeting, but my internet was not working well, so I apologize for the delay. Last week, I wanted to say that the RVA greatly appreciates all the support the mayor, city council members, and city staff have had in assisting us with the outdoor dining parklets and sidewalk sale in Riviera Village during these unique times with COVID-19. The $50K of funds the mayor and city council allocated to the Riviera Village parklets and hydrology study to keep parklets in place during the upcoming winter months was a very welcome, Very welcome surprise, as well as the bike racks to help visitors to the Riviera Village have an alternative to driving their cars, which will make demands for the parking easier to everybody. The RVA continues to get frequent positive comments from business owners and visitors in the Riviera Village. Therefore, once the hydrology study is completed, the RVA is hopeful the special event permit can be extended through at least 3/31/2021, as we heard Manhattan Beach extended there too as well. Planning ahead with approvals for this will give the RVA and city staff the time needed to make any adjustments to the parklets for the winter season, which will be upon us within a few months. Please let us know anything the RVA can do to assist with this, as our goal is for the Riviera Village to safely make it through COVID-19 as problem-free as possible. Thank you again for all your support. That includes comments, completes the comments.
Okay.
Great.
So
I will make a motion to receive and file the staff report. We need to do that.
I'll second that.
Okay. I'll just do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay. You're gonna need a lot of warning notices, Joe. It's gonna be a lot of warning notices for sure. Okay.
The only other thing I had was I just wanted to share with the council that I've traded calls with Kathleen Terry, the facilitator for strategic planning. I'll have an item for you at your next council meeting, kind of identifying dates and a process moving forward the next session of strategic planning. So I'll be in touch with all of you too about your dates, and maybe I can wind up with a recommended date for the next session. I'll have that on the agenda September 1st.
Okay.
Not like we're going anywhere.
Okay.
So next up is a discussion considering designating the voting delegate and alternate for League of California Cities Conference coming up October 7th through the 9th. Anybody want to do this? Make a motion? Got any ideas?
So I'm the alternate. I'll be the designate if you'd like. I'll stay the alternate. I don't really make some difference.
Isn't Todd our delegate?
Yes. So I'm just
Glad to
offering.
give it to John. That's fine.
If you would like to, I'm happy to take it.
As long as you vote against all those housing bills when they come up. Okay. So somebody make a motion to make John the delegate.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember MD, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein, and the alternate will be
I'll do it.
Laura.
okay. All right. So that's a motion. John designate and Councilmember MD alternate. Okay. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein. Todd, fall asleep.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Councilmember Horvath. And Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay. There you go. Next up is discussion and consideration regarding process of selecting harbor commissioner from a list of names submitted by the harbor and pier lessees. Used to be called HAPLA, but I guess they don't really exist anymore. So Mike Webb, you want to explain this to us?
Yeah, just briefly. I want to make certain I was muted. So I submitted the ordinance, which doesn't refer to HAPLA. The motion was HAPLA has ceased to exist. How do we still have a HAPLA representative? And now, to be fair, HAPLA was very involved. I got from the clerk from the minutes from the 80s when they put that language in the Harbor Review Board. Bud Mirasu was the attorney for HAPLA, who was communicating with the city attorney at the time, John Mirasu's dad. And it continued even after HAPLA ceased to exist as an independent organization. I included not only the current email from King Harbor Association, but the previous one, to the previous mayor, they're supposed to provide a list of no fewer than 5 names from the harbor and pier lessees. But even the old one was only 4 names. And, I talked to Stephen Pratt. He had some communication with King Harbor. And it's his understanding, though he hasn't seen it, unless he wants to hit his unmute button and tell me he's found out different, that King Harbor basically HAPLA modified their bylaws to become King Harbor Association. But at the same time, you have the King Harbor Association, you have the Pier Association. Our leases don't require that they have to belong to one of the organizations, but not the one that is geographically correct. So this is to make if it's still possible, to make a long story short, the ordinance is in desperate need of, too late, I see from Laura shaking her head. The ordinance is in need of change. You can change it from everything to getting rid of the requirement, or you can come up with a way of getting information from the harbor pier lessees that either goes through a named organization. Of course, the risk is if the organization ceases to exist, then you have it built into the ordinance. You may recall a number of years ago when the city had to take over the bid because the bid lost its non-profit status for a while. Or you can come up with a different way where you're communicating to the lessees directly, such as the city will contact each master lessee and get a list of 5 names and pick from, the top 3 name getters. Of course, you could have a very large list of tied for third, or you could get rid of the requirement whatsoever. I've advised the mayor, in the absence of change, I think he would be within his rights to pick anyone on that list of 4 names who's still eligible to be a harbor, serve as a harbor commissioner. So if they still meet the other criteria, that is in fact, though not 5 names, it is in fact the last list that we have from the harbor commissioner. And from talking to him, I know at least 2 members are still eligible. I don't know about the other ones. So, but I would definitely encourage you to give direction to modify that ordinance.
So what specifically is wrong with the ordinance, Mike, in your view?
Well, there's no real mechanism from finding out who the harbor and pier lessees, it's as a matter of practice, it came from HAPLA, and then they ceased to exist as a named organization. So we kept getting the list from King Harbor Association. I don't know that we've ever had any input from the pier lessees. And so it's not a good way of determining what names the harbor and pier lessees are submitting to the council. So you could do away with the requirement entirely. You could give it to a named organization, such as the King Harbor Association, or you could say waterfront development directors contact the master lessees as of, a certain date, June 30th or July 1st, and request a list of names that they would like to see on the Harbor Commission. Or they could leave it up to the mayor and council entirely to pick without any limitation, whatever you want to do. But anytime that a council person is correctly directing the city attorney to find out how we apply that ordinance, and the city attorney has to go to the clerk to dig out records from the 80s and the Stephen Proud to ask for bylaws that we can't get on the current organization, it's not a good system. So I would suggest you change it.
Okay. I just want to write it in a way that no future councils have to revisit this, whether you just do away with it or you make it quite clear how this is going to be done. I don't think we should name an organization because they come and go. And this, I could see the problem with this language. I mean, it's a lot of harbor and pier lessees out there. How do you get fought and from whom? So let's see what everybody thinks. People have given some thought to it, hopefully. Councilmember Horvath.
Two questions, Mike. One, so the way I read number B in that ordinance, right? It seems to be what they do when they make an appointment for the first time, right? So if we go back to their letter of 2016, they submitted 4 names. Kilroy was selected, and now they're, in their July 9, 2020 letter, they're asking for his reappointment. When you read the ordinance, do you think that applies to reappointments as well as, a brand new appointment? Or so would they have to submit a 4-name thing regardless of whether they are asking for a reappointment? You're muted.
Well,
I don't think it distinguishes between the two. I was just rereading the letter. I don't think they actually recommended Commissioner Kilroy's reappointment. They said they couldn't meet, nor could they, meet to recommend his removal. So it may be prudent to do it, but I think it's every time the term would, be up. Now, subject to he serves until his successor is appointed. But yeah, I would say every 4 years, or if they leave early, every time there's a vacancy or a scheduled vacancy, they should submit that list of not less than 5 names.
Okay.
But that's in practice, it hasn't worked for a while, and it's not the best way to do it.
So then, and I think we would all rely on your guidance here in terms of how the language should be crafted. But I would say then modify the language to say something related to whether it's either the King Harbor Association, Pier Association, and or any future representative of the harbor and pier leases in conjunction with the waterfront development director, submitting those names to the waterfront development director. These are things you mentioned. I'm not sure how you kind of clean that language up to make it to be kind of free and clear, as the mayor said, so we don't have to ever have a future council deal with this again.
So I was giving them as alternatives, and you lumped all of them in as.
Well, because those are the two. There's 2 organizations down there. Yeah.
But to the mayor's, you can
be replaced.
You can pick an organization. To the mayor's point, that organization may cease to exist, and so you can pick an organization. I'd welcome Stephen's input because he or his successor will have to do this in the future. You could have the waterfront development director ask all the master lessees, not the subtenants, but all the master lessees as of July 1st, who they would like, and they could each pick 5, and the top 5 cumulative the mayor could pick from, or you could just do away with it. But I wouldn't lump them all together. It's not so much the wording. I'll be happy to address that. I just want you to tell me collectively which one you want. Do you want an organization? Do you want the mayor? Do you want the waterfront development director to directly communicate with the master lessees, or do you want to do away with the requirement?
Sure. I'll just say I don't really have a dog in this fight, but my understanding is that most of the King Harbor Association members are everything from the marina going north. And then the Pier Association is everybody who's on the pier proper or international boardwalk. So,
well,
Councilmember Horvath, could I just say that That is generally true. However, what you have are some situations where, because their leases require them to be a member of one or the other organization, you have a business like Quality Seafood, which, if you were thinking about it geographically, would probably be part of the Pier Association, but they're a member of the King Harbor Association, as was the Fun Factory. So the only obligation they have under their leasehold is to be a member of one of the organizations, but they don't necessarily have to be tied geographically to where you would naturally think they would fall. So I just want to make that clarification.
Thank you.
So you could say, name the two organizations as of, July 1st, the Waterfront and Development Director will request of the King Harbor Association, the Pier Association, to submit no fewer than 5 names for the mayor to consider, and the mayor could pick any one of the 10. If either or neither organization submits names, or submits fewer than 5, then the mayor can pick whoever he or she wants, subject to council confirmation. That way, we're not held hijacked to, we can't get you the list where it's a requirement. And so both organizations are requested for 5. Mayor can choose from them as long as it's a list of 5, so they're not forcing the mayor's hand. And but if they fail to comply, then the mayor can just appoint subject to council confirmation. Is that okay?
That'd be fine with me.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, I just see too many problems with this. Relying on outside third-party organizations to provide us names hasn't been working in the past. We just went through a whole process in the harbor where it could have just been a single developer saying who controls something. So that could be an issue as well. So it's best to leave it up to the mayor. So I'll just make a motion. My idea is just to get rid of the whole ordinance, make it easier, make it cleaner. So I'll make a motion to come back and to take out the ordinance and not make it a part of the organization for the first meeting in September.
Well, that's fine. But your actual motion is to delete the Harbor Commission eligibility ordinance, and I don't think you mean that. So I would is your motion to delete the qualification in B and have that be
I see what you're saying.
One general member, that the mayor can pick from any qualified resident subject to mayor confirmation. I just want to get it correct before the council.
Yeah, good point. Okay, so I to get rid of version B, or letter B.
Okay, and make it a general appointment.
Make it a general appointment. Correct. That'd be my motion.
I'll second that.
When you mean general, do you mean all the other requirements, that they fall into the other requirements, or is this person just going to be a lay person?
This person would just be a lay person.
Okay.
It wasn't, they'd still have to be, the other general requirements of any commissioner. They have to register,
Right, but
the city, everything else, but they don't have to be a voter or any of the other qualifications.
I just want to be clear.
It's, an at-large position. So
that would be the only
language if it passes.
Would that be the only at-large harbor commissioner then? So it's not outrageous.
Lay person, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Councilmember Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Brent. So, Mr. Webb, because the council accepted the King Harbor Association's letter, and that's what it was chosen off of, didn't we make an act saying that they were the successor of HAPLA by doing so?
Well, HAPLA was never in the ordinance. Now, HAPLA motivated the ordinance, and HAPLA advocated for the ordinance, but the HAPLA isn't written into the ordinance, nor was it ever. And so the past practice is clear that HAPLA was the mechanism by finding out that the list was approved by a majority of the lessees. But the last letter wasn't even signed by anyone. And so, let alone that it was approved by a majority of the harbor and pier lessees. So I can draft it in a way that keeps that requirement or that spirit intact, either through the association or through contacting them directly, or as Councilman I can do it, Councilman Neerheim, which is we're making it at will. That's a policy consideration for all of you, but HAPLA isn't identified in the ordinance, and so that was just the one that always gave us the list of 5 names, but I don't know that means such list was approved by a majority of the harbor and pier lessees, particularly because I don't know if the Pier Association had any involvement in it. And I'm speaking a little bit blind because we didn't get the bylaw amendments that Director Proud had asked for.
Does that answer your question, John?
It sort of, and I'm sure it did. How's that?
Okay, so we had a past practice, but the past practice may not have complied with the ordinance, is what I'm saying.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I'm inclined to second Nils's motion to get rid of it because there are plenty of serving people. But if we can't come to a conclusion on that, then I would suggest that we table this because this is too important of an ordinance to do at 12:30 at night and to go through this because this is important. And so that's where I'm at on this.
Okay.
Ordinances at 12:30 at night never produce good results.
Well, we get lucky sometimes. Councilmember MD.
I agree with Todd, and but I think that if you look at the whole ordinance as a whole, the idea is to have representation from all the different stakeholders in that area, and if you take away from the leaseholders, then they've lost their representation, and so I'd like to hear from Stephen Proud. Are you saying they don't care if they have representation on that?
So this isn't a topic that has been generated any real conversation at either the Pier Association or the King Harbor Association. So this was a referral made to determine whether HAPLA had standing, and as Mike Webb has articulated, they are not specifically called out as part of the ordinance. The ordinance just says 5 names submitted by harbor and pier lessees, and that list had to be approved by the majority of the harbor and pier lessees. I can't tell you, in my time here, this is only the second time we've been through this process, and the list that was submitted to the clerk's office in 2016, I would say with a high level of confidence, was not a list that was vetted by the Pier Association. It was a list that was submitted by the King Harbor Association. So was it approved by a majority of the harbor and pier lessees? I don't think that's the case. That said, I don't think that they may all still feel very strongly that they have a voice on the Harbor Commission, or at least have the opportunity to submit a list of names for consideration by the mayor and the council for representation. But I can't tell you what their thoughts are because we haven't had this conversation with the King Harbor Association or the Pier Association yet.
And that was because of of COVID, and that was
yeah. In the case of the King Harbor Association, when the clerk's office sent the letter out, the King Harbor Association, their most recent filing with the Secretary of State has 3 officers listed. Well, 2 of them are gone now because of COVID. And so they would have had to reconvene, sort of reconstitute themselves, and then go through the process of preparing the list and submitting it for your consideration. And they just didn't have the time to get those actions done prior to the deadline for consideration. And that's why their letter is, I think, worded the way it's worded. We weren't able to meet. but we also aren't rescinding the previous list or the previous appointment. So they're sort of leaving it to you to figure out what to do. They're happy to meet, I think, at some point and take this back up again. They just weren't able to do it in the time frame that was set forth in order to make this appointment.
I understand that, but I mean, now they're talking about just taking away their representation altogether, and I'm not sure that was their intent at all.
No, I don't think that was their intent either.
And I think that's where the issue is going to be.
I think that's the conversation.
Why don't we do this? Why don't you just say one member from Harbor and Pier lessees? One member, so that they have representation, and then, the mayor looks through who the Harbor and Pier lessees are, takes recommendations from whatever organizations are out there, want to provide recommendations, and, make it something so that, we get flexibility that if he doesn't get any recommendations, he still has to choose from a Harbor and Pier lessees, but they'll get recommendations. And that way you're not specifying a specific organization that might be around now, but may not be around later.
Yeah, I think in this instance, we're just a little bit of a victim of the circumstances related to COVID and the timing associated with the people being let go as part of that process. And so there aren't the same people around to take that action. I think absent COVID, the King Harbor Association, because that's been the PAC's practice, as Mike has said, would have gotten together and probably put a list of recommendations together. That we're a little bit of a victim of the circumstances of the time. But I think in the past they've submitted that. I'm sure they would have submitted that in the future. But to be very clear, and I agree with Mike Webb, they aren't the organization that's called out in the ordinance, but the ordinance is clear. They'd like to have some representation from the pier and harbor lessees.
Well, I thought what happened was Joanne Turk passed away, and so there was no organization, and that's why you got more representation from King Harbor than the pier lessees and that list. And so,
well, what I would say is after Joanne passed away, I'll tell you, from the time I got here in June of 2015 until Joanne passed away, I never went to a King Harbor Association meeting. Once Joanne passed away, Marianne Guthrie picked up the mantle, and there actually were a series of meetings. The King Harbor Association was starting to meet again on a regular basis. And obviously then she sold her leasehold. That became an issue. And so they didn't have that leadership. And then COVID happened right on the heels of that. And so they've actually been more active than they've ever been. So
it's always going to be something. I mean,
I hear you.
Back, I think you just make it so that it has to be somebody from the Harbor and Pier lessees.
Stephen, an actual lessee?
Stephen, how many master lessees are there, and would it be unwieldy to, have them submit names?
No, it's less than 15, and the city is probably we're 3 of them, so we wouldn't be submitting our own names. So it's probably a list of 12 master lessees or so that you'd have to contact. I mean, that's not a cumbersome process to send them a letter and say, and especially since it only happens every 4 years. To send a letter, and they rotate, so it could happen every 2 years. But to send them a letter and ask them to submit a list of nominees for the Harbor Commission, as you and I discussed, you may end up with 12 different submittals with 5 names each. So you could have 60 individual nominees. Hopefully there's some overlap where you start to see some names that maybe are common across some of the lists. But that would be the worst situation, is everybody gets 1 vote and you get 60 names and you have to kind of sort through it.
It wouldn't be the worst, because that would give the mayor
60 choices.
Yeah, it would give maximum flexibility.
Yeah, true.
Okay, well, I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay with the mayor's suggestion, just so that way we make sure that they have some kind of representation.
Right, I totally agree with that, and I think we just don't want to name an organization. It's too loose the way it's worded now, but it should be somebody from the Harbor and Pier lessees. So
I'd be okay with that.
And so, Mayor Brand, are you suggesting that it's an actual lessee?
Yeah, so those are two different things, and and that probably, to Todd's point, is because it's 12:30. So the mayor is saying the mayor will just pick any lessee, which could be a master lessee or could be a sub lessee. And what we were talking about before was requesting the master lessees to submit name or names, and the mayor could choose from any of the names that were submitted to him. So that's very different.
Submit one name, then you're going to get 12 choices. Just submit one name.
Yeah, that would be totally fine, and because that gives, and if you don't get names from, 11. So that's the reason for having more than one name, or say submitting 3 names. So you're not stuck with one person because only one lessee submitted it. Okay. But that's different from what the mayor was saying, which is also fine. Is he's saying the mayor can pick from any of the lessees, and I don't know if that includes sublessees.
Well, I thought he said it as a second. If they didn't turn in names, he said then he would just pick from one of the lessees.
No, he's saying the mayor could just pick a lessee. It's not an at-large position. Then you'd have to define lessee. Is it a master?
No. I want the lessees to submit names.
I'm not arguing for or against. It's just we were talking about 2 different things, and so.
Well, what I was saying, just to clarify, is I'm sure they'll be submitting recommendations.
You did say that then.
And they will. And if they don't, well, then they don't. But I'm sure if it's coming from one of the harbor master lessees or lessees, they'll be submitting recommendations. Some will, some won't. But I'm sure the mayor will get a lot. So then,
are you saying that the mayor has to pick from one of those recommendations?
Right.
Okay.
Somebody from the harbor and pier lessee.
The harbor and the master lessees, I'll write it in such a way, and you can change it, and I'll get it by September 1st, Nils, is harbor and city will reach out to the harbor and pier master lessees. They'll each submit 3 names, no more than 3 names, to the mayor by July 31st, and the mayor can pick from any of the names received from the harbor lessees. And I don't even think we even have to put it or in the end, because I can't imagine we won't at least get, names.
Oh, sure.
What if, hold on, but what if we get 1 name or 2 names or 5 names, whatever, and we look at those 5 names and we realize none of them qualify, and we're left with 0.
What do you mean qualify?
They are not registered to vote, or they don't actually live here, or they have a conflict of interest, or this, or that. I mean, there's a litany of things, or they get fired, or they.
Well, we can't cover everything.
Yeah, and I don't know that has happened, like that when no one has been. But on the other hand, some of the stuff, Eleanor, we don't have the record of the list. We just have, the name of the person who is appointed.
Right. So I was thinking actually July 1st, because what we do is we get the names, we double check that they are a Redondo Beach resident. We make sure they're a voter. And so that's normally what we normally do. So it gives, and then they also have to fill out the application.
So you want the names by July 1st and the waterfront and economic developer to email them June 1st and then get to the list to the clerk by July 1st. And I will put an alternative. Should we get a total of less than 5 names who qualify, then it becomes an at-large position.
That's fine. Yeah. I would agree with that.
Some qualifier like that.
Yeah. So that way, if we get, of all the groups, we get 4 or fewer qualified people who could serve, then it just becomes an at-large position the mayor can appoint subject to council confirmation.
And then no future council will have to have this conversation again.
And we have one comment. I can go ahead and read it. It's from Mark Hansen. In the past, the longtime president of the KH Association, Joanne Turk, would, in consultation with the Peer Association, send the recommendation to the mayor. I would recommend vesting the duty with the KH Association to get the representation of our leaseholders. Note the recent president of the KH Association, Jeff Perkins, had to leave, and that probably slowed down their response. Mark Hansen.
It's always something. Jeez. Well, where are we? Any more public comments? Somebody make a motion?
Well, there is a motion, but do we need a substitute motion to?
I will amend my current motion to include what our city attorney has said regarding a list of names to be asked for by the Harbor Department or Waterfront Economic Department by June 1st, and then submitted to the city clerk by July 1st. And if we have by each of the organizations or lessees down in the harbor. Thank you. And if we receive less than 4 or less names, it becomes at large, in which the mayor can appoint at large.
So you're forcing them to do all 5? They haven't done 5 in forever. Didn't they?
5. Where's 5?
So, okay.
We're
We're asking them for 3 names each, but we're asking 12 different lessees for 3 names. And if we get fewer than 5, you can make it 4. I'm trying to address Nils's concern.
Oh.
What happens if they're not qualified? What happens if we only get 1 name and that name isn't acceptable to either the mayor or the council at the time? So.
It's 5 names total, Laura. That might have been what you meant.
Minimum.
Meaning, like right now, if everybody submits 3 and there's 12, there'll be 36.
Right. So
if for some reason instead of 36 we only got 4 or 5, well, then it's just going to become an at-large.
Well, 5 it would be fine. 4 or less would be an at-large.
Okay.
So, Bill, I do have a question for you. So, and again, why are we going to the master lessees instead of what Mark Hansen just put in there? Because he's up watching this right now. That the King Harbor Association talks with the Pier Association and they come up with their list. Why are we going away from that?
Who's the question for? That's an option. That's one of the options I gave you. The options are either, ask the master lessees, 2, name an organization, so that it's clear who we're getting from. If the problem is, what happens if they don't act? Because then we'll be back stuck in the same situation. Or the third is at large, but to Laura's point, then you're not giving them a say in an area that they have a great deal of public interest in. So it's a public policy call for you.
So I'll make a substitute motion that we keep it that the King Harbor Association, in association with the Pier Association, comes up with a list of 5 names. Those 2 organizations have traditionally done this. Just keep doing that. That's what Mark Hansen just recommended as well. So not take going into this.
They didn't do it.
And do you want me to put in you want me to put in a fail safe that if they fail to provide a list of however many number you want,
5 names.
If they, like last time, gave 4 names, the mayor can choose at large. Or if you want to make it less than 4 names.
If they put in less than 5 names.
5's just a lot. It's always been 5, I guess. So.
Yeah, because they have to be Redondo Beach voter.
We're not changing. We're just codifying the fact that it's the King Harbor Association and the Pier Association. They have to work it out. That instead, so you're not having to go to 12 different entities. These folks they represent one or the other, and they've been doing this. This has been their deal. So they have to work it out together. Just take exactly what it says. In the past, a long time
You can
president.
say that as long as there's a fail-safe that if they don't, which is what just happened, then it becomes an at-large position, and then the mayor can find another lessee.
I agree with that. I would make that as my motion with the fail-safe going on.
Okay, and Mayor, I couldn't hear you. Did you say it was at large, the mayor, or if they come up, the fail-safe is you could appoint any
Right. If they don't submit someone, or they don't submit the required 5 names, then, which is what just happened, then it becomes an at-large position.
Okay.
For that term.
For that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I'm good with that. So just keep it with the King Harbor Association and the Pier Association. That's my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay.
And I'm going to write it, if this passes, the King Harbor Association should provide the names in consultation with the Pier Association, because King Harbor is always taking the lead on it, and I don't want to have a situation where, you know, they don't vote together. It's just they should consult with Pier, but King Harbor will be the one presenting it. And if they don't give 5 names, the mayor gets to pick from any voter at large.
And hopefully he or she picks from the lessees. So,
Well, I can make that part of the fail-safe. That was my question. Or I can leave it out.
I would really like that.
yeah, put that in there.
Okay.
So the only thing, not to drag this out any further, but if it is an actual lessee and they have a business interest that's being considered by the Harbor Commission, we could create a situation where there could be conflicts of interest for them in terms of having to recuse themselves from certain decisions, which might argue for the at-large. I mean, look, they have the opportunity to present the list to you. If they fail to do it, then they've sort of abdicated their responsibility to get their representation on the board. So I just want to throw that out there, that could create, I understand the desire to have the representation, but if it's an actual lessee, a master lessee, like a Guthrie, if you are a Dr. Ginsburg, and then we have business coming before them, that could create a challenge for them down the road. Just throwing it out there.
So the original fail-safe then? The fail-safe is only going to happen if they fail to give 5 names. And if they give 5 names, then you know their actions are showing it's not that important to them.
Right. That's my point.
That okay with everyone?
Yes.
No. So I don't. You guys fight it. You guys fight it out. I'm just trying to make sure that everyone knows.
Fine. Yes, it's fine. The motion and the seconder said it's fine.
Yeah, but I see Neil shaking his head no. So I don't want to get in the position of arguing for any policy thing. I'm just trying to make certain. Maybe you put it over.
Yeah, we can continue. Give it some thought.
The problem here is we're now running, with this motion, we're now running in the same exact problem we've had for the last 30 years, which is, hey, we don't have a named organization, or the named organization leaves, or this or that organization. Now they got to work it out with each other. No, this should be the mayor's appointment from a list of names that comes from the harbor. That's the essence of the situation. It's not, we choose definitely this organization that might or might not be there, might or might not give all the names that we have. We've never gotten open this thing up to everyone down there. Let the mayor choose.
So I'm going to call for a vote.
Yes, please.
There's a motion.
This is ridiculous.
The motion is to choose from the King Harbor Association in consultation with the Pier Association. And
the fail-safe.
If they do not submit any names, then it will be an at-large appointment.
For that.
Clear?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. Councilmember Narenheim.
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay. Well, I don't know. It's late. I don't think I'm going to veto anything this late. And I don't really have a problem with it. So let's just go with it. And
I'll bring back the amended ordinance for first reading from the first.
If the council doesn't like it, they can change it. So it can always be changed. Okay. So you'll bring it back at the next meeting, Mike?
Yes.
Okay. I'm supposed to be appointing this person by the next meeting.
That's why I'm bringing it back. So.
Okay, I guess I can take it into consideration. All right. So what's left? Nothing, hopefully. Let's pull up the, go back to my agenda. So that's it. So P3 is put off. So we'll do that next time. And mayor and council referrals to staff. Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, I've got something actually. So going over these investment reports, if we're going to be sitting here banning tobacco products and flavored tobacco products, I think we should be putting our money where our mouth is. And so I'd like to make a motion to discuss investments such as Philip Morris and other investments in our investment policy to possibly divest that and come back with a staff report to divest from those investments by, it's not a rush, or by the end of October.
I'll second that.
Okay. Is that something we can do?
Yeah, of course.
Just give direction to the city treasurer not to purchase securities that have investments in those
bonds.
We have to be specific. Yeah. Somehow we would have to be specific, so that'll be a discussion.
You'd have to find something that gets the same yield.
Yeah, but you have to be specific about what you're excluding.
Well, I'm not saying to create a policy that we're excluding. I'm talking about specific people that we're dealing with right now. And that's Philip Morris right now for an investment. So if you wanted to expand that out to do other vendors or other companies, we could talk about that. But I didn't want to create a whole policy. Yeah.
You mean just to ban Philip Morris from our investment portfolio? I mean, there's other
cigarettes. Not invest in them, not necessarily ban them. It's just not invest in them. I guess.
Well, ban them from investing in them. Ban the investment. Well, okay.
Not really investing with ban.
One company. Okay. There's other cigarette manufacturing. All right. There's a motion and a second. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
No.
No. Okay, 4-1, that passes. So we'll have a discussion by the end of October.
And I'd like to make one more motion. That is to start the planning and public input process for development and redevelopment of Moonstone Park, Joe's Crab Shack, boat launch ramp, Basin 3 upgrades, and the sport fishing pier replacement. So start having staff look into that and coming back with reports to the Harbor Commission and eventually back to us.
By when?
By the end of the year. Stephen,
all right, I'll second that. That's fine. By the end of the year.
But what areas? Moonstone Park, boat ramp,
Basin 3,
Basin
sports fishing pier replacement.
So can we extend that to include sort of all of the larger public amenity projects in the waterfront? I mean, are you really talking about the amenity master plan here?
Like the Seaside Lagoon?
Oh, I forgot about Seaside Lagoon. Yes.
Because you've got International Boardwalk, Seawall, Basin 3, you've got the Marina Slips, you got a number of things that are in that list.
I would include, Basin 3 for me includes International Boardwalk. So yes.
Okay.
Well, and keep firing. Maybe I forgot another one in there. It's late.
You've got you've got pier amenity improvements. You've got basically all the public amenities that we've got an obligation to build.
Okay, so I would amend that to just say that the public amenities in the harbor waterfront area.
You know, it's 12:47 a.m. Could you sit down with Mike Wazanski and then next time we can actually vet out what it is you're actually trying to do, and then that way then I might be able to support it. But just throwing something out there at 12:47 in the morning is just not okay.
I was going to say,
Joe was going to say something.
Or roll this into the strategic plan. I mean, this is a big undertaking and has lots of moving parts. So
my point is have a conversation with staff and come up with something cohesive that's really going to be something we could support.
And plus, to give that direction, you have to have an agenda item. This is the part where you agendize for your council discussion, not giving actual direction.
Right.
So
that would be a discussion item, so we can come back with actual specifics to tell you guys specifically where we want to go from there. Not.
So you want to agendize a discussion item?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not what you said, but that's fine. So, Councilmember Narenheim wants to agendize a discussion item related to pursuing our public amenities and the other areas that you mentioned. Does that make sense to you, Mike?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, as long, we've got to discuss it on a high level basis anyway as an agenda matter. For us, it's just a matter of making sure we don't leave any of our public amenities out of that conversation.
Okay.
And in order for us to do it at a strategic plan, to understand, we have to know what the overall plan or what we're specifically doing. So.
Well, that's kind of the point. So when would that happen by? We always need a date.
If we want to have details for the strategic plan, then have it done by the strategic plan date, before the strategic plan we're meeting before the strategic plan. So that's probably not going to happen until, Joe, when is the strategic plan going to be done? In October?
Yeah, I don't know at this point. I'm thinking October, maybe November.
November? Okay.
Okay, so when would this come back for discussion with the council then? Before that or?
Before that.
We'll do it. We can do it before that.
Okay, all right. So that's the motion. Is there a second for that?
I'll second it.
Okay, do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye. Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Grand?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay. Anything else? No?
No, that's it. I'm good. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath?
Good night.
Councilmember Grand?
No, thank you.
Good morning, by the way. Councilmember MD?
Oh, thank you.
Okay. All right.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Journey in honor of anyone. I haven't actually. No, we are not. So motion to adjourn. There's a second. Anyone opposed to adjourning? Okay, we are adjourned. So ordered.
September.
Next, I guess September 1st?
September 1st.
Enjoy the rest of the summer.
Yeah. Right.